encounter, a new set of frictions. We call it the boundary layer, kind of the lowest layer of the atmosphere. Kind of it's a little different over lakes and rivers. So now that it's over the lake, just to the west of 441, we'll see how it kind of evolves and interacts with the lake. But as for now, tornado warning in effect until 12:30 for most of Martin County. Kind of the county line is between Okeechobee and Martin County. You can see kind of in the top corner, right below, right along 441. So wouldn't be surprised if eventually they, if they determine that the cell is still has the potential of producing a tornado, they could expand the warning into Okeechobee County and potentially the northern part of Martin County along Beeline Highway. So lighter rainfall in the northern part of the storm that has kind of moved out of that warned area. We'll see if they decide to let the warning expire. And then if you do have any photos safely, you are out of the area that is in the tornado warning, but maybe you saw something earlier, or maybe you're very, very far away to the south.
Maybe you see damage as you're coming out and getting a visual observation. Yes, please let us know, because we can relay that to the National Weather Service office and let them know, hey, there maybe was some damage around here. So if you're in the Belle Glade, Pahokee, Canal Point area and you did see damage, make sure you either share it with us or tag us in it too, because we can share that with the National Weather Service office and let them know. But I want to point out this individual cell right here that moved through. It's now kind of over Lake Okeechobee and has exited the Palm Beach County warning. And so the Palm Beach County warning has been allowed to cancel. They canceled the warning. It was supposed to go until 12:30. It's now been canceled because that individual cell is now moving over Lake Okeechobee. But the tornado warning in Martin County has been allowed to continue, and this one continues until 12:30. Again, it moved from Palm Beach County into Martin County, and this does include Port Mayaca, but it's just to your west, right over Lake Okeechobee and 441. So this is transitioning onto lake waters. So if a funnel cloud is being produced, or if something is over water, to transitioning from potentially tornadic activity to potentially waterspout activity right now, but it's hugging the coast of Lake Okeechobee, so that threat is still there, but it has been pushed out of the polygon right now, so it's not even in the polygon. So Indiantown, although you're in this tornado warning, the threat is to your west, but we have a few lightning strikes that have been produced outside of this individual cell. So again, not the time to go out and venture to see if you can see anything, because this is far away and it's over Lake Okeechobee. But again, we've been tracking this threat through the morning. Hurricane Milton is located well to our west, and we're watching these outer bands move onshore, and we've been watching multiple tornado warnings being issued through the morning too. We had very impressive imagery earlier this morning, about the 9 o'clock hour. We've been on air with you now for about 3 hours just covering tornado warnings, and during the 9 o'clock hour we were tracking those individual supercell thunderstorms over parts of over Alligator County in Broward County, and we had the visual observation of these individual cells, and the imagery was quite impressive. So these cells have had history of producing confirmed visual tornadoes, so it's important to take every single warning we're issuing seriously, and seriously, and to take action whenever a warning is issued. So although this was for inland Palm Beach County and now it's for inland Martin County, the rest of the area still needs to remain on alert, because we do have the threat for tropical tornadoes today. And I just want to bring up the tornado watch right now that has been issued for most of South Florida and parts of Central Florida. That does continue through this evening, because Milton is located off the southwest coast of Florida, and within the outer bands of Milton we have the potential of tornadoes. And through this morning we didn't have much rainfall to cool off our ground, so these thunderstorms are kind of feeding off of the very warm ground right now and are producing these areas of rotation, and we have all the ingredients in place in the form of shear, in the form of moisture, and all of that to produce this tornadic activity. So Martin County is continuing the tornado warning until 12:30. Let me get the radar back up just to show you what we're talking about. And if you're joining us on air right now, we've been covering multiple tornadoes through the morning, and this latest one is for inland Martin County. It does include the Port Mayaca area, parts of Bessemer and Indiantown, but Indiantown, the threat is to your west. So if any sort of tornadic activity or tornado is happening, it's to your west and to the it's kind of moving off. It's moving into Lake Okeechobee right now, but it's just to the west there of Canner Highway. And so we have heavy rainfall now spreading its way into northern Martin County along 441 too. But the actual area of rotation, Charlotte, is kind of just hugging the coast right now of Lake Okeechobee.
Yeah, so it'll be kind of interesting over the next few radar scans to see, what happens in terms of the evolution of this cell, whether the lake, kept up its energy, whether it transitioned into a waterspout potentially, or, even if it has just the rotation maintained as it pushes back onshore. Regardless, the tornado warning is in effect until 12:30, so we will stay on air through that time along 441. And we sound like a broken record. We've been repeating the same tornado warning thresholds, over and over again. However, especially with the threat for tropical tornadoes and the fact that this cell has had visually confirmed tornadoes in the past when it was pushing over, when it was in Broward and pushing up into Palm Beach County. So that's why, the National Hurricane Center is putting an extra close eye on this, also making sure, it's kind of just preemptive warning. They were watching the rotation, still has a pretty good hook signature on it as it pushes along 441. It's over Lake O. It's pushing into Martin County. So that warning, it is in effect until 12:30. Lots of rainfall associated with it as well. We've been talking a lot about if it's not actively rotating, which I hope no one is able to tell whether it's actively rotating because you're inside in your safe space. But if it is, or if it's not actually rotating, you're still getting heavy rainfall, you're still getting lots of lightning, you're still getting straight line winds. So, it's still not safe to be outside, whether it's a tornado warned cell or not.
Yeah, and that tornado warning for Palm Beach County has been allowed to cancel. So if you're, staying inside, to protect yourself from this tornado warning, that has been allowed to cancel. So parts of Pahokee, parts of Canal Point, Belle Glade, you're no longer under the threat. You're okay to come out of your safe place, but still remain vigilant for any additional thunderstorms that do develop through this morning. But this individual cell kind of hovering the coast right now of Lake Okeechobee. But I also want to mention, just looking bigger picture across the state, we've had multiple tornado warnings issued because of this system here that we've been tracking all week, and it's Milton off the southwest coast of Florida. And tropical systems, they move through. On the east side of every tropical system, you have the threat for tornadoes. And earlier, the National Weather Service office in Miami, they said we've had 4 visual confirmed tornadoes this morning along I-75, Service Plaza, I-75 mile marker 30. Clewiston and Lakeport. So most of these, and then one potential one that we were watching in the potential tornado very early this morning. This was before sunrise. But so 4 visual confirmed tornadoes and 1 potential tornado that we had some damage around. So, and this is all across South Florida. This isn't our viewing area. This is across South Florida. And we actually had images earlier this morning of that tornadic activity that was over I-75 and Broward County. And some of these tornadoes were very impressive because they weren't brain wrapped, so we were able to point a camera at them along the highway and actually visually see them, Charlotte.
Yeah, so with these, sometimes when we get these tornado warnings in the cells that we get pop up along our sea breeze in the afternoon, most of the time those are rain wrapped just because of the nature of the beast, the nature of where they pop up. We generally can't see them, but with these, because they're kind of intertwined within the outer bands, there is clearing to the south and sometimes to the north, so you can get that visual of it. I wouldn't recommend trying. It just happened that it fell within traffic camera range, so that's why we were able to take that picture of the tornado as it passed through I-75, that Alligator Alley area. And then when it's to these so with these other cells that we're seeing, we haven't had that visual confirmation, but
so we're getting reports that I'm seeing on Twitter of that tornado warning storm along the eastern edge of Lake Okeechobee, and I'm looking at the images right now. Maybe we can request these images on Twitter and see maybe if we can request them and maybe show you. But I'm looking at them on our chat stream, and yeah, there's some visual confirmation, some visual confirmation of a tornado along the eastern edge of Lake Okeechobee. So this is the eastern edge that we've been tracking over the past 40 minutes now.
And this is why we have these warnings in effect, because for these situations, exactly, there is a visual confirmation of tornadoes. So, we may sound like broken records to you, telling people to get in and out of their safe places, but with these visual confirmations, it's not worth the risk. You should head to your safe place if you get that notification on your phone. If you see that you are highlighted within one of the red areas that we are showing, we mention your city or a street that's nearby you. So let's bring that tornado warning for our area back up to remind people of, what area specifically will be impacted. We're still seeing that Hook Echo signature. Indiantown is included, but right now, if you saw that tornado warning, it's time for you're okay to head out of your safe place. It's heading up, kind of going to cross the Beeline Highway in Okeechobee County. I wouldn't be surprised if Melbourne extended this warning into the northern portion of Martin County, also potentially to include the southern corner of or Okeechobee County, excuse me. But overall, this is a cell that, for a radar indicator, has a pretty textbook image of a Hook signature. You also, we've seen the pretty textbook signature of velocity. So again, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially with these National Weather Service offices continuing these warnings. Lots of lightning as well. So, you shouldn't be outside anyway because of the lightning. But then also the heavy rain, the straight line winds associated with the cells if there's not active rotation. But every tornado warned cell should be treated like there is active rotation. This does last until 12:30. So we have about 4 more minutes on this particular warning. It is right now sitting over Lake Okeechobee, a little bit kind of clipping the western portion of Martin County along 441. Yes. 441, as you're heading into Okeechobee County, also is getting some really, really heavy downpours, and those will kind of continue as the storm cycles up towards the north, pushing about 30, 35 miles an hour pretty fast. So, the threat comes and goes pretty quickly as well. But, it's important to treat every warning the same, treating every warning like it is the real deal, because with this one and with all the other ones we've seen this morning, we've gotten visual confirmation. So this is a look at our velocity imagery. Again, it's showing our winds to and from the radar. We're kind of in a weird area with relation to the radar sites. There we go. Yeah, so we're kind of in between radar sites, which is, we're kind of on the purple edge, which is kind of when things start to get a little fuzzy, But we are seeing the red and green next to each other, which is probably what the radar operators are looking at.
And there we go.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
All right,
so
let's reset here and show you what we're looking at. We just got a new tornado warning issued, and this could extend for quite a bit of time, and I'll tell you what the bulletin says. Okay. The National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida, that is Central Florida. We can bring up Max 1 once again because I'm getting this loaded back in. And here we go. So here's a look right now. What we're looking at, again, this is a tornado warning that was issued by the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida. And this tornado warning does include Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. This is for inland spots along here. And at 12:24, a confirmed tornado was located over JNS Fish Camp, moving to the north at 25 miles per hour. And it is a radar indicated, I believe. Haven't seen any sort of so regardless, it is a public confirmed tornado. So we actually had those images that I mentioned earlier that showed an actual tornado that was observed right along the edge of Lake Okeechobee. And this tornado warning again includes 441 and the Beeline Highway. So certainly not the time to be out on the road right now, whether you're heading from Indiantown to Okeechobee or from Okeechobee to Indiantown. You're going to want to stay inside until this tornado warning passes and don't head out to try to venture out and even witness this. But again, 1 p.m. So So we'll be on the air for another 30 minutes tracking tornado warnings that have been issued across the state. And this individual tornado warning was because this individual cell is right over Lake Okeechobee. It's not over land right now. It's over Lake Okeechobee. But here's a look at the loop, and I want to show you of the actual cell itself. And we can put a time on, we can put a loop on this and kind of show you that it's moving to the north. And the National Weather Service Office says it's moving to the north about 25 miles per hour. So if it continues this northerly trajectory, it will eventually move onshore, where we can expect this area to see some impacts from whether it's we can turn off Charlotte's mic for just a quick second, where you can see that if we're tracking this tornado warning because it could move onshore and it could produce very strong wind gusts as it does right along 441. So if you live along 441 in parts of Martin County or Okeechobee County, you're going to want to head to your safe place. That's an interior room away from doors and windows, because there's a tornado over Lake Okeechobee that could push its way onshore and produce potentially some damage in that area. So I'll try to see if anyone is talking. So I haven't seen anything else issued from the National Weather Service Office, so we'll continue to watch this. But again, this individual cell has had a history of producing a tornado, and at this time we're continuing to monitor it for that increased potential. But I want to take a zoomed out look because this is still over the lake. So the Hurricane Category 4 storm Milton is located just off the shore of Southwest Florida. And if you're continuing to watch us for hurricane coverage right now, this storm is expected to make landfall later on today along the west coast of Florida, but it's going to take a sharp right turn because it's moving to the northeast right now, but it's going to take a right turn and head over central Florida. So our winds will begin to increase through the day today, and our worst conditions when it comes to wind speeds will actually be later on this evening as the storm moves over central Florida. This morning and through the lunchtime and into this afternoon, we're watching through the threat for isolated tornadoes and the potential for a few of these tornadoes to produce for these individual tornadoes and individual supercells that could produce a strong wind gust if it's not even producing an actual tornado. So this individual tornado that we've been monitoring here over the past couple of minutes or hours has been this individual cell moving its way over Lake Okeechobee, just hovering the coast of Lake Okeechobee, and is now moving onshore. So any sort of rotation within this individual cell is starting to move onshore right now. And let me get a velocity scan on this so we can see if there's any sort of images with it. And once again, my computer is a little slow right now. But here's an image look of the actual velocity scan, and we'll pull up the closest site. So we're kind of in this weird spot, like Charlotte said, where it is in between radar sites, so it's a little difficult to find. Oh, there we go. Okay. So here's the area that we're seeing the strongest wind potential right now. It is just to the southwest of the Beeline Highway and to the east of 441. So if anyone is in this area, maybe Zana, Marcy, you are under this tornado warning, and the cell is starting to push its way onshore. So you're going to want to head to your safe place, Charlotte.
Yeah, and it looks like it's tracking up towards the north, heading towards Martin Highway, along kind of heading up towards the north, crossing Beeline Highway. Anyone to the north of this should keep this in mind over the next 30 minutes, because the storm will continue to, do its cycles. It looked like, I was looking at the Melbourne chat, and it looked like one of the images that was sent was actually from the cell on the other side of Lake O, but the other one the picture that was sent from Indiantown, you could see the tornado, it was a pretty good wedge signature on the ground. You are able to see once the storm safely passes, if this is, still on the ground, you're able to go outside and see that. Again, I would not recommend it if you are in the area that has the warning if you are under the warning currently. But we have gotten visual confirmation that this cell has produced now not one, but two tornadoes that have touched down on the ground. So this is especially a warning that you need to heed. Take it seriously, get inside, get away from your windows, get away from your doors. Especially if you are kind of along 441 between Okeechobee County, Martin County, up into St. Lucie County as well. Zana, Beeline Highway, Marcy, just to the east of 441. Looks like we have very strong winds associated with this. Again, there are threats that come with cells that are not just the rotation, even though we are getting rotation signatures, and that should of course be taken seriously, but straight line winds are also very dangerous. Lots of lightning, that's also very dangerous. Heavy rain, wouldn't drive in it. Yeah. So, there's a bunch of things that you need to be taken seriously.
You're right, Charlotte. And if you are in this tornado warning that has been issued for Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County, this is for interior portions of Martin and St. Lucie County, and for the kind of southeast corner of Okeechobee County, so it does not include the city of Okeechobee. You are under this tornado warning. So if you did get an alert on your phone and you are in the area of 441 close to Lake Okeechobee along the Beeline Highway 2, you're going to want to head to your safe place, an interior room away from doors and windows, and you're going to want to stay there until we tell you the coast is clear. But for areas to our south, Port Mayaca, Bessemer, that threat was over once it moved over Lake Okeechobee. So you're okay to come out of your safe place if we didn't already tell you to, and where that threat has now moved to your north, where this individual cell has produced a couplet that indicates rotation. And again, with the wind direction inside of a tornado, Charlotte, it does show you kind of what direction the winds are going, what speeds we're looking at, even though this is kind of an elevated radar scan, so it's probably looking directly into the thunderstorm, not necessarily at the surface.
Yeah, and cells themselves rotate outside of the rotation of tornadoes. So it is it is confusing sometimes. You're looking at a higher elevation, you're seeing rotation that could just be the supercell going through these cycles, but then you're also getting that rotation. You have the potential for that rotation at the surface, especially because, funnel clouds, they start in the cloud. So you could just be seeing that cloud rotating. You could be seeing a wall cloud kind of descend, but then without the funnel actually touching to the ground, which would turn it into a tornado. And then when we look at reflectivity imagery, so our typical radar that we would show you, where those green colors indicate light rainfall, red colors indicate very heavy downpours. You look for kind of the hook signature on the radar. We're getting a little bit of that. It's a very weak hook signature, but still I would say that there is some semblance of a hook there. Also some lightning out to the east of the cell itself as it's pushing up towards the north. Again, this warning is in effect for Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. It's kind of where all of the three counties meet, but it is right now kind of over Lake Okeechobee, over 441, pushing up towards Beeline Highway. It's moving 35 miles an hour?
Yeah, about 25 miles per hour from National Weather Service. Let's take Charlotte full screen because I have to move to this other computer. This one froze, but here's that's the current radar image, Charlotte.
Yeah, this is the current radar right now. Again, you're looking at reflectivity. You're looking over Lake Okeechobee. This is the northern portion of Lake Okeechobee. It is tracking up towards the north, so if you are anywhere in the northwestern corner of Martin County, the southwestern corner, corner of St. Lucie County, or the southeastern corner of Okeechobee County. I know that's kind of a lot of cardinal directions, but if you fall anywhere within the areas where Martin County, St. Lucie County, and Okeechobee County kind of meet, it's time to head to your safe place, because over the next 25 minutes or so, this tornado warning will remain in effect. It'll depend on what the National Weather Service of Melbourne decides in terms of whether to keep the warning or to cancel it, issue another one. It's up to them, and we will stay on the air until they decide to expire it or until the threat is over. So again, anyone to the south of the area that is under the polygon. So if you are in Indiantown or due west of Indiantown, you are safe now. The threat is over. But if you are on Beeline Highway, specifically the area where it goes from Martin County into Okeechobee County, the threat is still very, very imminent. The area of the cell that is actually producing the tornadic activity, if there is any, would be straight to your south over 441 right now. It's heading quickly up towards the north. Lots of lightning. I would guess about 6 lightning strikes probably within the last 15 minutes or so. And so, if we watch, for a rapid increase or rapid decrease in those lightning strikes to tell us where the storm is in with respect to its cycle, We see the green meeting red couplet on the velocity imagery, the hook echo. That's what the radar operators at the National Weather Service in Melbourne are looking for to, indicate to them that there is an active threat for a tornado. We did have visual confirmation not once but twice with this particular cell. Specifically, it was sent from Indiantown. So, Indiantown, you are good. The threat is over. If you are on Canner Highway to the east of Beeline Highway, you are okay as well. Or if you are on Canner Highway to the east of Beeline, you are okay. Now, if you are in the southern portion of St. Lucie County, if you are along Okeechobee Road, now is the time to start thinking about where you are going to go. If you notice that you are just in the northern corner of this, or you are just outside of this polygon area, it's time to also think about where you're going to head indoors, because you're probably hearing the rumbles of thunder outside. So it's probably for the best that you take that precaution now. Oh, I want to look at the zoomed out radar with Milton.
And that's, you just said the zoomed out look of Milton, Charlotte. I want to mention, we get updates from the Storm Prediction Center, who are the ones that issue those tornado watches across South Florida. And they are highlighting in one of their discussions that tornadoes still remain possible south of Lake Okeechobee with these developing updrafts because temperatures have risen into the upper 80s and 90s. And so several of these updrafts that develop and deepen, they could have the potential of producing additional tornadoes, and it's only expected to intensify through the day as Milton continues to the east. And its wind field, it will generally expand, as you were talking about earlier with Lauren. Yeah, the wind field expands as the storm kind of weakens, it loses its momentum, and then it expands a bit. And so with that expansion, of course, these outer bands will move onshore, and within that, because we have the sun approaching in some of our eastern communities here locally, that heats up the ground, so that fuels instability in the atmosphere, and that's why we have the severe weather threat today, Charlotte.
What was the abbreviation you used before? Slime?
Slim.
Okay.
Yeah, shear, lift, instability, moisture.
Yes. Okay. So, we have a lot of these elements working to develop these supercells. And, I was saying earlier, it's not just the supercells or the cells specifically within the outer bands of the storms that we're, tracking as a threat for our area today. It's also the added thing of we're going to get those tropical storm force, potentially even Category 1 force winds in our area as the storm progresses inland. So here we're looking at radar. We're looking at our reflectivity imagery, which is where the radar sends the beams out. If it detects rain, it comes back, depending on how heavy the rainfall is. The warmer the colors, the heavier the rainfall is. Lightning also detected within this cell as well. It's right now in the northern portion of Martin County, kind of where 441 runs parallel to Beeline Highway, along that Martin County, St. Lucie County, Okeechobee County, where they all meet. And then it's heading up towards the north. Wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service in Melbourne potentially extended this warning up a little bit further into St. Lucie County as well. So if you're in St. Lucie County or Okeechobee County and you're starting to hear the rumbles of thunder, or maybe you're starting to get some light rainfall, now's the time, especially if you're in the eastern portions of Okeechobee County or the western portions of St. Lucie County, Okeechobee Road specifically, it's time to find a safe space, because they may not continue this warning, but regardless, there's lots of lightning, there's heavy rainfall, there's strong winds associated with this cell as it's tracking up towards the north. We have a few other cells right now that have entered Palm Beach County kind of from the south and west. So those have also the same potential. While they don't have, kind of the oomph that this one has just yet, they are interacting with some other factors that could cause them to develop a little bit more. That's the heat. That's the instability that comes with the heat over land. They're also interacting with the same shear that a lot of these other cells have interacted with. And they're a little bit further out, so we'll continue to see development of these storms throughout the day today, especially as the threat kind of progresses. 9 p.m. is going to be our mark. They'll reevaluate the Storm Prediction Center. We'll see if another watch is warranted. But for now, we have a one warning in effect for Palm Beach County. We have another warning that's kind of clipping the western portions of Okeechobee County. It's not in Okeechobee County, but it's just to the west. But then for ourselves down in South Palm Beach County, some of them are producing heavy rainfall, most of them to the west of I-95 and the Turnpike, but we will, it's going to be a pattern we see all day. Jen?
Yeah, and as you were talking about, this is what we're going to continue to see, and we're already starting to watch these individual cells work their way into Palm Beach County. And as they're moving into Palm Beach County, they're in a different location compared to what we were tracking earlier. So some of these ones are actually working their way across parts of south central Palm Beach County, and we actually have a few downpours developing right around the West Delray area, 441. Some of these will approach the Wellington, Acreage, and parts of Loxahatchee. So within these individual cells, remember we have the daytime heating. We've had some very light cloud cover that allows the ground to heat up. So we do have the threat still for tornadoes through this morning, we're in the afternoon now, through this afternoon for individual supercells that could produce tornadoes. So it's very important to have ways to receive weather alerts, whether it's on your phone, whether it's through you watching TV when we alert you, or whether it's through a weather radio or having any other way to get your alerts. If you do have a mobile app, maybe you're using a local television station mobile app, you're going to want to turn on your location and notifications, because if those two aren't on, you're not going to be alerted to any actual tornado threat in your area or tornado warning that gets issued. So here's that individual threat we're watching again. This is for the corner of Martin County in the northwestern portion of Martin County, just to the north of Beeline Highway. It's starting to move into St. Lucie County right now, and then we have the corner of it moving in through Okeechobee County too. So I'm going to pull up our velocity image of this just to show you where our strongest wind potential is. And our velocity scan, if you're joining us now and you haven't heard this explanation earlier, our velocity scan can kind of it gets us a glimpse of what's happening inside of a thunderstorm. It shows us what the wind speed or wind direction is inside of a thunderstorm. It can tell us where the area of rotation could be. So those green colors, they indicate areas of areas that are heading towards a radar site. As you can see here, I'm going to walk on camera just to show you if we can pull up chroma key so that we can see this. As it's moving into St. Lucie County, you can see, here's a look, again, that tornado warning till 1 p.m. You can kind of see the wind heading towards the radar site. The red indicates winds heading away from a radar site. When you get those two winds close together, when you get those two colors close together, that indicates that there's potential for some rotation. And then the brighter the colors get, that indicates that the wind is elevated. So we have strong wind gusts within this individual cell just to the northeast of the Beeline Highway. And within this individual cell, even though it's looking at kind of an elevation, within the thunderstorm itself, it's producing some stronger winds too. So very turbulent atmosphere. And so within this, we are watching the potential for rotation here as it moves through Martin County. So if you're in this tornado warning, I know this is a fairly rural location in our viewing area, you're going to want to stay inside in an interior room, and you're going to want to stay inside, away from doors and windows, in an interior room, and stay there until we tell you it's okay to come out of your safe place. We have frequent lightning developing associated with this, and I want to point out Port St. Lucie is located well to the east of this isolated cell, so you're not under this tornado warning. It is for inland St. Lucie County, and it does not include downtown Okeechobee or the city of Okeechobee. It's actually to your east. So we have that continued tornado warning at this time for this general area as a result of watching this individual cell work its way onshore from Lake Okeechobee. And as it works its way onshore, that threat for strong gusty winds and potentially an isolated tornado is possible. We did have some visual confirmation of this individual cell as it was over Lake Okeechobee. Unsure if it has lifted off the ground, but either way, there could be a funnel cloud developing too. And so within tropical tornadoes, they tend to form very quickly, and then they actually lift off the ground quickly in some cases too, so they can happen quite quick. And so sometimes National Weather Service office, they'll issue warnings in advance of any sort of cell and kind of give you a heads up. Hey, there's a cell that we're suspicious of. It could show signs of rotation and potentially produce a tornado. So we're going to give you a heads up, and so that you have advance notice that you need to head inside, away from doors and windows, and stay there. So Charlotte, do we have any update from the National Weather Service office?
Yes, the National Weather Service at 12:43, so about 3 minutes ago, they said they have a confirmed tornado is located between J&S Fish Camp. It's moving north at 25 miles an hour. It is a damaging tornado. It was confirmed by the public. So, you know, they're expecting the impact. The impact will be debris, especially those caught outside or in weaker shelters, mobile homes likely to be damaged or destroyed, and then damage can be expected to roofs or windows or vehicles. Tree damage is also likely. I put this out on Twitter earlier, and you know, part of the threat that we have, especially with our areas that have received lots of rainfall this week has been a very, very damp week. So, you know, when you have all of that rain really saturating the ground, it's much easier to uproot trees, especially weaker trees. You know, we're not talking about the really old oak trees, but we're talking, you know, weaker, small to medium-sized trees with the ground saturated with these strong winds. You know, it's possible for them to be uprooted very quickly. And you know that of course can cause damage. Also, other small flying debris. You know, there's lots of areas that I know, you know, are farm areas out in the inland Okeechobee County. So, you know, any farm equipment that's just lying loose around that could be lofted into the air. These are very strong wind gusts. You know, we have lots of lightning in this cell. I'm going to put a counter on that to see how many strikes of lightning we've gotten recently. About 26 strikes of lightning in the last about 15 minutes. We still have that tornado warning in effect. It'll go from 12:43. So that was the last time they sent it. It will go from 12:43 until 1 p.m. So at that point, it'll be kind of up to them whether they, you know, cancel the warning or they reissue it. If they reissued it, it would be they'd probably cut Martin County out of it, or maybe just include that northeastern, northwestern corner of it. And then, you know, when it pushes up throughout the rest of our area, you know, it'll likely, you know, remain a storm capable of producing tornadoes, but whether it has, you know, the rotation, whether it keeps that velocity signature, you know, it kind of depends on what the storm wants to do and kind of what energy it has available to it. So right now, this is a zoomed out image of the warning, again, going right now until 1 p.m. They haven't said anything else about it other than that they will let it continue until 1 p.m. Lots of strikes of lightning starting to impact areas to the north. I'll throw a track on this. They said it was moving at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. I'll do 35 just to, you know, cover our bases. So if we put a track on this and then we say it's moving at 35 miles an hour, yep. Will it let me do this? No.
And again, this tornado warning continues until 1 p.m., so we're going to stay on air with this. That has about 10 minutes left on it. Uncertain if they'll continue to put warning on this because it has had a history of producing a tornado. So the National Weather Service office in Melbourne might reissue it and potentially extend any sort of warning along. But that area of rotation we're monitoring, it's still, I don't know if this loop, can you bring up Melbourne radar maybe? Because yeah. I think it might have moved a little bit because it hasn't really moved much in the past couple of minutes. Yeah. But that individual area in the southwest portion of southeast portion, of Okeechobee County, frequent lightning produced around it. So if that general area, as we're watching, so this is perfect. I want to see this right here. So see this little area right here, the circle, that indicates where that potential rotation, and if there is a tornado being produced, it would be in this general area right here where we're starting to see lightning activity really increase at this time too. So when we bring up our velocity scan here, when we get the image from the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida, you can kind of see when the two colors get really close together and they get really, really bright, that shows that signal of rotation too. So it is just to the northeast right here, because you can see our polygon. I'm going to show you good images of that polygon. And if we pull up Max 2, we can get a good image of that too, just where that area of rotation will be. So the green color can indicate very gusty conditions. The brighter the colors they get, the gustier the conditions are. So it is approaching Okeechobee Road. You can kind of see where the two colors meet is that general area of rotation. And I have to say, these storms that develop these individual supercells, the kind of couple of droplets that we're getting off of these have been fairly impressive. So can we zoom out just a little bit? I want to see, there we go. So we got a new warning issued. This one continues until 1:30 p.m. And can you zoom out just a little bit? I want to make sure that the entire area is still okay, because we have had some individual cells develop in parts of Palm Beach County. So let's pull up the radar loop. So here's a look at all these thunderstorms already developing across central Palm Beach County. So if you're in Belle Glade and Pahokee, heads up, you're going to see very heavy rainfall here over the next couple of minutes. So this is the time, as we head into the afternoon, that we're watching these bands of thunderstorms roll on through. And these individual bands of thunderstorms have the potential of producing tornadic activity, but also torrential rainfall too. And so when these storms develop, we're going to continue to monitor this, because as it develops, we'll start to see more and more thunderstorms pop up, even close to the coast of Palm Beach County. But let's zoom in on this individual thunderstorm here. It has this tornado warning has been issued until 1 p.m. For the next one, excuse me, probably issued towards 1:30 p.m. And this individual one here issued for 1 p.m. for Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. Notice very heavy rainfall rates right here, with frequent lightning right over Okeechobee Road. So this tornado warning has been issued, and we'll continue to watch it. Notice that precipitation rate too. These individual thunderstorms are certainly very impressive when they're on radar, even with rainfall rates too. So let me read off right now what this tornado warning.
Yeah, I can do that,
Yeah,
Jen.
perfect. Sure, let's
All
do
right,
it.
so for the tornado warning, it includes western St. Lucie County, southeastern Okeechobee County, and northwestern Martin County. So like we expected, it still has that northwestern corner of Martin County clipped, but overall the threat is most likely going to exit that area first within the next 5-10 minutes. Again, this was a confirmed tornado on the ground, visually confirmed twice. Once it was in Broward County, and once when it got into Martin County by someone who saw it or could have been Palm Beach County, but someone that was able to see it from Indiantown. Again, moving north 30 miles an hour. It's moving towards it's near Treasure Island, near Four Seasons Estates. And it is going to last until 1:30. It has the capability of producing a damaging tornado and continuing to produce a damaging tornado. It will remain mostly over rural areas like western St. Lucie and southeastern Okeechobee. Country Hills Estates, it definitely could see some impacts over there.
Yeah, and let's take off the overall radar and get the sweeping radar on this and just show you exactly what we're talking about. This is the thunderstorm in question that produced that tornado, that triggered that tornado warning, because a confirmed tornado was observed earlier, and so we're continuing with that individual supercell thunderstorm here. And we can take off radar too to get a look at ground level, but you can see here's the downtown Okeechobee. Here's the Beeline Highway meeting up with downtown Okeechobee. There's 441 up and down. Here's State Road 98. So this is downtown Okeechobee. It's to your east. So it's to the east of downtown Okeechobee. You're not included under this tornado warning. And we have multiple roads. So this is a very rural area. If you are picking up our signal right now, you are seeing this individual cell. So if you're in this tornado warning, it's very important we tell you, you want to head to an interior room of your home. You want to stay there until it's safe to come out, and we tell you it's safe and okay to come out. And with these individual cells, they have been quite robust, I have to say. So it's very important that you take this seriously and you head to an interior room away from doors and windows. Think of those interior rooms as some interior bathroom that you may have, or even some interior closet space that you have too. And you're going to want to stay there until this warning expires. It does continue until about 1 p.m. And I want to let everyone know along the Okeechobee Lake region, the cell has moved to your north, so you're okay to come out of your safe place, but it's not the time to venture outside to maybe look if there's any sort of damage around, because we have more thunderstorms developing through this afternoon, and we have a fairly serious tornado threat for today. We've seen multiple warnings issued too, and we have even more showers and storms developing in Palm Beach County as well. You can kind of see all of them starting to form. They're moving very quickly across the area. And of course, whenever we have an individual cell that has signal of producing rotation, the National Weather Service Office will likely immediately issue in this situation tornado warnings just to be proactive on them so that they give people a heads up to head to an interior room and head to a protective area as well. So as you can see with this individual thunderstorm here, we can kind of click on, yep, there we go, onto the Melbourne side, because we're probably getting a better image because we're now moving out of the Palm Beach International radar site. But it is moving north across the eastern portion of Okeechobee County, right over Okeechobee Road, and heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. This is not the thunderstorm to go out and try to venture out to see anything or try to take video of. This is the time to be inside, staying safe and staying in your safe place until this warning moves out of the way. So it is moving north towards Okeechobee Road with any potential rotation, but it is north of the Beeline Highway. And we're actually getting a storm track on this to see what kind of area. So Ottawa Junction, that's actually the Yeehaw Junction. That's where we could see the system move in by about 1:30. And then Hilo is another place that we're watching just to the east there, 441, for the next major main city or town that our system can kind of detect. Sometimes we have little communities that aren't detected on our actual radar site, but if you are in eastern Okeechobee County or western St. Lucie County, you are under this tornado warning. So it is important to stay inside, away from doors and windows. And here's a look at Fort Pierce right here. Here's the Florida Turnpike heading up towards the Yeehaw Junction. Here's a look at Port St. Lucie. You're to the west, to the east of this supercell thunderstorm. So this is not a threat to you right now, but we have more storms firing up across Palm Beach County that will lift north. And we've had history of most of these individual cells producing some sort of rotation, and we've had 4 confirmed tornadoes through this morning across South Florida. And we've had 2 warnings that actually we had visual confirmation of, because we actually showed you on air what they look like as they move over I-75 in Alligator Alley, and that was all the way down south in Broward County. So we've been on the air with you for about 4 hours now, tracking basically this individual cell that moved in from Broward County and is now in Okeechobee County north of the lake. So that's how quick these individual cells are moving and how they're holding their structure together. We have the atmosphere, and we have the ingredients in the atmosphere to produce these individual cells. We've had sunshine along our coastline. We haven't had much rainfall ahead of Milton, so that hasn't cooled off our grounds. So we get the heating of the day. We get the shear involved with Milton, and then we also get the moisture associated with the tropical system off to our west. Again, Milton is still a Category 4 hurricane, I believe. We haven't really had an update on it because we've been tracking the severe weather threat that's right now, the serious severe weather threat.
Yeah.
But and look at all the tornado warnings right there in Southwest Florida that have been issued, some of them with considerable tags, because some of these areas that have shown signs of rotation have been very significant and very strong. You can actually pull up radar, click on the radar icon, and it'll show these individual cells. And you can actually see these individual cells and how they're developing. Look at Southwest Florida here. This is a cluster of showers and thunderstorms associated with the outer band. Milton's all the way over here, by the way. Here's a look at the outer bands right now, and we have 2 tornado warnings that have a considerable tag on it. That means that they're potentially destructive tornadoes that could be on the ground, whether they're visually confirmed or whether they're radar indicated. So here's a look at that tornado warning in Okeechobee and St. Lucie County. It's about 200 miles away from the center of Milton. So this is why we tell you, don't focus on the track of the storm. Don't focus on the individual track of a storm, because it can be hundreds of miles away from you and you could still experience impacts from it. So let's get a zoomed in look at that individual tornado warning. You can see multiple lightning strikes associated with it moving over Okeechobee Road here in inland St. Lucie and Okeechobee County. It is continuing to work its way to the north, and eventually will head towards the Florida Turnpike near the Yeehaw Junction. So certainly not the time to be out on the roads right now. Certainly the time to stay inside. And I want everyone thinking, even if you're in the metro area of the Treasure Coast or Palm Beach County, think of the place that you would go if you have to stay safe from a tornado. Think about the place you'll go. It's an interior room. It's away from doors and windows. And it's a place that you can feel safe. And in this type of situation, I mean, some of these individual cells have produced pretty impressive images of tornadoes that we've had on air. So if you can bring a helmet with you when you do, if and when you do head to your safe place, I would advise to do that, because some of these cells have been impressive and some of these cells have been long tracking too. And so this individual one in the eastern portion of Okeechobee and inland portions of St. Lucie County, anytime you have a tornado that develops, the wind associated with it can loft debris and can throw it into homes and through windows. That's why we tell you to head to an interior room. But in some cases, depending on how a storm develops and how strong it develops, it can lift a roof off of a house. So that's why we tell you sometimes that in certain situations, if we think that a tornado could be strong enough, to bring protection for yourself. So right now, though, the metro area of Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County is not under any immediate threat, but you are under a tornado watch. And we've had multiple warnings issued throughout the day today. So this cell that we're watching is heading towards the Yeehaw Junction at about 1:35. And again, we've been watching this tornado all the way down south, this individual supercell, all the way down south into Broward County. So if it does continue this northerly trek, it will be somewhere around the Fellsmere region by about 2 p.m. So we'll continue to monitor that. But we've been on the air with you for multiple hours just watching the multiple cells develop. And this one right here, if we take off the track, it's produced quite frequent lightning and potentially a hook echo too. And if any tornado was to develop, if we zoom in on that general area, it would be right here, because we have the updraft, the forward flank, updraft ahead of this individual cell. We have this area that would produce any sort of tornado. It would be right here. So believe it or not, if someone was looking for this direction in this region, you would actually see it, but this isn't the time to go out and try to see anything. But this is the general area of rotation right over Okeechobee Road. And so there's maybe some tiny neighborhoods in this general area, or maybe individual homes in this general area that could have homes. So if you are watching us and you're picking us up right now, and you're streaming us on your phone, this is the area that we're watching for that tornado threat right now. So this individual tornado warning has been issued and will continue until 1:30 for Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. And any sort of rotation would be in this general area if we pull up the velocity scan. But it is heading towards the Florida Turnpike, because this is moving north, and it's moving north about 30 miles per hour. And with that general motion, it will head towards the Florida Turnpike, likely within the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it looks like velocity is not working, Jen.
Oh, okay. Well, if we pull up here, I'm going to walk towards you. If we do pull up we can pull this up full screen, everyone. We can pull this up. Let's pull up the Max 1 full screen. And if we bring up the Melbourne site, you press here, and it would be in this general area, and that's not the one. Okay, so yeah, you're right. It is giving us some difficulty here.
Unclick Miami.
But yeah, so this is general area. We'll just continue to show this one right here. So it's that general area where the red kind of meets the green too, that we're watching for that area of rotation. So, we'll continue to monitor this system too as it works its way to the north. So let's get the latest image of that. We'll just use our reflectivity because it's the most trustworthy one right now.
Yes.
And the screen will load in. So let's pull up our Max 2 computer. There we go. And so you can actually see that individual cell right there. It is an observed tornado that we were watching move off the coast of the Lake Okeechobee and move onshore into Lake Okeechobee too. And you can actually see that individual cell as well. So here's that cell moving north right now. And so the box of that tornado warning has been kind of moved to the north. So we've been able to discontinue that warning across the coastal area of Lake Okeechobee in 441. But it's in this general area right here that we're watching for that rotation. And we've seen frequent lightning associated right along Okeechobee Road. And it is moving north towards the border of Indian River County.
Yeah, and
So-
it looks like, so they just took out the Martin County portion of it. So as the storm is continuing to, push quickly up towards the north, quickly soon here, I would assume they include Indian River in this as well. So that's what the cell looks like. It's kind of in between Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties right now, and it's heading up towards, it'll be just towards the east of Eagle Island. It's right over Okeechobee Road. Okeechobee Road, give it about 5 minutes, and then, your threat will be mostly over. There's lots of lightning in this cell as well. I'll put a little counter on this as well to give you an idea of how many lightning strikes. Oh, it looks like it doesn't want to do that. That's okay. But overall, the threat is there for those lightning strikes in the area. If you're starting to hear the rumbles of thunder, and if you're in St. Lucie County, or maybe you're in Indian River County, the southern parts of it, it's time to get inside, find your safe place, away from windows, away from doors. Heavy, heavy rainfall as well. So I'll put a little counter on this to see what the rainfall rate looks like there. About just over 2¼ inches of rain per hour up in that area. But again, it is moving fast, so we probably won't get to that point where we get that much rain. But want to zoom out and take a look at the area as a whole. We are a good bit away from the center of Milton. If you look off the coastline of the west coast of Florida, you can see the eye of Milton over there. So it's spinning quickly. It has made that kind of eastward jog and is going to push over, the west coast of Florida. But yeah, so right now we're tracking that tornado warning in effect until 1:30 at least for Okeechobee County and St. Lucie County.
Yeah, and you can see that area that we're watching here along the border there, St. Lucie and Okeechobee County. Now, I also want to, if you could zoom out at the bigger picture of the actual system itself, I want to let everyone know that we are under a tornado watch that'll continue through this evening. We have the potential for isolated tornadoes today. Is everyone going to see a tornado? No. This will be fairly isolated in nature, but the threat is there. So it's important to consider, what am I going to do if a tornado warning is issued? Well, I'm going to head into an interior room of my home and I'm going to stay there until any sort of warning it discontinues. And so you can see Milton there off the southwest coast of Florida. And let's get the latest on Milton right now very quick, and then we can go right back to that tornado warning. So Milton still maintaining that major hurricane strength right now, and it is going to approach landfall here by this evening. And so conditions are beginning to deteriorate across West Florida right now, and it has maximum winds there of 145 miles per hour. So still a Category 4 hurricane, still moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and will approach landfall here shortly, where it is anticipated to make an east turn and actually head over central Florida, where we will see maybe some impacts. We will see impacts from Milton move across the central portion of the state. But our wind speeds, our strong wind speeds, won't pick up until later on this evening. And our strongest wind speeds likely won't be felt until late tonight and into early tomorrow morning before Milton heads off into the Atlantic. Thank you, Charlotte, for showing the Milton stats and tracks right now, so we can come back to our tornado and let you know about our current situation that we're dealing with right now. We have severe weather ongoing across the area, and we have a tornado warning that's issued for in Okeechobee and St. Lucie County, and you can see that early sign of rotation there associated with these thunderstorms as this individual cell moves right over Okeechobee Road and heading to the north. And if it heads in this general direction, it will move towards the Florida Turnpike just to the east there of Eagle Island and 441 in Okeechobee County. Here's Fort Pierce behind me. Port St. Lucie's there. Here's the Florida Turnpike. So this is to the west of the metro area of St. Lucie County. So if maybe you saw the alert for St. Lucie County and you saw the county being named, same thing with Okeechobee, the threat is for the interior portion of St. Lucie County, and it's for the eastern portion of Okeechobee County, so these individual neighborhoods. And this is the place we're watching just north of Okeechobee Road, where that potential rotation would be. It would be in that interior little hook there that we call the hook echo on a radar scan. This hook echo right here, it would be in that general area of rotation. This was a confirmed tornado, so we had visual confirmation of it from spotters across the area. And that's why the National Weather Service office in Melbourne continues to keep an eye on it. And if it continues in this general motion, it will head towards towards the Florida Turnpike on the border there of Indian River and Okeechobee and St. Lucie County, and eventually move into Indian River County before moving into Central Florida as well. So this individual warning has been issued until 1:30. We will remain on air with this until the warning does expire or it moves out of our area. And hopefully no other alerts get issued for our local area. But this area is where we're watching frequent lightning associated with it, heavy rainfall too. And then this general region right here, just north of Okeechobee Road, is where we're watching that potential rotation, probably some individual neighborhoods or individual homes here. So if you did get the warning, and you are in this tornado warning, it's important to stay inside in an interior room away from doors and windows. And it's very impressive that our radar is actually picking up on this. Our radars are very powerful. They're able to even look into storms and look at the general direction and wind speeds. But even just looking at a radar scan of a storm, that the radar scan actually picks up on precipitation amounts. So it can kind of see where's the rain occurring. And when we look at where the rain is likely occurring, it's that general motion of where the rain kind of wraps itself around together is where we see that hook echo and where we're watching the threat for an actual tornado maybe on the ground. So you look at all the active alerts just to even to the west of the Kissimmee River here in Highlands County. This is kind of just north of State Road, I believe 98 there. And you can kind of see, here's a look at Sebring, parts of Placid Lakes. There's Bassinger right here, so that these cells are off to your west here. But here's a look at, there's like 98 there as you're heading towards Sebring. So this is right along that general area, right over the Kissimmee River as you cross it. So we're still seeing active severe weather ongoing across the state of Florida. If we get a bigger picture of the storm, you can even see some of those individual ones here that are producing some more cells. So here's a look right now. Someone's on the road trying to get images. I believe this is Belle Glade, so one of our photographers is trying to go see if maybe there was any damage reported in the Belle Glade, Pahokee area. But you can see very heavy rainfall. That's that individual cell right here. Let's pause the radar and show. Our photographer is likely right here, hopefully remaining safe on the roadways, using caution, taking it slow, especially with the heavy rainfall threat. But you can kind of see these cells are developing in inland Palm Beach County, and these cells haven't had any sort of tornadic nature to them, but we're still continuing to monitor them. The tornado warning we're actively monitoring is in Okeechobee County and inland St. Lucie County, and that's where that active tornado warning will continue until 1:30. So we still have about 20 minutes left on this tornado warning, but would not be surprised, as we've said, with this individual supercell that has trekked all the way from Broward County. This individual supercell could likely continue into Indian River County, so would not be surprised once again if that tornado warning extends into Indian River County. These supercells have been very impressive, holding their structure together. And this one even went over Lake Okeechobee briefly and then moved into Okeechobee County. So frequent lightning, if any sort of tornadic activity happened, I mean, that signature right there will tell you it's generally in this area for any sort of tornadic activity just north of Okeechobee Road. So if you are under the warning, I can't give any neighborhoods or town or neighborhoods or any individual street names, but if you are in this general area, it's very important to stay inside until this warning expires, and expires at 1:30. But we still have more storms developing on behind it. We're starting to see conditions deteriorate across the state of Florida, and we have this tornado threat in our area. Now our winds associated directly with Milton won't arrive until later on this evening and into the overnight period, because that's when Milton will be just to the north of us. So here's a look at that wind gust forecast for our area. You can kind of see the wind gusts are picking up heading into the afternoon. Notice the direction too. So it's coming out of the south as Milton moves to our west. And then as we head into the evening, Milton's going to make that eventual turn, which will adjust our wind direction. So later on tonight, we're going to see a southwest wind develop behind the system. So rain will move in from the southwest to the northeast as the outer bands roll through. But for right now, this south wind is why we're seeing this tornado threat with storms developing from the south to the north. Thank you, Charlotte, for showing that and showing what I was talking about. But you can kind of see here, and that was our wind gust forecast. So those were gusts, not sustained winds. In the Juno Beach area. So this is the cell right here that we're watching, right over the border of Okeechobee and St. Lucie County. This cell is moving north of Okeechobee Road. It's just to the east here of 441, and it's approaching the Florida Turnpike, which borders Indian River County with the Tri-County area right there. So here's State Road 60, so that'll be next in line. And again, we're watching this individual cell that is potentially producing a tornado, and it has had confirmed a tornado report earlier from the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida. Charlie, have you had any sort of discussion on this from the National Weather Service office?
No, we did get a new mesoscale discussion, so that's the best I can offer you.
Here, zoom out the picture and kind of give us the discussion here.
Yeah, so I'll give you a bigger picture of what's going on, radar. I'll zoom it out so you can look at the bigger picture. So the mesoscale discussion is something that the Storm Prediction Center puts out just to kind of give us an idea of what they are looking at, and they're very smart, so, like to hear what they have to say. So what they're talking about right now is across Southwest Florida, and why Southwest Florida is important to us is because with the trajectory of the outer bands, Southwest Florida, whatever's going on over there, will eventually make their way north, kind of northeast-ish into Palm Beach County, or at least like the energy from it, if that makes any sense, will kind of push up into Palm Beach County. So they're looking at a very unstable level of CAPE, which is a reference to what kind of energy storms have available to tap into, and there's lots of it. In short, lots of it. And there's a pretty strong. They're talking about the temperatures right now. So right now there's a lot of warm temperatures, especially in areas kind of, outside of Southwest Florida. So think Palm Beach County, Broward, Miami-Dade. It's sunny. We have some clouds, but overall the sun is still able to shine through clouds. I'll show you what our satellite looks like right now, so you can see kind of an idea of where. There are areas that have no clouds right now. So, and even with the cloud cover, you're able to get really warm warm surfaces at the ground. So.
Yeah, let's go back on that cell there, because still seeing that indication of maybe a tornado being produced right now, and you can kind of see where that hook echo would be on radar. And this warning goes until 1:30 p.m. for Okeechobee County, the eastern portion of Okeechobee County, and also the western portion of St. Lucie County. You see heavy rainfall associated with it as it moves north towards the Florida Turnpike, but any sort of rotation would be in this general area. And that area of rotation would kind of be where that it shows as like a slight hook in the individual supercell. So it's very impressive on radar, which is why we're still on air monitoring this area. And so we have some neighborhoods in this general region right north of Okeechobee Road. To the east there, 441 in Okeechobee County. So very important, if you're still under this tornado warning, to take it seriously. It is to the northeast of downtown Okeechobee. So downtown Okeechobee, you're not under threat for this individual cell, but we still have more storms beginning to fire up. So certainly in the area, we still have the threat for a few isolated supercells that could produce tornadic activity. So think about, okay, if a tornado warning was issued, where in my home would I go? Well, I would head to an interior room. I'd probably stay there until the warning expires, or until I'm told that I can come out of my safe place. And when you head in there, take the warning seriously. Take every warning today seriously, because anytime we're on the right side of a tropical system, we have the threat for tropical tornadoes. So we pulled up the track on here, and here's a look at about 2 o'clock Fellsmere. So we'll move into the northern portion of Okeechobee County by about 2 p.m. So we still have about maybe 45 minutes to go until it ends up in northern Okeechobee County, and then eventually out of our viewing area. But you can see the cell right here is in eastern central Okeechobee County, and in inland St. Lucie County is where the warning is. So it's still moving north, it's still moving its way through, and the this cell we've been monitoring, we've been watching since it was in Broward County. We actually had these individual cells have been popping up left and right, and this one has kind of been on the long track, working its way through Palm Beach County, and then it entered Lake Okeechobee, and then moved into Okeechobee through Martin County, and then into Okeechobee. So it's kind of crossing all 5 of our counties here locally, and eventually it will end up into Indian River County. So very important to take it seriously. If you are to the east of the 441 area in Okeechobee County, you're going to want to stay inside, away from doors and windows, because if any rotation were to occur, it would be in this general area. But we still have torrential downpours that is now occurring across the Florida Turnpike. So maybe if we have any images, producers, of the Florida Turnpike area, just to kind of show how much rainfall there is, it would be in this general area along the straight west path of the border of Indian River and Okeechobee and St. Lucie County. Very heavy rainfall, and we're starting to see lightning strikes develop across it as well. And you can see this general area would be that area of rotation, Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, the cell's starting to get to a point where the National Weather Service and Melbourne is probably going to extend it into Indian River County, probably until 2 p.m. That's what I'm guessing, but you know, who knows? We have lost our velocity imagery, and it looks like everyone else has as well. So we are missing the couplet, but we're still getting a pretty good image of reflectivity, what's going on. One of the things that the National Weather Service in Miami has been highlighting in their kind of little chats is lightning jumps. So the rapid increases in lightning flashes. So if you're starting to hear what sounds like crazy lightning outside and you're in Indian River County, or you're in the northern portion of St. Lucie County and Okeechobee County, it's time to head inside. If you're still hearing the rumbles of thunder, it is not safe to be outside. So just keep that in mind. That's another kind of indicator to you if potentially you lose cell service, or you don't have your phone on you, you can't hear us on the TV in another room. If you're hearing the rumbles of thunder, it's good to stay indoors. We always say when thunder roars, go indoors. So in terms of the reflectivity, so the image that you're looking at right now, we normally show this as it relates to just what's going on in terms of rain across our area. So it is still raining very heavily. That heaviest part of the rain is right now in the northwestern portion of St. Lucie County, also the northeastern portion of Okeechobee County. Those are where, just to the north of where the actual rotation would be. I'm going to highlight, where approximately it would be on this map right now. If there were still a tornado on the ground, it would be approximately right about there. That's kind of the hook part of the hook echo. So, if you're in that area or just to the north of it, or even if you're in the southern portion of Indian River County, there's that kind of corner of the turnpike that goes into Indian River County for just a second. If you're to the north of that area, it's time to head inside, time to head to your safe place. It's raining very heavily as well. Strong winds can be expected with this cell as it pushes through the northern part of Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties and into the southern portions of St. Lucie County. Fellsmere, it looks like you are just going to be to the east of this, but you're still going to get plenty of rainfall. You're still going to hear those strikes of lightning outside. So, if you are in the tornado warned area, you got that notification, you see that you're within the red box on your screen right now, you're inside, you're away from doors, you're away from windows, you're hopefully, hiding in a place that's safe to you. You have, heavy, something protective above your head, whether that's a roof, a good table. I know a lot of people like to say a mattress. So if you don't have a sturdy roof, if you have a mattress and you go into the bathroom, that's a good thing to put over your head. And again, that's what we're looking at. They haven't given us a new warning yet for the Indian River County area. So hopefully this storm is falling apart.
Yeah, and I want to let you know, we're not trying to overhype these individual cells here. We've had visual confirmation through this morning of multiple tornadoes active. So when we're on air covering it, we're trying to keep people safe involved with this, and that includes this individual cell here in Okeechobee County, where it is moving over a fairly rural area, but there are communities here, there are neighborhoods here as well. So this individual cell that we've been watching since Broward County essentially, as it moved into Palm Beach County and then moved into Martin and then Okeechobee County, and now we're watching it approach Indian River County. This individual cell still has the potential of producing that isolated tornado risk, and we still have that tornado threat for today too. So very important through the day today, have ways to receive alerts, whether it's on the Storm Track Weather app. Make sure you have your location and make sure you have your notifications turned on so you're able to get those alerts. But this cell right here that we're watching in Okeechobee County is moving towards the Florida Turnpike and will move into Indian River County and move generally, I'm saying right now, to the west of Fellsmere, but Fellsmere Fellsmere, I want you on alert right now for this potential area as it moves into your county. We do have the threat for this individual tornado, where a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30. So we still have about 5 minutes left on this tornado warning, but I'm interested to see if the National Weather Service Office, and just as I say it, the National Weather Service Office has continued this has issued a new tornado warning for this individual supercell as it moves into Indian River County. And again, this one continues until 2 p.m. So we will still be on the air with you through about 2 o'clock with this individual cell. And we're now entering continuous coverage here on CBS 12 News anyways. So we are watching this individual cell as it moves into Indian River County. And 2 p.m. here, Indian River, Okeechobee, St. Lucie counties included in this tornado warning. And if any tornado were to happen, it would be right here. So Charlotte, can you give us an update on the bulletin that was issued from the National Weather Service office in Melbourne?
Of course. So right now, the National Weather Service in Melbourne issued a tornado warning, and that includes northwestern St. Lucie County, northeastern Okeechobee County, and southwestern Indian River County. This will last, like Jen said, until 2 p.m. They confirmed this tornado located near Fort Drum. It's moving north at 30 miles an hour. Emergency management has confirmed this tornado, so it is on the ground. If you are in a mobile home and you are in this tornado, if you're not actively experiencing rain, it's time to find a safe space, get something heavy over your head. Just stay safe, stay away from windows, stay away from doors. It should reach Fort Drum around 1:30 p.m., so about 4 minutes, and then Blue Cypress Lake, around 1:50. So I'll put a track on this really quickly to see, what exactly the towns that it's moving towards look like. And again, this does encapsulate the warning box that they issued. So let's see. Oh, it's not going to work here. That's okay. So regardless, if you find yourself within this polygon, this red area, if you find yourself
this area
in
right
the
here.
new one, yes, you should prepare to head inside. Not prepare, get inside, away from doors, away from windows, go to your safe space now. Jen mentioned the helmet. If you have a helmet, because this is a confirmed tornado, it's been confirmed several times now, and it is at this point a long track tornado. So, it's continuing to rotate, producing, rotation on the ground. Whether it's actually touching the ground right now, we're not entirely sure of, but they seem to have confirmation that, there was at some point a tornado from emergency management. Lots of lightning as well, so that makes the cell itself unsafe due to that. And then heavy rain, lots of lightning, and strong winds as well.
And with this individual cell here, as it moves into Indian River County, the threat still continues. Fellsmere, you're just out of that box, but it does include some communities in the southwest portion of the Fellsmere area. So just a heads up, here's State Road 60 in Indian River County. So it will move over State Road 60 as it continues its north movement. And this is where we are anticipating this storm to move into. So let's get a bigger picture. If any tornadic activity were to occur, it's in this general area in Okeechobee County. But here's a look at where we are. Vero Beach, you're located right here in Indian River County. Vero Beach is in Indian River County. Fort Pierce is in St. Lucie County, and Port St. Lucie is in St. Lucie County. This is to your west, but I want you to pay attention to these cells right here. They're starting to move in. So we're going to start to see heavy rainfall, periods of heavy rainfall, maybe some gusty conditions too within these isolated cells. This is the individual cell, though, that continues to be warmed because we had that confirmation earlier. And so they're going to continue warning this until it heads into Brevard County and then eventually, hopefully, off the coastline, because our coastline kind of takes a slight northwest movement there. But the warning for southern Okeechobee County, that has been allowed to, it's going to be allowed to expire here because the threat is now moving north. So if you're in southern Okeechobee County, the threat of this individual supercell is now over, but we still have more cells just to the south that still could produce an isolated tornado threat. So this is the time to stay inside through this afternoon because we have this severe weather threat, all associated with Milton, which is about 200 miles away from our local area. But you could see the general, how these outer bands of Milton, as they move on shore, they produce this tornado risk. And so our wind right now is moving in from the south because Milton's here. Remember, winds turn counterclockwise around an area of low pressure, around a hurricane. So with the wind direction moving to the north here, our wind direction is from the south. So when storms develop, they move from south to north in this general area when you're directly east of the center of circulation, because Milton is moving to the northeast as it approaches landfall along the west coast of Florida here near the Tampa Bay area, potentially south into the Suncoast region where Manatee County is. You're talking the Bradenton area, parts of Anna Maria Island, that general area, Sarasota County. That's eventually where landfall will likely be of the system. But even well away from the center of a storm, we still see impacts. That's what we tell you. We still see the threat for severe weather, and we're seeing multiple tornado warnings getting issued associated with the outer bands of Milton. And you can see in our general area, and we have a new tornado warning that was issued for Palm Beach County. I did not see that earlier. Here's this individual one here in Palm Beach County. Okay, so let's take off our radar loop. This is introduced until 1:45 for this individual storm. It was likely just issued here. Here's the Beeline Highway. Here's Palm Beach County now. So if we pull up a lower third, I want everyone to know Palm Beach County is under tornado warning. This will enter Martin County. We'll see if the National Weather Service office in Melbourne continues it. But if it does that northerly trajectory, it would head over the Beeline Highway and then towards Canner Highway in Martin County. So you can see here, Storm Track Radar, tornado warning has been issued for Palm Beach County, and that continues until 1:45. And here's the Jupiter Farms area right here. That's Indiantown Road. So this is inland Palm Beach County along the northern section of it. Here's Jupiter, so it's to your west. But here's the Beeline Highway. This is where that individual cell is, and that's where we're watching for potential activity. If we could try to pull up maybe just one scan of the Palm Beach radar site, because this cell we might be able to get a good look at here. And if any sort of tornadic activity would occur, it would be in this general area. Again, cells are moving their way to the north, so they move in this general region. And you can see multiple lightning strikes associated with it, so that can be a sign of maybe starting to see some intensification. So it's very good that the National Weather Service Office Miami kind of saw this individual cell, thought, hey, we've seen multiple alerts, multiple warnings issued through the day. We've seen multiple confirmed tornadoes too. And this is the region we're watching right here for that general area rotation. This is kind of an upper level scan. You could see the green meeting parts of the red and a few lightning strikes too. That indicates that rotation is here. So if you do live at the intersection or live generally in that area where this tornado warning is on the intersection of Indiantown Road and the Beeline Highway, this is where this individual thunderstorm is that could produce a tornado. I think it's radar indicated. So it is a radar indicated tornado. So there's no visual confirmation of it. And this is not the time to try to go outside to see any sort of confirmation.
So now that warning was extended into Martin County as well. So, you know, you kind of see the cell itself in the northern portion of Palm Beach County, just to the south of Beeline Highway. However, due to the fact that it is traveling north relatively quickly, Melbourne decided to preemptively issue their warning. Now that includes Martin and the southern portion of St. Lucie County, just outside of Port St. Lucie. It also is just to the west of Stewart. However, it does include some areas that, some very populated areas, just North River Shores. It includes portions of Martin Highway along the Turnpike and to the west of the Turnpike. So I'll put a track on this to talk about some other areas that could possibly be included in this as well. It's also moving very fast, moving at about 35 miles an hour. Port St. Lucie, if they continue this warning through the end, or through once it ends, about 211, Eldred 219. Besides that, the radar isn't picking up on any other, you know, majorly populated. And again, I think the population it requires it's pretty great. So if you notice you got the warning on your phone that you are within the tornado warning area, if you are in the central portion of Martin County, the northern portion of Palm Beach County, just to the south of Beeline Highway, or if you're in the southern portion of St. Lucie County, you are within this warned area. And then I want to go back quickly to this other area that we've been watching, dropping some heavy rain. Now this is the Miami site, so I'm going to switch it over to the Melbourne site really quickly.
Yeah, so we're watching this individual cell. Wow, pretty impressive.
That's Miami.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, here's all that lightning strikes. So here's the heavy rainfall threat too. So this is our northern Okeechobee. So the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida, told us that an emergency manager reported that just a few minutes ago they had visual confirmation of the tornado warning on the ground about 15 minutes ago near State Road 70. The tornado warning has been extended northward into Indian River County. So that's why they extended into Indian River County. And we're still starting to see the heavy rainfall threat and potentially area rotation, but starting to broaden out a little bit, but still it has had history of producing a tornado. So heavy rainfall, frequent lightning associated with this as it moves over the Florida Turnpike. This would be a cool image to see. Maybe if we get highway cameras of this just to show how heavy the rainfall is. State Road 60 right here, located to the north of it. Here's the junction of the State Road 60, the Florida Turnpike, and 441 here. So this is the Yeehaw Junction right here of that interchange. So starting to see some heavy rainfall, but that's just to the south and east there of that Yeehaw Junction. So as this moves north, you could see the Florida Turnpike right here. Heavy rainfall associated with it as it moves into portions of Indian River County. And if any sort of tornadic activity occurs, it would be generally in the southern section. That's historically where we've seen some of that. It would generally be in that southern section there as it moves its way into Indian River County. And again, that threat continues as well. So let's get a bigger picture of generally where this is, because I want to show Fellsmere and Sebastian. Fellsmere, you're right here. It's to your southwest. Here's Sebastian right here. It's also to your southwest. This is the coast with Vero Beach. So it is in inland Martin County, right along the junction, right along the Florida Turnpike, where the heavy rainfall and frequent lightning activity is ongoing. And anytime we see frequent lightning, that indicates intensification and inside of a supercell thunderstorm. So again, this individual thunderstorm is what we're watching for that potential rotation. And again, this is the cell that we've been monitoring as it entered Palm Beach County, moved into Lake Okeechobee, and then moved just off the coast of Martin County over Lake Okeechobee and then entered Okeechobee County. Here's another image right here of that other tornado warning that was issued for this cell that's now moving out of Palm Beach County over the Beeline Highway and entering Martin County. A few lightning strikes associated with it too. You can kind of see that general area where the heaviest rainfall is occurring. This is Canner Highway. This is Beeline Highway. Here's Indiantown, so it's just to your east. So Indiantown, you are under the tornado warning. As we've said all morning, take every warning today seriously and take every warning in general seriously, because this individual cell was radar indicated for potential rotation, and as it moves into Martin County, the National Weather Service office in Melbourne gave you a heads up. So it's important to go into your interior room, your safe place. That's an interior room, in a closet, or whether it's in a bathroom, and kind of stay there until this warning expires. Some of these cells have been pretty robust as they develop. So this is the time to get into your safe place if you live anywhere along Canner Highway and along the Beeline Highway in parts of Palm Beach County. Here's Indiantown Road. Here's Pratt Whitney Road as it heads north into Martin County. So it's generally to the west of that. Here's that individual cell we're watching with torrential downpour ongoing. So again, this does include the city of Okeechobee, and in the Martin County area, this warning continues until 2:15. So we'll continue to remain on air with this tornado warning and any other warning that does get active at this time. So here's the Florida Turnpike in Martin County. It's to the west of the Florida Turnpike. Here's Stewart to the south, to the southwest. This cell is moving north. Our wind direction is from the south right now, so any storm that develops is going to get pushed north, and we have the environment to produce tornadoes today. We have a very unstable atmosphere this afternoon, and the instability is high, and we also have the wind shear associated with Milton that could potentially produce any sort of tornadic activity. So here's a look right now at that individual cell. You can see the green and then the red indicated there. So if there's any sort of rotation, it would be in that general area. But I'm noticing that it's to the rotation. So if this is from the Miami site, right, Charlotte?
Yep.
So the Miami site is down south. And
So
I'm seeing the gust. So this is wind heading towards the radar side. This is wind heading away. So this could either be a downdraft, so producing very gusty winds and with that general direction. Sometimes we want them to be kind of vertical on the, if I could show you with my hands, it's a little difficult on a chroma key, but we kind of want them vertical instead of having it in a horizontal position. But regardless, this was tornado warm, so it's very important to take this seriously, because even if a tornado warning isn't here and even if a funnel cloud isn't showing, it's still potentially producing very strong wind gust within this individual cell, and so that's what we're monitoring right here as it moves into Martin County. So this does include Palm Beach County, but the one in Martin County continues until 2:30. So if you're in Indiantown, you're going to want to stay in your safe place again until this warning expires at 2:30. We have more cells developing across the area. If we actually show the image of Palm Beach County right now, you can kind of see the vertical scan of that too. You can see how high some of these storms are going, 30,000 feet into the atmosphere. So very, you know, not quite as tall as some of our afternoon thunderstorms get during the summertime, but we have quite a bit of shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere, so that can help to kind of create any sort of instability and create any sort of tornado threat. So here's a look right now at that individual cell now moving a torrential downpour right now over parts of the Fuller Turnpike. As it enters Indian River County, State Road 60 is right here. You can see as it enters Indian River County, that rainfall threat will move along with it. Fairly rural area, but still important to take it seriously because the Yeehaw Junction is right here. So this isn't the time to be out on the roads right now, and it isn't the time to kind of venture out to try to see anything if you live in Fellsmere, because it's to your southwest and you're kind of looking directly at rainfall. But still, you want to stay inside. You don't really want to venture out and try to see anything, because any sort of rotation would be generally in this direction.
Switch.
So I'm going to let Charlotte walk on the chroma key now, but here's that individual cell again. The tornado warning continues until 2 p.m. for Indian River County. And we do have that threat that will linger around heading through the afternoon. That threat continues into the afternoon as we have a tornado watch in our area.
Yeah, so you know, this tornado warning does expire at 2 p.m. However, our tornado watch does not expire until 9 p.m. And they actually extended the tornado watch. Again, this isn't really important for us because we're all under the tornado watch anyway, but they did extend the tornado watch actually to the north. So right now we have 2 active tornado warnings across the area. We have one up in Indian River County that includes the northeastern corner of Okeechobee County and also the northwestern corner of St. Lucie County. And then we also have plenty of other tornado warnings over to our west, but we're going to focus on the 2 that we have right now. We have another one that's in northern Palm Beach County that was now extended into Martin County and the southern corner of St. Lucie County. So we will be continually covering these for y'all, especially because the one in Indian River County had a history of producing tornadoes. It also had a visual confirmation along State Road 70 of a tornado from an emergency manager. So that's something worthy of noting, is they are trained spotters. So something to keep in mind is there was visual confirmation of the tornado in Indian River County, while the one in Palm Beach County should still be taken seriously. It was a radar indicated tornado, and we're not getting as strong of velocity signals on the one in Palm Beach County, mostly because it's moving into Martin County. It doesn't look like the Melbourne radar wants to scan for velocity right now, but you know, we're getting a good signal, at least with the Melbourne one, of that hook echo, which is what we look for on reflectivity, what specifically the radar operators look for when they are trying to issue tornado warnings. What we're looking at, textbook pretty much, was what we were seeing with some of the rotation, especially along with the reflectivity imagery. So the reflectivity is just the one that plots rainfall. And then with the one in Palm Beach County that's pushing into Martin County, a little bit weaker of a signal, but still, you know, a lot of these storms do have the potential to rotate, mostly because of the direction in which they are moving, but also due to the nature of us being under a tornado watch. There's a lot of instability. There's a lot of things working against us in terms of having good weather today. You know, Milton just, you know, wanted to give us a really wet day and also, you know, give us many tornado warnings.
So the plan is to let the north central Palm Beach County warning expire shortly. So the one that's moving into in Martin County, but the threat still continues from Martin County there.
What's that?
And we got a camera up. If someone could let me know where this is. This looks like a highway camera. Ah, perfect.
Okay,
So this is the turnpike near Yeehaw Junction. So here's a look at that general area. You can kind of see the dark clouds associated with it on that camera feed. And this is the tornado warning that continues for Indian River County, Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is in effect until 2 p.m. It is showing that hook signature, which again, textbook in terms of reflectivity of what tornadoes look like. So, you know, we might not be able to actually see the tornado, especially if the camera operators at 511 aren't as, you know, excited about the tornado as the ones that were along the turnpike. But we are seeing the really, really dark clouds. So if you see a cloud like this, it is time to go inside, especially if you are in the southern portion of Indian River County. You're along 60. You are along State Road 512. You are in Fellsmere. Even though Fellsmere is not included in this warning, I wouldn't be surprised if they put them in the next warning, or maybe they were just outside of the next warning. But overall, if you're starting to hear some thunder and you're in northern Okeechobee or southern Indian River County, it's time to go inside. Even if you're in the northern portion of Indian River County, you're starting to get some of that lighter rainfall. It's time to go inside. You know, this is a cell that has produced tornadoes. I know we sound like broken records saying this, but this has produced tornadoes so far today. So it's important to heed these tornado warnings, to go inside, treat every tornado warning like there is an active tornado on the ground, especially because, you know, they do jog slightly to the left and to the right, just like to the east and to the west, rather, just like when we talk about hurricanes in their tracks, they're jogging. So,
okay,
you know,
Charlotte, we have a new warning issued for okay, so this does include the city of Okeechobee. So if you are in the city of Okeechobee, we have a new tornado warning issued. Charlotte, let me read off the tornado warning bulletin. At 1:44 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Taylor Creek or near Treasure Island, moving north at 35 miles per hour. Again, this is a radar indicated rotation, so there is no visual observation on this individual severe thunderstorm, but it does. We've had the history of storms producing rotation, and I'm going to try to see if maybe we can get a velocity image of this to kind of show you what the eventual image could be. And this individual cell again has the history of producing these cells, through the day have had the history of producing a tornado threat. And when we get a general rotation, I can try to show you where that general rotation could be. And again, in Okeechobee County, you're under a tornado warning. This does continue until
2 p.m.
2:30. Is that what I said?
Oh, I said it says 2.
2:30. 2:30.
Oh.
That's for the one in Indian River County.
Oh.
So this one extends until 2:30. So this is one that a severe thunderstorm over Taylor Creek right now is producing the potential of a rotation. And so this does include the city of Okeechobee. So this is a fairly populated area. If you're under this tornado warning, you need to take it seriously. You need to head to an interior room of your home. This is away from doors and windows. Think an interior bathroom or in an interior closet. And you're going to want to stay there until this warning expires or until you're told it's okay to come out of your safe place. So again, this is the general area we're watching. If any sort of rotation were to occur, it would likely be just along the coast of Okeechobee, and you can kind of see some of that individual cell itself. So this is a radar indicated rotation, so that general rotation, if anything were to occur, it would be just south of the lake region and kind of over downtown Okeechobee. So here's a look at 441 is generally over, 441 goes north to south in the city of Okeechobee, and then State Road 98 kind of meets up with the Beeline Highway there. So this is that area we're talking about in downtown Okeechobee along the Okeechobee coastline, and then this will extend further inland towards Cypress Quarters, and then eventually inland towards the 441 as it's kind of going to follow the track of 441 as it moves its way onshore. So we have some lightning strikes associated with it, and I'll kind of show you that reflectivity of it too. You can kind of see that general area is what we're watching for that potential rotation. So let me see if I can pull up a radar site to kind of see if we can get any sort of indication. So Okay, so here's
cool.
a live picture right now from the city of Okeechobee. So if our photographer here, make sure they're staying safe. But this is the city of Okeechobee right now. You can see wet roads right currently, but nothing that I'm visually observing on camera. And you can see that semi-truck's kind of heading in that direction. So Again, Okeechobee County is under a tornado warning. It's important to take this tornado warning seriously. And Charlotte, I'll let you take over right now.
Yeah, so the tornado is traveling quickly. All of them are about 30, 35, some even quicker, 40 miles an hour as they're pushing up towards the north, all associated with the outer rain bands of Hurricane Milton. So right now, Milton is a Category 4 hurricane, I think, still. Maybe we've gotten the 2 p.m. update. But anyway, so heavy rainfall associated with this, lightning strikes. It is tracking up towards the north. Again, many of these cells have histories of producing tornadoes on the ground, visually confirmed multiple times. We had some actually cross Alligator Alley. This warning includes Indian River, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. It lasts until 2:30 p.m. This one in Okeechobee County. The one in Indian River County lasts until 2 p.m. It does kind of clip other corners of the counties as well. So if your phone went off saying that you are in a tornado warning, it's time to head to your safe space, time to head indoors, especially with these some of these tornado warnings that have had histories of longer track tornadoes. They have the potential to interact with lots of heat, potentially strengthen. We see about 4 or 5 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Heavy downpours. 28th Street in downtown Okeechobee, Taylor Creek, Sherman, you're all within this tornado warning. We are seeing a little bit of a signal of some rotation right now on our velocity imagery, heading up towards the north quickly, 30 to 35 miles an hour. So again, find your safe space. And if you have anything heavy like a mattress and you're able to hide away from windows and doors, put that over your head. And that's another safe thing that you can do here. Along 441, this is kind of going to track over and then head up north on 441. It'll eventually cross Highway 98, Okeechobee Road. So if you are within this tornado warning, please take it seriously. Head inside, away from those doors and windows. Be sure that you are remaining in the safe place until we tell you it's clear, until this warning expires. Can we take a look at some of the other warnings? The one in Martin County.
Let's zoom out and kind of show you the overview. We have multiple warnings in place for our local area, all in the Treasure Coast right now in Okeechobee County, inland Treasure Coast, I should say, not along the immediate coastline. But we have one warning that's just a new warning that was issued by the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, Florida. It kind of includes basically all of Martin County except for the coastal region. This one is just for inland Martin County. I can kind of see the box now. It's a little difficult to see, but you can see these 2 individual cells right here, right along the coast of Okeechobee County and right along the coast of Martin County, over 441, have shown some signals of potential rotation. And I'm going to show you our radar loop just to see if maybe we can get a visual image of maybe if we could see any sort of hook echo. But you can see here, so we have a few areas that are showing some rotation. So I want to circle a few of them for you right now. So these are kind of right over the lake, but if they generally move in that same direction, they will move onshore as tornadic activity. So here's one area that we're watching. This is just to the west there, 441 in inland Martin County. This is to the west of Indiantown. So Indiantown, this is not the cell that we're watching for you. And then this general area right here along the northern shore of Okeechobee County is another area watching for potential rotation as well. And then of course we have that area along the coast of Okeechobee, but I'm not really seeing any strong signals there. Regardless, it's important to take every warning seriously. If you are under a tornado warning, take this one seriously. So these 2 storms right here, at 1:50 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near J&S Fish Camp, moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. And this was in western Martin County and southeastern Okeechobee County. Any areas that this would be near the J&S Fish Camp. And other locations that might be included would be in the Port Mayaca area as well, especially with this individual cell here in parts of western Martin County. So here's Port Mayaca. It's just to your west. So 441 there is right along the coastline here. And then Bessemer as well is to your west. So this is the general area of rotation right along the coast of Lake Okeechobee that could be producing a waterspout that could move onshore as tornadic activity. So we have multiple tornado warnings in effect right now. I'll show you the bigger picture on our radar loop here. Multiple tornado warnings issued for our local area, all associated with the outer bands of Hurricane Milton in the Gulf of Mexico. And this is a very I mean, we knew we had the risk for tornadoes today, and we've told you through the morning that we've had the risk for tornadoes, and we're seeing it play out at this time in the way of multiple warnings. I'll even show you our tornado watch graphic here, which can kind of show you just all the active warnings right now across South Florida, and you can see it there right around the Okeechobee region, with more just in the southwest across Monroe and Hendry County. How many warnings are being issued right now? I mean, I can't even count them currently because there's just so many. But you can see the actual, the threat is there. We're watching these individual cells, and we have the atmosphere to produce tropical tornadoes. We were under enhanced risk for severe weather today, and we are under a tornado watch that continues into the evening. So this is a situation that we're watching, especially this cell in Indian River County starting to show some frequent lightning, maybe showing another hook echo develop. This is to the southwest of the Fellsmere area in inland Indian River County. And Charlotte, I'm watching these cells move through the region, and it is quite impressive just to see just how defined some of these radar signatures are. I mean, just how defined and how impressive they are looking.
Yeah, this is, they show you when you're in your meteorology classes what a tornado looks like on radar, and this is what they look like. We're seeing the couplets in the velocity scans. I know we haven't seen some recently, especially up along the Treasure Coast, but those ones earlier that were from Broward that moved into Palm Beach, they were textbook tornadoes. We had visual confirmation, so we were able to, kind of confirm what was going on our radar visually. We also have now seen several others that replicate exactly what the first ones look like, and although some of them have been visually confirmed at this point, we're seeing lots of these cells pop up, so it's going to become harder and harder for the emergency managers and trained spotters to kind of pick them up, because if you're looking inland Martin County, inland St. Lucie County, if you're not receiving rain from one cell, you're receiving rain from another. So it's not necessarily that they're rain wrapped, but it's just kind of there's a lot of rain around the tornadoes themselves.
And Charlotte, if we're looking at this cell here in central Martin County, you can see it's heading north towards Port St. Lucie. So Port St. Lucie, I want you on alert right now. You are not under, part of the southern portion of Port St. Lucie is under this tornado warning, but the general area of Port St. Lucie, and I will say eventually down the road, maybe an hour from now, Fort Pierce, this is the cell we're watching in your area. So right now, I want you thinking, where am I heading inside my home when a tornado warning is issued? I'm going to head into an interior room. I'm going to go away from doors and windows, and I'm going to stay there. The entire Treasure Coast should be on alert right now for these cells as they move from the south to the north. This is a situation where we're struggling to keep up with all the tornado warnings being issued right now. So this is an impressive situation ongoing, and you can just see how many cells are being tornado warned right now. And it's, we have another one that was just issued for northern Okeechobee and Indian River County. So this threat continues through the day today. We have the potential for severe weather. We've been talking about it all morning and through the start of the week, and this is starting to play out. We had a lot of sun this morning that heated up the ground, and when you have heating of the ground, that produces instability in the atmosphere. We have shear from Hurricane Milton located 200 miles away from us, and we have the moisture associated with a hurricane too. We have the environment that's favorable for tornadoes. So every tornado warning needs to be taken seriously today, and you need to think, where am I going to head when a tornado warning is issued for my area? And this threat will continue through the afternoon today, and we'll continue to keep coverage on here on CBS 12 because the tornado warnings are still ongoing at this time. So you can kind of see that general area. This cell here in Indian River County has just crossed our entire viewing area. It went from Broward County into Palm Beach County into Okeechobee, Lake Okeechobee, and then into Martin County, and then into Okeechobee and St. Lucie County. And I'm joined now by Chief Meteorologist Vitas Reed here. He's going to continue coverage with us because I've been here since 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah, you've been holding it down.
We've been on air covering these tornado warnings since 9 o'clock. So, this threat continues across the area, and we're going to kind of reset here, but the warnings are still ongoing. So I'm going to let you guys continue to use this computer, and I'm going to help drive things for you, Vitas.
Okay, and we really appreciate appreciate all the service from our morning team, and the meteorologist has been going at it this morning. We appreciate Lauren in here, Jennifer, and also Charlotte. They've been working hard tracking the storm. A lot of tornado warnings early on, as we've been seeing. And one of the main threats that we have with hurricanes, people think, oh, it's the center of circulation out there on the western edge of the state that has not even made landfall yet. But we are still seeing the outer bands, which are also a very, very key component to these storms, the circulation and rotation, creating tornado warnings. And we have already seen video confirmation of tornadoes that have touched down. In fact, earlier, one of the first ones touching down there in Broward County earlier this morning, several hours ago, crossing I-75. A lot of things on social media showing this, and those can cause damage, especially in a highly populated area. So let's talk about what's going on out there. We have currently what I'm concerned with as far as population areas. Okeechobee, you do have a tornado warning, actually, that we're looking at currently in your area that's coming off Lake Okeechobee, moving into your area. And we have a lot of lightning and thunder, and we have a lot of rotation in these cells. So you can see here, we do have that current tornado warning for your area until 2 p.m. This is for Indian River, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie counties, because they're all kind of clumped together. Several tornado warnings back to back, several cells right next to each other. So we go and look a little closer. You can see Michael Ehrenberg has a mic on right now, and we'll get some information from him as well. But as he zooms in, and it looks like we are seeing Whispering Springs. This is up near 441 and also near Okeechobee Road. If you're in these areas, you should be taking shelter immediately, moving from exterior walls and windows of your area and move into an interior portion of your house, because this is going to be the safest place you can go, like a bathroom or a closet, away from exterior walls and windows. We've already had several confirmations with tornadoes on the ground. That doesn't mean it's just a funnel cloud, something spinning in the atmosphere that hasn't touched down. We're talking about something that's actually possibly that has touched down. So coming off of Lake Okeechobee as a waterspout, that we're seeing it as a tornado potentially moving north. You can see it will continue to track north on 441, and as it does so, we're going to continue to track this very closely. Let's see what's else out there. Zoom out a little bit there for me, Michael, and we'll kind of take a look at what's happening just to the southeast of us. Some other tornado warnings. We can kind of get a bigger picture here. You pretty much see that rotation here. Once again, on Doppler radar, when we see that green and that red, that indicates there is rotation, strong rotation in a thunderstorm cell. We're talking about Doppler radar showing raindrops going one way and raindrops going another, and in the middle, usually have that rotation. But we can see this tornado warning here for Martin County and over towards Indiantown, Okeechobee County, and this is going to be until 2:30, as we've seen this come up out of Palm Beach County. Michael and I actually were watching this over in the other studio. We're like, this is going to possibly become a tornado warning a little while ago. There's Michael there. He's kind of driving the computers, and it looks like what we see here, Michael. One of the main concerns is that many tornado warnings that we're seeing. Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, we've had several tornado warnings that meet us out there. Right now, it looks like we've got about 4.
Make sure your mic's on, hot.
About 4 or 5 tornado warnings that have been issued so far over the last 30 minutes or so, with more tornado warnings that were issued since 9:30 this morning.
Okay. I don't know. We'll just get your mic all hot here. We're just transitioning from our morning team to the evening team. So getting his mic opened here, and I did just do a quick mic check, make sure we got you.
All right, I think we're on there now. There we go.
Okay, let's go back to Michael real quick. Double screen. We can see that. What were you saying about that tornado? Go ahead.
Well, we've got about 4 or 5 tornado warnings right now, Vitas, across parts of Martin County and Okeechobee County. They expire anywhere from 2 to 2:15 to 2:30 right now. And, this is, I would call this a tornado outbreak. A lot of times when hurricanes make landfall, the outer bands, there's a lot of wind shear associated with them. And we've been seeing that twisting and turning of winds with height. The first tornado warnings occurred down across parts of Broward County and the southwest part of Palm Beach County around 9:30 this morning. And as these cells work their way from south to north, we're continuing to see more tornado warnings that are working through the area. We've got an enhanced risk. We don't normally have that for parts of the Treasure Coast, an enhanced risk and a tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening. So again, we continue to see a lot of tornado warning activity out there as we take a look at the radar there, Vitas.
Yes. And so once again, we are going to continue to track this activity moving through, and we're definitely have the risks there, the risk factor out there. And if you zoom out, give us a big, broad picture of the big area real quick. You can kind of see.
Look at all those tornado warnings.
Yeah, look at all the tornado warnings. And if you go even a little further, let's go a little further out where we can see the eye of Milton. Take a look at Milton, still sitting off coast, has not made landfall. rainfall. But when we talk about the dangers out there, and we're under a tropical storm warning here, it's really the outer bands of the tornado warnings that we could see do damage. In fact, my cousins are here from Cape Coral visiting me. I called them, said, come on over. They're at the house now, and they were getting all kind of tornado warnings. He's a pilot, so it's like he's getting those pinging on his phone, and he's like, oh my goodness, I'm getting all these warnings in my area, and we could see how it's affecting our area. So let's look back here where we're concerned. If you're over just west of I-95, and you can see that this area is just west of Stewart, and this is going to get up towards Port St. Lucie and Tradition. Now, there's a lot of folks that have new developments up there. This is coming your direction, so you should be taking steps immediately to go to an interior portion of your house, a sturdy room. That means a bathroom or a closet. You can grab a pillow, a bicycle helmet, whatever you can get to give yourself a little bit of protection if this is on the ground. And why there's some pretty good indication this is pretty much a strong storm. Now, we might be able to start tapping into some of the cameras along the toll road here. There's a lot of M-dot cameras or F-dot cameras, that is, that you can see. That's how we saw some of those tornadoes earlier, but nonetheless, to see if this is actually on the ground, and if it is so, if you could draw a track on it up towards St. Lucie County, let's see what time of arrival we might see it in your area. You only have maybe about 20 minutes or so to get some coverage. So we're talking about these areas possibly having maybe 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes to try to take some shelter. Port St. Lucie is a very well-established area. There's a lot of homes, a lot of developments, retirement centers, hospitals, all of that, all in these areas. So I know that folks are out and about in some areas. I saw people on the roads as I'm driving to work, as Michael probably saw that as well. And people are at restaurants. There's still some shops and stores open. And, you know, it's one of those things when we say tropical storm warning and we're getting closer to the time of those rain bands coming in, you should probably be in your homes, be in a secure area, a safe location where you don't, where you may not run into this, but you have a place to go. So he popped up this, thank you, Michael, looking at 2:49 p.m. Port St. Lucie, River Park at 2:59. So that puts us in within the next 40, 45 minutes as this, these storms can be moving pretty quickly as it has a pretty good peg. So what we see is the green here and the red here. That means with the radar, raindrops are going towards or away from the radar. So we're seeing it going away and coming towards, and usually right in the middle of that, you generally have what's called a couplet. What the couplet is actually where we're seeing the rotation combining, meeting, and causing that spin action, becoming a funnel cloud or a tornado. So this potentially could be a tornado west of Southwest 48th Avenue, and you can see Martin Highway and the Turnpike just off to the east by a few miles. So this is a dangerous situation that we are talking about. Michael used a good term talking about tornado outbreak. Let's get Michael back in here. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, Venus, I mean, that's what you call this. I mean, with several tornado warnings, I mean, we've got about 4 or 5 active on the ground right now. The tornado warnings, we've had several across Palm Beach County and the western part of Lake Okeechobee this morning. And yeah, you know, the Storm Prediction Center has put us under an enhanced risk for severe weather this afternoon, which is risks go from a scale from 1 to 5, and this is 3 in the middle, and that means the potential for numerous severe weather episodes, including tornadoes, okay? Yeah. And a lot of times tornadoes that occur with hurricanes are usually EF0s or EF1s, right. But we have a very real chance that we get an EF2 tornado today. You know, again, we've seen some of that video. I'm sure the Weather Service, VDS, is going to be going out and, you know, surveying the damage once these things are gone by. Okay. And we'll continue to monitor this. Well, let's see. Let's go back to that tornado warning. This is a confirmation one that when we go purple. Now, that's out west. This is out west. But whenever you get that purple, this is showing a confirmation saying, okay, over in this county, in Highlands County, Lake Placid, over towards Lake Placid, this area outside of our region, showing that there is a confirmed tornado warning visually. That means that has been spotted on the ground. And we've already seen that on our side of the state as well. So just highlighting that there. But nonetheless, if you are in Okeechobee, we'll get back to where we are. Near Okeechobee, the city, you have more population in that area. You may definitely take shelter. Go to an interior portion of your house. This is just north of downtown. We know that just up 441, those areas, there's a small airport up there, your airport. Also, in the main strip of downtown Okeechobee, you have all your shops and everything. You start getting into some of those ranches and some of the farmland up here, but nonetheless, this area right here is the area of concern heading out of Okeechobee, and you have to just
make sure you take shelter. So Dixie Ranch Acres, that's next in line as far as a possibility. So you're looking just northwest of downtown Okeechobee. If you're watching us or hearing us online, remember you can catch us on, if your signal's not coming through, say you don't have a cable, or say you're just getting off air digital with our signal, you can watch us on CBS 12. Our signal is there, cbs12.com, or download our app, CBS 12 app, and you can also watch us live as we're trying to give you the latest warning. So once again, another serious situation. Now, you're familiar with Port St. Lucie. You're familiar with out there towards Tradition. A lot of new development, a lot of new growth up in this area.
There really
is. It's been expanding immensely, and we have a lot of folks that live up there. And some folks have moved down here. Now we have to remember as we take a look at that camera. Okay, this is near Tradition. Okay, this is a live camera up near Tradition, and we can see this is an FDOT camera. Thank you for bringing it up from the control room. We see very dark clouds, heavy rain, and you see the cars trying to drive through that. They have to go at slower speeds because you get a little bit of ruts in the roadway where the tires go, and you get that water filling it up. You can run into hydroplaning, but if this is an actual tornado on the ground, this may be doing some damage, possibly if it goes through a populated area. And like I said, Michael, a lot of folks, we're just at the beginning of the snowbirds coming down.
Right. Yeah, you're right, Vitas.
Yeah. And our population has swollen in this area.
It really has. A lot of folks in line there. And Vitas, looks like the Weather Service has put in or layered in yet another tornado warning. This is in effect for southern St. Lucie County and north central Martin County. And this goes until 2:45.
Yeah.
There's so many of them, but as you can see, a little bit of a couplet has formed, according to the Weather Service, near the Palm City area. It's moving north at 30 miles per hour. Again, this is a radar indicator rotation. No confirmation yet. We would be looking for that from, either viewers or video. But anyway, there could be some flying debris, which is dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. There can be damage to roofs and vehicles, and tree damage is likely. Now, this storm is going to be near Port St. Lucie, Tradition around 2:10 p.m., River Park at 2:49, Indian River Estates at 3:03 this afternoon. Yet again, another tornado warning that's been issued for our area, and this one now goes until 2:45. So this is the latest tornado warning that's just been issued, again, according to the National Weather Service in the Melbourne vicinity. And again, we're looking at the couplet down there where you're seeing green against red or purple, indicating winds going in one direction with one color, winds going in another direction with another color. So you can kind of envision a little bit of a rotation in that area. Again, in northern parts of Martin County, moving north at a speed of 30 miles per hour. So heads up there, Port St. Lucie, River Park, Indian River Estates, and other areas in between. Potential for a tornado touching down on the ground between now and 2:45 this afternoon.
Yeah, Michael, this could be a very dangerous situation. Like you said, this is considered a tornado outbreak when you have multiple tornadoes at once. And we've been tracking these ever since early this morning. Our morning team was at it beginning early this morning, as early as around 9 a.m.?
9:30. So this is about, 4.5 hours of tornado
Yeah,
warnings.
and they were on with straight coverage as they were tracking those actual pictures showing tornadoes touching down south of us in parts of Brown County, also into Palm Beach County, over in Hendry, and also Glades County. But nonetheless, this is going to continue, and we have a long day ahead of us. And we were talking about this for the last couple of days as far as what is the extent of our threat here. And you noticed in your neighborhood, some folks put up some shutters,
Yeah,
which is
maybe
cool.
about
That's okay.
less than 10%.
Yeah, folks down in this area put up some shutters. If you feel better to do that, I say go ahead and do that. But where we actually have the tropical storm strengthening to hurricane strength up in Indian River, as well as Okeechobee County and St. Lucie County, you're under hurricane warnings. Well, with that, I always say just put up your shutters if you're under hurricane warning. And I'm never saying don't put it up in your neighborhood if you're down here in Palm Beach County or in Martin County with tropical storm warning, because the main threat for us, I was thinking, is going to be the tornadoes. Because if you get tornadoes touching down in some of those rain bands, that's where they're gusts. So we get these rain bands coming through. It'll be one after another, and they have our sustained winds will be anywhere from 29 to 39 miles per hour, gusting up to 45 to 50 at times in some of our areas. Now, our daily average thunderstorms in these rain bands, we get summer thunderstorms that crank out with a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 to 65. 70-mile-an-hour winds sometimes. So we can see this throughout a summer. But when we get these rain bands coming in, they're individual cells that have a lot of rotation. It's really spinning in there because of all the vorticity in the atmosphere because of Milton sitting several hundred miles to the west. So the potential and the threat for us will really be the tornado warnings that come up or those wind gusts. So we're going to continue to see this, and the landfall will happen until possibly midnight, after midnight tonight, and our winds really start to pick up after midnight as far as the tropical storm force winds.
And Vitas, we're going to have our director go over to Max 2 if we can for both me and also Vitas right now. We do have some safety tips to go on Max 2, so if we could switch that over and we can kind of show the radar with a little bit of different information right now. There again is what's going on Max 2. It's just a different weather computer, if you will. So just to kind of run over some of these tornado warnings now, again, we've got one in effect for Okeechobee County, including Cypress Quarters, Okeechobee, and Taylor Creek. Looks like that went over to an observed situation where it looks like there's been an observed tornado somewhere in Okeechobee County. Again, this is moving from south to north at a speed of 30 miles an hour. The latest tornado warning, though, is this one in Martin and St. Lucie County. As you'll notice there on radar, this is in effect until 2:45. It includes Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and the River Park vicinity. Further south, we've got another tornado warning, which encompasses northwestern parts of, it looks like, Martin County, Palm City, just to the north and west of Indiantown. We also have another warning a little further south along the Palm Beach, Martin County line, including Indiantown and the Port Mayaca area. Meanwhile, we're also watching other cells which are drifting up from south to north in Palm Beach County. So it's possible that some of these undergo a tornado warning rather soon. We'll definitely let you know regarding whether or not that occurs across the CBS 12 viewing area. So this is all coming under an enhanced risk for severe weather across the area today. Through this evening for both Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, there can be several tornadoes, and they'll have strong wind gusts, heavy downpours, and even some lightning, which of course we've been seeing on the radar out there. And the tornado watch, which means the potential for tornadoes. And again, we're seeing them confirmed numerous times now with the tornado warnings. This tornado watch goes into effect for all areas until 9 o'clock tonight. Now back to Vitas.
Real quick, let's just zoom down to Okeechobee County. There's a tag now for confirmation. We were talking about that tornado. We zoom into Okeechobee County, that particular cell there. We have a current tornado warning, and you can see that the threat is considerable. And we have Cypress Quarters as well as Okeechobee, the city, and Taylor Creek. As this is going to continue to move north, this warning is until 2:30. That means that there has been confirmation of an actual tornado spotted or on the ground. So that means folks in those areas, if we zoom down and we can see there's a couple areas of rotation. Earlier, it was this cell that we were kind of tracking as that was closer to the downtown area moving up to this direction. But remember, there's a lot of cells that are rotating. There's also that one that's just to the east. You can see here that also has rotation in it. So it could be one of the two that we're looking at. But right now, as far as what we were watching earlier was this cell here. So this is a live look. We can see up towards Okeechobee, and we're looking at the video here showing those dark clouds. And what we look for, sometimes in these thunderstorms, you'll see fast-moving clouds, and then you see these dangling clouds kind of moving along, and they're kind of just moving with the clouds. Those are considered scuds. We call those scuds. Those are just kind of dipping clouds. But when you see a rotating column of air, it's like dipping down, and you can see that rotating. That generally is a funnel cloud, and a funnel cloud, if it touches down, means it's a tornado warning. Now, can we see off in the distance? Are those clouds? I got to step a little closer to the screen here. I see those dark clouds off in the distance, and we are definitely getting some heavy downpours of rain, gusty winds, and if we have a confirmation, that means either someone has spotted it, a weather spotter, sheriff, fire department. Generally, they're trained in looking for these types of things of what they really are. So I'm feeling like we're looking at this right here as being possibly the tornado. You can kind of see there could be a couplet there. And when we say couplet, that means there is winds going towards and away from the radar. Doppler radar looks at all the raindrops in a storm, and it's that sensitive. It can see if raindrops are going away or from. And right there, if you got some going away or towards, then you got spinning action right in the middle of that. And generally that means there's a couplet. And then we can see if there's anything being picked up. You want to drop in a coalition coefficient? What that is that means we could see possibility of any debris picking up, like if it's picking up wood or trees or branches, we'll see if that comes up. So we are getting some indication here. When you see this brightness here in that blue color shade, this is a different enhancement in the radar. It's called coalition coefficient. And what that means is this is looking at if there's any debris, there could be a debris ball. So what we do have is a lot of dust, rocks, anything that tornado would be picking up. It actually is creating what we call a debris ball. So near Dixie Ranch Acres, which we said was under this warning, this would be just north of you. If you're in these areas or plan on driving anywhere, you're out on Southern Boulevard on 98, on Route 98 up in Okeechobee County, you do not want to be on this road. You want to make sure you take shelter, move from the exterior walls and windows of your house. Nobody has basements down here in Florida, so you have to go to an interior portion of your house and find that nice sturdy place to be. Grab a pillow, grab something you put over your head, your neck, that's what you want to protect, and then you want to make sure you take shelter. So we're watching this cell very closely, and Michael, as you continue to talk about what we're seeing here, this is a very dangerous situation. Now notice that with the updated warning, they also include right here with the new alert. Let's see what that is.
Yeah, let's see what that new alert is. Yeah, like you said, Vitas, that is actually a particularly dangerous situation that the National Weather Service talked about. And a new warning, it looks like a new warning or an extension of the old one now issued until 3 p.m. For a potential observed tornado. And again, this is also a particularly dangerous situation encompassing all of Okeechobee County, Okeechobee, Osceola, and also parts of western Indian River County. Weather Service saying a tornado warning remains in effect, particularly dangerous situation. You don't often see that whenever you have that purple outline. That means it looks like something has been observed on the ground and it's going to be moving north, and it's something that you really need to pay very close attention to. It's a life-threatening situation. Again, we're talking about the flying debris. We saw that with a correlation coefficient. We'll come back to that in a moment. Mobile homes can be destroyed in this situation. The tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of Okeechobee, southwestern Indian River, and Osceola County until, again, 3 o'clock this afternoon. You definitely want to be in your safe space at this point and not be outside with this, again, this particularly dangerous situation. The tornado warning in effect until 3 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles east of Basinger, moving north at 35 miles per hour. So again, confirmed. That means somebody most likely has spotted this particularly dangerous tornado across that part of the area.
Yeah, so we have a lot of activity here. So if we could, we still have several tornado warnings. Let's go back down where we're in more populated also area real quick. Back down to the one just south of the Tradition area, heading up towards St. Lucie, Port St. Lucie, these areas. So we still have this tornado warning for folks right here. And we're starting to get up along I-95. So this is coming into, now this is a new update coming in. You can see this is coming up just near I-95 where Port St. Lucie, the exit there, as you go into Port St. Lucie. This is until 2:45 p.m. for Martin County, St. Lucie County. That means Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and River Park. You are under a tornado warning. There is good rotation in this cell right along I-95. If the control room could find maybe a camera right up there near that exit, FDOT, I know they're on it. If they're able to find something there, we can kind of poke around and see if we have any images. If you guys get any, just throw it up for us. But nonetheless, it looks like what we're seeing here is the potential of some rotation up here, right up there where you get off at Port St. Lucie. And there's a lot of homes, there's a lot of businesses. Yeah, there's a lot of business homes. We're over near Tradition, a lot of new development. Like I was saying earlier, we're just in the very beginning of a lot of snowbirds coming down here and a lot of new development out there for folks who are just moving here in the last year or two, just kind of settling into the Floridian lifestyle. And this is part of the lifestyle you're going to have to start getting used to every season as far as hurricane season and then the threat of tornadoes. So this is one of the concerns we have in this area here. Okay, we're looking at I-95, and we can see that those dark clouds, a lot of rain out there as we're looking at some of the heavy downpours of rain in those areas. Once again, we're tracking a potential tornado warning, potential of a storm that could be producing a tornado And we're looking at, this is a little bit further north. This is in the northwest corner of Indian River. So we're looking at Indian River County, and this is in Brevard County. This is going until in Osceola County until 3 p.m. Radar indicated potential of rotation. Now, sometimes what you can see in those cells is that little hook. So you're seeing right here a little bit of a hook going on. So down in this cell right here, we have an inflow notch, and then there's an outflow, and you get that rotation. You can kind of see spinning there. Lots of lightning in this cell. We have a lot of lightning. Sometimes that indicates that storm is actually intensifying. And Michael, when you see that, we have another alert if you see whatever that tornado
I know
is.
they just keep coming fast and
They
furious.
keep coming. Let's
yeah.
zoom out. Let's get a kind of big picture here and see how many we got, and we'll zoom down to each one if we're looking in our areas.
Again, mostly along the Treasure Coast, you notice, not in Palm Beach County, but let's see, we're counting how many polygons. So we've got one there in St. Lucie County, northern Martin, another one in western parts of Martin County, that's 2. It looks like we have 2 overlapping in Okeechobee County, and also in Indian River County, we've got the 2 of them. And again, the latest one I think that was issued was in the northwest corner of Indian River County, and this is going until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Right.
Again, mostly in your Blue Cypress Lake. This one is radar indicated, and that's going to be moving out of our viewing area soon, it looks like, in Osceola County. But you'll notice there is certainly a lot of lightning associated with these. Typically, when you get tornadoes, one of the precursors is lightning. You can see 79 lightning strikes there in the last 10 minutes or so. We're also seeing areas further off towards the south, again, also continuing to produce tornadoes, but not quite as much lightning for the ones in Okeechobee County. And the other one, the one I think, though, Vitas, that we're most concerned with is the one that's heading up there towards the Port St. Lucie vicinity.
Yeah.
This one right here. And as we zoom in, you'll notice some of these boxes kind of come into view and away, so we need to zoom in tight to this box to see that this particular tornado warning is in effect until 2:45 for Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and also the River Park area. And again, this has a fair amount of rotation. And let's see if we can't
Right here.
put, we're going to put, I think, like you said, the correlation coefficient.
And this could have hail in it too.
It could have hail.
When you see that purple and that white, that means turbulence. And sometimes when you have that turbulence, and a lot of lightning out ahead of it near Walton, River Parks, Port St. Lucie. So you're going to switch over to a correlation coefficient.
Correlation coefficient there. So yeah, I mean, there's a possibility that this is some debris there when you see differing color. The more uniform the colors are, the more close to the red, the chances of debris are low. But when you see these differing colors, that means different shapes and sizes that the radar beam is, bouncing off of, and there could be some things flying, maybe like dirt. Perhaps it could be leaves. It could just be dust in the air. It could be more than that. But again, it's hard to say right now.
Yeah, so this would be a very dangerous situation, folks. So just inside I-95, we're seeing some decent rotation. Now, it shows a little different, shifts a little bit further. When you look at the correlation coefficient, that means things could be blowing out that direction as far as picking it up. But what we're seeing is the close banding here of possible rotation right near the I-95 Port St. Lucie exit. And then you have just to the west of that, you have your Tradition neighborhoods and all that. So folks who live over in these areas, definitely take shelter. You can have their TV on, listen to our voices. You don't have to go outside. We appreciate, don't get me wrong, we appreciate pictures. We appreciate video, but we'd rather have you safe versus you going outside saying, let me get a picture of this. This looks so cool. Oh my gosh, things could be blowing around. So just understand, we want you to be safe. We get it. We know it's cool. A lot of social media, people want to post, they get numbers and all that. We don't care about that. We want you to be safe. So we want you to make sure you follow your guidance of your, use the best intuition, go to the internal portion of your house and take care of you and your family. Because remember, this side of the state is not evacuating. We're staying put in our homes, and we have to use our homes as a fortress. And you think of your home as your fortress, what do you do with your family? You protect it. So you want to go to the interior portion of your house and move away, get your animals, your dogs, your cats, whatever. Make sure you are interior portion of your house, a bathroom, a closet, because that's what's important. That's what's the most important thing to us. So once again, in this area, you have to, well, this is an interesting model. This includes a basement, I know, but this is what we got. But it's one of those things where we don't have basements down here. Generally in the Midwest, when I worked in Indianapolis, this is what we had. You could go to a basement. Maryland, I worked in Baltimore, they had basements. But when you come down here in Florida, some parts of the country don't have basements. You're on a slab. So X that down here out. You have to go somewhere like a bathroom where you have under a stairway, or if you have a 2-story house, if you're only on a single floor, you go to an interior closet. You got a pantry. You got something, because if you are in your living room, you have big, broad windows looking at a pool or in a backyard, and that something hits that or glass and it breaks, and that's coming in at 70, 80 mile an hour winds pushing it or greater, you can get injured. So that's why we always talk about these areas being the locations you go. So the lowest floor of your house, if you're on a two-story house, you go to the main floor, and then you go to an interior portion of your house. So back to the tornado warnings. You can see a lot in the pretty much pot here, just brewing out there. And it looks like what we're seeing here is we got tornado warning still for western portions of Martin County. Just west of Indian Town. I think the threat level has diminished quite a bit there. But what we're looking at is St. Lucie County have a concern with that. But then also what we have in Okeechobee County, we're looking at that expiring in the city of Okeechobee. But north of you, up near Eagle Island, these areas, Bassinger, those areas have the threat potential there. Northwest corner of Indian River County crossing into up towards a little further Okeechobee, you see Osceola, then you got Brevard County. And there's a lot of lightning, thunder, rain, and you don't want to be out driving in this. Better to be home and stay sturdy. Michael?
Yeah, you're right. You just mentioned the lightning there, Vitas, and you can see the clusters of lightning on the radar associated with these tornadic supercells out there, mostly across Indian River County right now, just west of the Sebastian area, south of Blue Cypress Lake. Dozens and dozens of lightning strikes continue across parts of Indian River County right now. And then further to the south, within some of those other tornado warnings, we're looking at lightning across parts of Okeechobee County, a big cluster of lightning with this cell there in St. Lucie County near Port St. Lucie and up there towards Fort Pierce and out west towards the Cana vicinity. So yeah, a lot of lightning associated with this. And you know, we've been talking about the velocity display as to where we think the tornadoes are. And right now, this display that we see in St. Lucie County with this tornado warning, which expires at 2:45 this afternoon, it looks like we do see a fairly decent couplet here where you see red against green, and that implies a rotation on the radar. And this cell is moving to the north, it looks like, at a speed of about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So as this continues to head off towards the north, it will be impacting some of those towns across northern parts of St. Lucie County, heading off to the north towards Carlton and Fort Pierce, heading into Carlton at 2:30 and heading into Fort Pierce, it looks like, at 2:45 this afternoon. So other warnings, again, that we continue to track for you, other tornado warnings. We're taking a live look at, it looks like this is Midway Road, I think, in the Port St. Lucie vicinity, according to our producer. And you can see it is really pouring. This is one of the traffic cameras. The rain is coming down. It looks like there's a lot of water on the roadway right now. And you really want to go slowly if you do encounter some of this. You know, you don't want to drive out on this, certainly. But if you do encounter this, slow down. Just ease your foot off the gas pedal. Don't try to apply your brakes all that much because that could cause you to hydroplane. You notice the visibility is reduced at the present time. Midway Road, one of those areas that, again, is under that tornado warning. And again, this warning in effect until 2:45. It includes Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, the River Park area, and this tornado warning, again, continues to move north right now, working its way through Port St. Lucie, heading up towards Carlton, and also into the Fort Pierce vicinity. Also, we had a report, I'm looking at the National Weather Service chat over in Okeechobee County, of a confirmed tornado in Okeechobee at 2:11 this afternoon. Emergency managers confirmed the tornado on the ground, and that is near the Dixie Ranch Acres vicinity, which is way up in the northern sections of Okeechobee County. You can see a clear hook. Two clear hooks.
Two clear hooks.
Yeah,
that's why
one
that's broad.
there's just northeast of Bassinger, and another one in the Eagle Island vicinity. So yeah, this is, again, this tornado warning, Vitas, is a particularly dangerous situation where we're pretty much confirming that a tornado was spotted on the ground again by emergency managers, or perhaps someone called into the EOC and said, hey, we see a tornado. And so it's not just radar indicated, it is a confirmed tornado moving from south to north through Okeechobee County. I mean, if there's any ray of hope here, is that a lot of these tornadoes have been occurring mostly in low populated areas, rural areas. Now, not to say there aren't folks there, but you know, they're not as populated as areas like near Port St. Lucie, where this storm is that we see right now on the radar, where we see near Port St. Lucie and Carlton. So this one here in St. Lucie County may be causing some some damage as we speak. So
Right.
we hope not, but again, this is also, this one, it looks like is radar indicated in St. Lucie County.
Yeah, just north of downtown Port St. Lucie. You see near Carlton, all of that activity. And here's a live look. We're looking, this one here is Fort Pierce. And we can see that in Fort Pierce, there's a lot of lightning and thunder going on up there, but they're definitely going to. But one thing you notice, look at that road. How many people you see out on the road right now? That concerns me
not too
kinda.
many.
Where
That's
do you
good.
got to go?
Well, you know, I guess schools are closed.
but
some people are always going to want to drive around on this no
you
matter
don't
what.
want French fries at this moment. I'm craving this. It's like kind of one of those things. Look, stay home, do the smart thing. It's better to be, you know, you go out, get your things, and just be safe at home versus you might be caught in a car or something that just, you know, if we get some flooding or something like that. But, you know, it kind of concerns me. We do have a lot of folks on the roadway out there. As you can see, this is a live look. You can see all that lightning and thunder. And sometimes people say, oh, it's just a little rain. We're in Florida. We get thunderstorms and things like that. Yes, I agree. It can be, you know, a little bit stir crazy sitting at home all day, but better to be home. Just kind of let the storm ride out and just kind of monitor and know that you're in a safe location where you could just kind of take shelter if you have to. But that's me on my soapbox. But nonetheless, here's what we have to watch. We get tornado warnings here. If you choose to go out in your car and you need to leave your car because it becomes a missile, basically, a tornado can lift your car. We've seen video of them flipping cars very easily if there's one on the ground. You don't want to be caught in that. But that's a reality of what these things can do. And they pop up relatively quickly with these storms. So we see Carlton moving north, and we have the timelines looking at arrival at 2:33 in Carlton, 2:49 in, let's see, Sunland Gardens. So if you are in these areas, you want to probably definitely take shelter. Lots of lightning and thunder. You don't want to be out in these storms. We're looking at some pretty good rotation in this cell here, right near the Carlton area, and that's just off the highway from I-95. You got the big bend up there going up towards Orange Avenue in Fort Pierce, so you have that big curvature up there. And remember, there's going to be a lot of rain with this, so like Michael was saying, you got to be careful. We do not want you to hydroplane. A lot of rain. Look at all the lightning coming down in this
lightning.
thing.
Yeah, a lot of lightning there.
This thing is just charged up. I mean, the atmosphere, when you step outside earlier, we both were talking to each other, and we said, let's go take walks earlier in the morning just to kind of, you know, calm before the storm, and you could feel the atmosphere. It was hot.
Moist, tropical, yeah, we got that tropical moisture, and that's kind of adding, I think, Vitas, to the instability of the air.
Exactly.
Along with the wind shear and creating all these tornadoes. It's crazy,
Yeah, in the neighborhood, I said, oh, let's just go out and just grab some air. You know, I thought I was going to walk about an hour. I did about like 20 minutes to 30 minutes. I said, it's just too hot out here, and that's helping fuel these storms. So all that lightning that you see, we are getting a very strong southerly component, and you have a nice overlayer of air that's creating a little rotation from that strong low of Milton well off to the west, several hundred miles west. In fact, let's peg how far away from this point we are with our measuring tool to the center of circulation of Milton. If you zoom out.
We'll do that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and we could see, and that tells you the force and velocity.
I think I checked is about like 245 miles from West Palm Beach.
So if you
but there is the eye, you know, again, kind of rotating in. The bands, they've been pretty numerous so far today. From West Palm Beach, it's about 215 miles.
Okay.
From Vero Beach, 205, and from Boca, about 208 miles. So 200 miles away, and this is the damage is causing the warnings this afternoon.
Yeah, so you can see how far away you can be from the center of that eye and what you get in those rain bands. That's the real concern I have. Yes, our winds will pick up. Yes, we'll get tropical storm force winds to the north in Indian River County, St. Lucie County, and also in Okeechobee County. You're under hurricane warnings because you might be closer to where that center of circulation comes on shore, maybe up north of you. You may get those overnight into tomorrow morning, but we're sitting at, you know, 2:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday, 200 plus miles away, and we're getting cranking tornado warnings and on-the-ground tornadoes that can be at least, when you look at those videos we've seen, those are at least EF2 strength.
Yeah, and that's a good point there, Vitas. And it looks like the Weather Service, Chad, has got more confirmed tornado reports right now. Emergency managers reported a confirmed tornado actually flipped a truck on I-95 at mile marker 109. So if the producers and directors in the booth hear that, head on up, or if there's some kind of cameras you can find in Martin County, again, a tornado flipped the truck on 95 at mile marker 109. Perhaps we can call some of the sheriffs up there or send someone up there to get some video. This occurred at 2:02 this afternoon. That's one report. And then another report reporting a tornado on the ground near I-95 and Southwest Becker Road. This is in the Port St. Lucie area. That was moving north, and trees reported down in that area. So numerous confirmed tornadoes out there, Vitas.
Zoom back down to that one over near Carlton, and that's the one that we're talking about.
This is the one, right? This is one where we had the trees down and reported, and probably the same one that reported that caused the truck to flip on I-95 and came out of Martin County, and is now moving off to the north. Again, the one with a lot of lightning. So let's see if we can take a look at the velocity once again here to see exactly where this system is right now, where we see the best rotation. Very good signature there. Look at this.
Yeah.
You can see right where that green dot just east of Carlton.
Yeah.
It looks like if we can pinpoint it, perhaps near the Turnpike and I-95. We are seeing
right
the green dot and the red right there.
So right there. Now the image will look a little different from each representation you use with radar, just a tad bit, but it's right here where you see it between the toll road and Carlton. So if we did have a tornado that was moving up, kind of going up I-95, and you have these big box trucks, you get slammed with very strong winds, they'll just knock and tumble those trucks right off the road.
Yeah, the panel trucks, they're large, I would say, large, and the wind just hits it just right, it's going to blow the thing over.
100%. And so these are the concerns we have. And when I'm looking at all those people out in St. Lucie County, that's the concern we have with these tornadoes. And there will be more warnings that may be issued later tonight. We still have a long road to go. We have a lot more rain bands going in. So once again, tornado warning in effect for St. Lucie County, Martin County, for Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, these areas until about 2:45, as we have these potential of tornadic activity moving through your area, especially right here up near Carlton. If you live in these areas, there may be already some damage. They said there's trees down. There's some damage that we've already seen. A lot of lightning associated with this storm. No reason to be out in that. There's going to be, of course, these tornadoes at EF0, EF1, 2 can definitely indicate that. So we got another one behind my back.
We got another tornado warning going on right now. Let's see where this is. This is in effect for actually now Palm Beach County until 3:15. Okay. So let's go back down here. And we're kind of fearing this. Here you go. This is one of those big tropical rain bands that's been rotating up from Broward, and this is in effect until 3:15. Right now, this is a radar indicated tornado as it's moving off to the north. Let me call up the advisory here from the Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles northwest of Loxahatchee or 12 miles west of Wellington, moving north at 45 miles an hour, really booking along pretty fast. Locations impacted, Vitas, could include Lion Country Safari and the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. Again, mostly a rural area, but Lion Country Safari, we got a lot of animals in there that, obviously sensitive to this. So hopefully the folks out there are kind of keeping a look at this. You can see the hook echo.
Right there's a hook echo. So what we mean by hook echo, folks, is that means when you see a lot of these storms, they're going to have some type of rotation because this is the entire thunderstorm, and it's moving north at 45 miles per hour. Now, near the base of that storm, you're going to get an inflow. There's going to be air kind of being pulled into that storm, and it's going to take that air aloft, and then you're going to get a tornado, usually on the, we call rear flanking downdraft, so RFD. So we're looking at on the rear flanking downdraft, you're going to hit that rotation, and then you could possibly get a tornado. So it might be a funnel cloud now, but it could be making a touchdown shortly. Now, our crew in the control room, if you're able to look anywhere near 20 Mile Bend or Wellington looking on 441 that way, there may not be really a lot of camera action out there, but we might, it's so flat, sometimes you may get a camera sitting near Wellington that's looking that direction. You might pull up the skyline, but we could see in a moment. But I'm gonna let Michael talk about this for a second, and we'll see if we can pull up. I'm going to look at the camera.
Well, looks like we got another tornado warning for north central Palm Beach County. This, and again, in effect, until 3:15 this afternoon. So that's the one warning we have right there. Again, this includes Lion Country Safari. Fortunately, just to the west of Wellington, but this could move into Jupiter Farms, it looks like, and other areas further north up towards the Palm Beach and Martin County line. Again, we're going to look at the reflectivity because, again, the way we're looking at this particular cell, there's a very good signature of what we call a hook echo. Now, it looks like that hook echo is not as clearly defined, but some of the roadways include Southern Boulevard. You're going to get hit by this 20 Mile Bend, Lion Country Safari. We are looking at a modest amount of lightning, not all that much. But again, this is a tornado warning that's in effect until 3:15 15 this afternoon for, again, southern sections of Palm Beach County. So take cover there, Lion Country Safari, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. You want to avoid windows. You don't want to be outdoors in a mobile home, or if you're in a vehicle, you probably just want to stay in the vehicle, or if you can, move it to a shelter. Please do that. Move to the closest substantial shelter, and you want to protect yourself from flying debris. So that, again, is the latest tornado warning that is in effect for the viewing area. We're going to kind of click this off right here, take a look at what's going on. Other tornado warnings, again, in effect for the St. Lucie County area and Okeechobee County. The one they're most concerned with right now is this one that has all the lightning associated with it right now, moving through Carlton and Indian River Estates. We've had reports of a semi that was flipped over on mile marker 109 in Morton County, and also trees down, and a confirmed spotter of a tornado, someone that was kind of just driving along I-95. And again, a very clear signature on the radar of the red against the green, where the winds are going in opposing directions. And this, again, is, again, a particularly dangerous situation, I would say, again, because we have had the tornado that was reported on the ground by a spotter and also flipping a truck. So this is moving north at 30 miles an hour. Heads up Fort Pierce. This is coming your way at 249. Sunland Gardens at 253. Heading into St. Lucie Village at 257. And Queens Cove at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Associated with just a crazy amount of lightning here. As you'll notice, the lightning stretches, well east of where the rotation is, including Hutchinson Island. Fort Pierce, you're getting the lightning. The St. Lucie Inlet, a heck of a lot of lightning as well, with this particular cell as it heads off towards the north and the east. Also some torrential downpours as well. We got a live look, and where is this, everybody? This is Fort Pierce, it looks like. Port St. Lucie, I'm sorry. Again, near where this tornado... Fort Pierce, driving to Port St. Lucie. Looks like an intersection right there. We see the traffic lights green. People are moving along. It doesn't look too bad in this area. Again, we really discourage driving because of the fact that you're under a hurricane warning up there in St. Lucie County. The winds haven't been too bad right now, but under some of these tornado warnings, you can get much stronger winds than the forecasted winds, which are supposed to be forecasted to 20 to 30 miles an hour this afternoon. So we've got a storm tracker or a viewer that's driving along here. The streets are wet. You can see the wiper blades are going with a moderate amount of rain. Now, this is in an area which is in the northeast part of the tornado warned area. So if this person's driving southwest to Port St. Lucie, they're going to have to watch it because, again, that tornado warned cell, Vitas, is kind of encroaching upon that area near Carlton and heading to the north. Could be probably, moving into the western parts of Fort Pierce soon.
Right. So as we continue to track this very closely, you can see that we do have a lot of activity out there, all kinds of tornado warnings. We have our tracker that's out there on the roadways, and we keep getting updated tornado warnings that are in the region. And this one, once again, we're looking at a tornado warning for Martin and St. Lucie County, Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and River Park until about 2:45, as we've been continuing to track continuous lines of showers, lines of rain. These are the rain bands associated with the center of Milton, which is over 200 miles to the west, 210 miles to the west. And this thing still is cranking along, spinning up the atmosphere. And this was the main concern that I had, what we were talking about over the last couple of days as we were talking about the potential threat for our area. It'll be more so, not so much, we could get some flooding, some isolated downpours because the ground is saturated. You get some wind gusts, that might take some trees down, limbs down, but also it can create some power outages. So you zoomed in here, and where are we at?
So we're looking at the Melbourne radar right now. So this, again, this tornado warning in effect till 2:45. So as we look in, really zoom in on the street levels because we want to make sure we know exactly, or let our viewers know, just right along I-95, in 712. It looks like where we see the green and the red couplets.
Just off of Okeechobee Road.
Yeah, just off of Okeechobee Road.
And the turnpike.
Just south of Okeechobee Road, if we zoom out a little bit. So this looks like it's just to the north of Carlton and also to the south and west of Fort Pierce. Okay, and obviously outside of the Port St. Lucie vicinity right now. Again, what we're looking at is the velocity. We're seeing bright green against bright red, which is a very strong. We don't normally see signatures which are this strong on our radar, but this is air going away from the radar site. That's the red. The green is air rushing towards the radar site. So if they're very close together, that means there's a rotation. And again, we've had this report of a confirmed tornado, according to one of our emergency managers, We also had someone driving along I-95 along the St. Lucie County area of, a confirmed tornado on the ground. We also had a report of a truck which was flipped at mile marker 109 in Martin County as this cell has moved from south to north out of that area. So we're trying to effort pictures from our traffic cams to give you more information regarding this. Now, we do have other reports. We've had other videos of tornadoes earlier today, Vitas.
Yeah, and so this one really, the concern is, like you said, right there near I-95. It's kind of like if you remember, or you've been driving up here.
Scan.
You see where the toll road and I-95 cross? This is the latest swipe here. You can see the sweeping, taking it up near Okeechobee Road, I-95 right to the east of that.
Perhaps a weakening signature?
Yeah, Okeechobee Road. You can see right here. This is where we have that rotation. Definitely a funnel cloud. Possibly could have been a quick, brief touchdown, but still, like I said, there's possibility of a tornado in this area. So once again, we do have a tornado warning. We have another update. Here we go.
Here comes another
until 3:15. So it looks like they've extended that.
Yeah, let's see where this tornado warning is in effect for.
This is going to continue to update.
This is for the one it looks like up north in Indian River, Okeechobee, and Osceola County. So a little hard to see which one, the one that's flashing purple.
If you zoom out just a bit here, you see the extension, or this one they're just updating right here, flashing. So that's going up towards Vero Beach. So it looks like they're including it with Fort Pierce. We have a tornado warning for Fort Pierce. And if we kind of move the map down a little bit okay, so you see River Park, and we're going from about right here where Cana is, Fort Pierce, you're under this tornado warning. And you can see that image behind me, or just the other screen there, Michael. Look at all that heavy rainfall.
Yeah,
it is not a ton of people on the roads, but for the ones that are out there, boy, that rain's coming down. Hard to see, a lot of, challenging visibility. But the concern is if we do get a quick spin up that does a touchdown, these are populated areas. So we're talking about Fort Pierce, these areas up near Fort Pierce along the coastal region, A1A, I-95 stretching up in these regions. So this tornado warning has been extended further north.
Yeah, right. And this is St. Lucie County there, Vita. Let's go back to the pictures if we can. And, you never really want to drive out in this. We've seen pictures of people. We've seen this in like Palm Beach Gardens, a tornado a couple years ago. Remember, we had that thing completely flipping around. So you really do not want to be outside. I know perhaps these people probably drove and they weren't aware of it. But, you get that advisory on your smartphone. You get the alert, the tone. It's time to head inside. It's even if you're far from home. Try to go to a structure. Try to go inside a big box retailer or just any kind of building until the warning has passed by your area, because it's definitely dangerous, not just for the potential for a tornado hitting your vehicle, but also because of this, the visibility. I mean, look how much it's pouring out there. Everybody has their lights on. You could easily hydroplane if you're going fast. The very least thing you should do is obviously take your foot off the gas and slow down. Don't hit your gas or brake suddenly, because you could hydroplane in this situation.
Yeah, best to bet not to be out in this. But nonetheless, if you are in these areas, and I think maybe let's start off with the tornado warning down over Palm Beach County, western Palm Beach County, and we'll work our way north, and we'll hit each one here so we can kind of give everybody an update on what we're seeing here. So we got another alert here behind my back.
Yeah, that one now, that alert, Vitas, that's the latest one that came out.
Okay.
That's for northeast Okeechobee, western Indian River County, and they're calling this a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's go up to that.
Yeah, let's go. That's the one that we were tracking.
Located 7 miles northeast of Fort Drum, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So we're talking about the northern part of this area right here.
Osceola Junction.
Way up there. Again, a very rural area. This is kind of the ranchland of northern parts of Okeechobee County, but it's particularly dangerous. They say take cover now. There's a damaging tornado. Again, emergency managers have confirmed a tornado in this area. The Weather Service calling this a life-threatening situation with, again, the reminders of flying debris, and if you're outside, you want to move inside. Again, a rural area, but nevertheless.
A lot of ranches up in this area and rural area. I mean, cows and trees. But nonetheless, there's people there. There you can see it.
Very sharp signature.
Very sharp
signature. A signature you'd see in the Midwest.
Yeah, this could be like, when you see a signature like this is like EF2, maybe EF3. I mean, this is a pretty good sized tornado. Like when you see this on the ground, this is a pretty good size.
And some of these winds, I mean, let's just sample some of these winds. 67 miles an hour over there. The brighter the colors, the higher the winds, 40.
Yeah.
So that's a very large difference in wind, indicating perhaps a very fast rotation. Again, this in northern sections of Okeechobee County. Now, fortunately, this is going to be moving out of our viewing area into Osceola County soon.
Yeah, and it's real rural up here, which
yes,
is
it
open
is.
land. A lot of open land. We feel bad that folks have ranches in this
Yeah,
area.
I know.
but
Cows, I
and
mean,
everything, the
that's
horses.
a problem,
but
sure.
If they're
Horses.
hankering down at their ranch, make sure you take shelter. I mean, it doesn't make your threat any less. Your people up there in the ranch, you should take shelter. But nonetheless, this is the kind of scene when you see it look that bright, you definitely have strong rotation, a pretty good size tornado on the ground.
So we'll get. We clicked the little advisories to make sure we have them. So that's exactly that's the situation. So like you said, let's head on south here and see what other tornado warnings that we have in
Palm Beach
effect right now.
County.
Let's
Let's see if
the Palm Beach County one, yeah, that's one we had a little while ago. So this is the one that is now crossing, it looks like, over Southern Boulevard, near 20 Mile Bend, the Southern Boulevard area, fair amount of lightning. This, again, is radar indicated. This is not a confirmation here from emergency managers or spotters, but this tornado is heading off to the northeast, is radar rotation tornado. And again, this warning in effect until 3:15,
and this
which
is affecting
another
folks out in
25
kind of
minutes.
a lightly populated area, but it's still kind of just west of the acreage and Loxahatchee. So if you're in those areas, you know, right where 20 Mile Bend is, we're seeing rotation, not as strong of a signature as what we saw before, but nonetheless, this has rotation in it. Could be a funnel cloud, could be something that could touch down. So this is for Palm Beach County until 3:15, and that's the warning we have there. What's the one north again, up in St. Lucie? Martin, St. Lucie?
And here's yet another tornado warning, it looks like, now just issued for the northwest corner of Palm Beach County. For Clewiston and Lake Harbor, this is in effect until 3:15 this afternoon. For Vaughn, probably coming into Lake Harbor, Clewiston area, more rotating bands just coming in. It looks like we've also got one in effect for southwest parts of Palm Beach County. I mean, Vitas, this is where it all started this morning.
Wait,
this is like
this morning,
vu.
this is the areas that were really...
so round two for them.
This is round 2 or 3 because they already saw near Clewiston tornado warnings earlier this morning around 10, around 10 o'clock, 10:30, and that went through their area. Now we have a pretty good signature right here. If you're in the Clewiston area, now you know how Route 27 runs right along the base of Lake Okeechobee, along the big berm there, as far as that roadway taking you into Clewiston, you should be taking shelter immediately. You should be taking shelter immediately. So this was from earlier today, as far as when we saw the tornado that was actually the one that kind of went up that direction, crossed I-75. I believe that's the video we saw. So we're going to continue more coverage. And we're going to pitch it to Liz and Jim with some more information.
Yeah, we're just watching this video like you are out of Clewiston. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
And very impressive.
Hey, we were talking earlier. It's fortunately not a lot out there. And the one over, I don't believe this. There was one over in Alligator Alley, that area earlier today.
That different video. Those were from traffic cameras.
Yeah. So these are pretty defined. You kind of explained to us. You know, these are starting to spin up. How does the hurricane actually? Is the conditions just right for this type of situation where you've got a lot of these tornadoes just turning up?
Yeah, Jim, I guess it's an ideal situation. You know, typically when hurricanes are out in the Gulf a couple hundred miles away, you get a lot of twisting and turning of the winds in the atmosphere. Right now, the winds near the ground are out of the south-southeast, but the winds at 5,000 feet are out of the south, and then maybe at 10,000 feet they're out of the southwest. And that's what we call wind shear, where the winds are switching direction as you go up in the atmosphere. They're shifting speeds rapidly, and that can cause a rotation aloft, and then that can kind of manifest itself down on the ground. We're also getting some weak, what we call instability, where there's a little bit of sunshine out there. The ground is heating up. Not as much as it would in the summer, but it's heating up just enough for the air parcels to rise, and then also getting involved with that shear. It's called storm relative helicity, where we get this twisting and turning winds with height. So, you know, the perfect scenario for this, what I would call a tornado outbreak. I mean, I've been here for 25 years or more, and I've never seen this many tornadoes that have occurred, and certainly not this many tornado warnings.
And Michael, that's a good point. I mean, this is significant. You know, Vitas, we talk about the strength of these. You know, in Kansas and places in the Midwest, you see EF5s. These are not quite that powerful.
Yeah.
We had one in Palm Beach Gardens, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
That was significant. I can't remember.
EF2.
It was a small one, but it was enough to create some real
Yeah.
damage.
That was the one that flipped the cars on the highway.
Exactly.
That video.
So-
So like EF2, EF1, we had one down in Delray, if you remember, a quick touchdown and did some damage.
We are getting a lot of reports into the newsroom, though, of damage, like along I-95 near Becker Road is one. Damage at Newport Isles in Port St. Lucie, south of Gatlin, near Sam's Club. They're talking about trees down,
Oh, yeah.
roof damage, power outages. So, we're seeing some video of these tornadoes, and you guys are showing us on the radar, but we're getting confirmation from viewers that there is damage.
And that is the concern, because these storms, like Michael was saying, will have that potential for us to get that type of intensity. It's usually, generally, we would see with hurricanes, they will be like EF0, a quick EF1, like a weaker, on the weaker side of the scale. But with these type of storms that have that kind of strength and the type of lift that we're seeing and rotation in the upper atmosphere, your tornado potential the threat is higher, the threshold's higher. And that's why our concern more for our areas is more it's not storm surge for us. It's not going to be really down in our area. The tropical storm force winds may knock some branches, break some limbs, and take some power out here and there. It's the tornadoes that are really going to be the issue for our area as we're going through this storm. So we're going to continue to have to track this. We're going to have much more as we go through the afternoon. This is a very volatile situation for our area.
Michael, we talk about also, we're very cautious about calling it a tornado until we get confirmation. Talk about that process. Sometimes it actually takes somebody on the ground to see it or to go out there and see if there's damage.
Yeah, it's interesting you should say that, Jim. Most of the time, our tornado warnings here in South Florida are what we call radar indicated. The Weather Service looks at certain parameters like we're looking at here at the Weather Center. They see some rotation aloft that may be 5,000 or 7,000 feet, and a tornado could touch down along the ground. This situation, though, we're getting numerous confirmations of tornadoes, whether it's an emergency manager seeing it, whether it's a trained spotter on the ground. Like I talked about earlier, the guy just driving along I-95, seeing the tornado, and then calling it in. We've gotten video of from traffic cameras. That's also confirmation. So confirmation from the traffic cams, individual spotters, emergency managers, police officers, the video that we're seeing all over the place. So numerous confirmed tornadoes. So obviously this is a situation that's unusual. And not exactly unprecedented, but very rare. We have not seen so many confirmed tornadoes over the same afternoon, it looks like, which is just incredible here.
Everybody's asking the same question. How long is this going to be out there? I mean, we're talking about, Milton hasn't even made landfall.
Right.
How long? Is there an expiration on our
Tornado warning.
Not really, and not really until we here's some damage. Actually, I'll
This
answer
is
that in just a moment.
Mayaca.
Port Mayaca.
There's
Okay,
a tree
so
down.
this is looking up towards Lake Okeechobee along the coast there, and we did have a tornado warning there, and there will be more images of branches and trees down. You see this big branch tree limb down on a vehicle, and that is part of the concern also with people outside of their homes. If they're driving around, we could get big trees coming down, and when you get the winds picking up later today, another concern would be those the ground is saturated from previous rain events throughout the last couple of days. But take a look at this street. You're looking at continuous damage all the way down the street. Now, we haven't had tropical storm force winds yet, so you know that this is tornado damage.
And you warned us yesterday, Vitas. You told us that, we're going to have some tornadoes and our area is going to be under a tornado watch. I think we're just surprised that there have been so many, like Michael said, confirmed tornadoes today.
Yeah, and the thing is, earlier Michael and I were tracking some of these tornadoes, and we were talking about the visuals. Usually you have to get visuals, and the worst part is we'll still have some tornado warnings at night, and the problem is we can't see them. So visualization, confirmed tornado, because we saw it and we took a video of it, is going to be more radar indicated. And when we went to coalition coefficient, we're looking at that one parameter on the radar. That's a way of looking at debris. It's showing a debris signature of stuff like this, what we saw in this video, this live video. We're talking about tornadoes. So let's update right now with our latest tornado warning. We have more tornado warnings, guys. Let's get right to it, Michael.
Yeah, so it's the latest tornado warning just put up by the National Weather Service in Melbourne. This now in effect until 3:45, so for 45 minutes. This includes Martin and St. Lucie County, mostly western Martin and southwest St. Lucie County. Now, this so far is a radar-indicated tornado. Okay, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles northwest of Lion Country Safari, or 10 miles east of Canal Point, moving north at 35. So this, I believe, is an extension of that tornado warning, which is still in effect for northern parts of Palm Beach County. And as you'll notice there, we are looking at a lot of lightning, a lot of rainfall activity. Let's take a look and see if we can't find a signature on the velocity product right there. And you'll notice, yeah, so this is basically, let me take a look at this one. We're 10 miles northwest of Lion Country, or 10 miles east of Canal Point. So it looks like there's a kind of a broad signature right along the Martin and St. Lucie County line. It could be this as well. This is moving off to the north at 35 miles an hour. So again, this tornado warning it's radar indicated. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but again, there is enough rotation for the Weather Service to put out this tornado warning up again until 3:45 this afternoon. And this coming out of the one in northern sections of Palm Beach County, an extension. And now this one is in effect until 3:15. So more than likely, this tornado warning is going to expire again in the rural part of northwestern Palm Beach County, which again is east of Canal Point. So yeah, let's take a closer look at the velocity product, and you'll see, yeah, right about there. So this is actually probably where the broad rotation is on this one, and hence, because it's going to be moving over the Palm Beach Martin County line, we do have a new warning in effect for, again, western Martin County, again until 3:45 this afternoon. So that's the newest tornado warning that's in effect right now. We also have other tornado warnings that are ongoing. We've got 3 of them, it looks like, ongoing in the eastern part of the Treasure Coast. One of them from northern Martin County through eastern St. Lucie County. And we've got to zoom all the way into the box to make sure we have the proper expiration time, although at this point, I think it's kind of moot for that. Another warning just kind of overlaps that warning, that polygon, which extends up into Interior Road and the Vero Beach area in southeastern parts of Indian River County. And this is in effect, it looks like, until, as we zoom in real close, this one's in effect until 3:15, which will impact Vero Beach and the Lakewood Park area. And then, of course, that other one in the northeast corner of Okeechobee County, this is in effect until, as we zoom in close to this, 3:30 this afternoon. So right now we've got 1 in Okeechobee. We have 2 in eastern parts of the Treasure Coast, so that's 3. We've got 1 across western Martin County, that's 4. And then we've got 1, the one in northern sections of Palm Beach County. That will be expiring soon, so that's 5 tornado warnings. And then let's not forget what's going on in the western part of Palm Beach County, basically west of Belle Glade. So that looks like 7 tornado warnings in effect, Vitas, for the entire viewing area right now.
And within those 7, there's at least 12 areas of rotation.
Right.
So I'm looking right now of not only in those tornado warnings, there's other rotating cells. There's multiple cells that are rotating that could possibly be funnel clouds. So we have several active rotation cells that I'm looking at on radar right now that are rotating. My main concern right now that I have is if we zoom down, once again, there's a pretty good signature in the one that's just south of Indiantown in central Palm Beach County. If you go there, that one I have a lot of concern with because that's heading up towards Indiantown. So folks, if you're in Indiantown, you should be taking shelter immediately because this has the strongest rotation. Secondly, the one that I'm concerned with is in Port St. Lucie right now in the central portion of the city. So we're talking about Port St. Lucie. You are under a tornado warning, and it looks like this area has the potential of rotation and possibly something touching down. So these are much more highly populated areas. You get more people. And then also just west of Fort Pierce near I-95, that is the other cell that I have more concern with as well, because you can see that very, very well-defined circulation. That brightness of the green and the brighter the red means that in that area, you're actually seeing some type of rotation, something that's possibly touching down. We could kick it over to coalition coefficient. Let's just check it and see, is there some debris that's kind of being picked up by something? If we do see that, then that means there could be a potential of maybe something touching down in that area. So we can see here, if you put it on a sweep here, we could see that in that
Colors
area.
are differing next to one another. Sure, could be.
Yeah, could be. Not super bright. Would have some blue or something. So it could be a funnel cloud in this area, the funnel cloud. So I would say, but still,
Although
yet
the
to be
velocity looks, I mean,
the
that
velocity
really
you
looks,
still see right in this area.
I mean,
here.
let's zoom in real tight, Vitas. You know, we're looking at Kings Highway. What is that?
Right there.
Seminole Road, Johnson Road, north-south.
That's not far from the airport. I believe.
Not far from the airport.
There's the
We
airport
also have what is it? Taylor Daisy Road there. So anywhere where we're seeing this bright green and red, actually right
here.
there could be where the potential tornado is. Airport West, Commerce Park Road, and also what's that other road there? I can't read that. It's Seminole Road.
Seminole.
Right in that area where the
So
bright red and the bright green are right next to one another, right here. That could
So
be.
if you live in those areas or around this area or in St. Lucie County, you should be taking shelter. It doesn't have to be right in this spot. Remember, this thing isn't staying in one location. It's moving north. And all these storms mainly been tracking from south to north. Could we go back down to that one south of Indiantown? Look at that as far as the coalition coefficient as well, and we'll take a peek. That one has a pretty good rotation I'm kind of concerned with. So folks who are in the path of that should be taking, if you're like in Indiantown, you should probably be taking, maybe because it's kind of making its way up towards the B line, and this cell here has a little more rotation. If you go just south of Indiantown, that green and red we can see over in Palm Beach County. There you go.
There you go.
There it is. So we're looking at that bright green and that bright red. That's definitely some pretty significant rotation. I mean, even if we had a camera from West Palm looking towards it, you may see that dropping down out of a cloud, but arrival time in that area possibly would be in the next
Yeah,
about 15
sometimes
minutes
towns
or
aren't
so.
shown because there's not a lot of towns out in the rural part of our viewing
Yeah,
area,
but
right.
if we go to coalition coefficient, there's mostly more farm country out here. This is talking about sugar fields, things like that. Still would be picking up some debris, and that could be picked up by the radar, but you can see that has some significance. A little bit brighter return here, so there could be a little bit of debris that's being picked up by whatever is out there, and that's why I'm saying folks up in Indiantown, like especially the western portions of, or eastern portions of your city, anyone that lives along the B line, these areas here, there are some neighborhoods and homes out in that area. You should be taking shelter. Move to an interior portion of your house away from exterior walls and windows, and make sure you have a safe place to go in the internal portion of your house. Don't be standing by a big glass window looking out for it. You just go in and listen to what our voices are telling you to do so that you can be safe and your family safe as well. Grab a pillow, grab a blanket that you can cover yourself with, more so a pillow or a helmet. You can use a bike helmet, and those are very important things that you can do. You can see we said share your photos and videos with us in a safe place. I appreciate that on the screen there, but we want you to be safe first. Just remember that. We're not asking you to say, oh, go get a picture of a tornado, so and then you compromise your safety. We're just saying, you know, if you're in a safe place and you have something to show us. But nonetheless, here's what we're seeing here. Definitely some rotation in this cell in Palm Beach County, and we do have this tornado warning until 3:15. Michael, if we could go directly north of that, and we see the other
And
tornado
again,
warning.
we have the extension of the tornado warning to western parts of Martin County and
Right
even
here.
St. Lucie County until 3:45 due to that cell in the northwest part of the county.
Yes, and then Port St. Lucie, you folks are under, and if we can go back to regular composite radar or the sweep, and we can kind of see it there a little more. You can see all that lightning and thunder, but we can kind of make out a little easier that tornado warning, and that's for the Indian River and St. Lucie County until, and okay, we got, this is picking up that other tornado warning just past there, until 3:15. A lot of lightning and thunder in this. If you're up near Lakewood Park, these areas, Vero Beach, you're next in line for this, so you're not out of the woods. And these are counties that are under hurricane warnings, actually, because they're going to have more effects with the winds after midnight, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning into tomorrow morning once that Milton makes landfall. I mean, we've been so focused on tornado warnings, people are saying, oh, there's a hurricane still coming. It feels like, you know, that's the thing. We're focused on the individual tornado warnings, but this is all a part of it. These are all things that we're dealing with from this storm. So once again, the track of this, thank you, Michael, for putting that out there. Looks like we're seeing St. Lucie Village, 309, and that's now. You should be like definitely taking shelter. Then as you move further north, Lakewood Park, Florida Ridge, these are about 3:15, 3:20, and then we're looking at Vero Beach and Gifford. So we're looking at the time for arrival. That means as this storm moves north, you will have the impacts from this potential of tornadic activity if it is on the ground. But nonetheless, don't assume it's just a funnel cloud, it could be a tornado, but we have to have that visually, or they find out sometimes, even if it's not visual, after the damage, our National Weather Service will send out teams to survey damage, and they'll look at it and say, oh yeah, this is EF0, EF1, EF2, EF3, depending on the damage, how broad and how strong it was. Still sitting on this one, this is still that dangerous storm confirmed up there in the northwest corner, very rural area. Once you get west of Fellsmere, we're looking at this until 3:30, Brevard County, Indian River, Osceola, considerable, because look at that return. That is definitely a large tornado. That's been just cranking along for the last like 45 minutes. This is a long-term tornado. It's not just a quick touchdown and back to the cloud. This is like I'm staying on the ground for a while.
Yeah, and you know, if there were a camera up there, I mean, we probably see tornadoes like we saw with that stuff down in southwestern parts of Palm Beach County earlier today. I mean, very sharp return of the red against, you know, other colors, reds and greens. So this, again, a particularly dangerous situation. But fortunately, that is over mostly rural area. It looks like it's in Brevard, Indian River, Osceola County at the present time. And I think we're efforting a shot of a camera up in that vicinity, and that'll be coming up in just a moment. But again, this a tornado warning for considerable damage up there in northwestern parts. Zoom it out a bit. Northwest parts of St. Lucie County and northeastern sections of Okeechobee County until 3:30 this afternoon.
And you see that little notching right there. You got that little hook. This is it. Yeah. So this is what we're seeing. It's something right in here, a little inflow, and this could be actually the outflow here, but I think this is really actually right here. This is your tornado. So we're definitely seeing that. So we're going to pitch out to our meteorologist, Charlotte Carl, who is out on the roads. Charlotte, tell us what you were seeing. What location are you?
Yeah, so we're about at the Big Bend in Martin County. We're about to see an exit sign, so I'll give you an exact mile marker here in just a second. We actually just received that tornado warning y'all mentioned that is heading into St. Lucie County. It encapsulates Port St. Lucie, but we're in the northern corner of Martin County. We're at mile marker 110, so the Martin Highway is in about 2 miles, so about at 108. So we're also approaching some of that damage from one of those considerable tornadoes earlier. So I'm going to show you right now what's going on outside of our car. The tornado warning is actually, looking at the area of rotation on my radar right here, it's actually just to our east. So, you know, we're safe. I know how to navigate this, so we're safe. You know, if you are in this area or just north, so if you're on east of 95 in Martin County, St. Lucie County, you not only have this tornado warning over you right now, but you also have the one that is just to your north. So keep that in mind. Head to your safe space. You know, we're going to pull over here in a minute just for our safety, but we did just receive that tornado warning. And as you see up on the shoulder ahead, you can see some police cameras, or excuse me, police lights, and also, you know, some damage from a truck off to the other side of the highway. We're pulling over right now, again, just for our safety, but we do just happen to be at that damage. So you can see that. You can see the truck that received some of that damage from that earlier tornado warning, and we're actually under that tornado warning. We're kind of leaving the box right now just as a result of, you know, us going to the west. So that's what we have going on right here. I'll send it back to y'all to give you a better idea of what's going on everywhere else in the area.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your coverage this morning. Charlotte's been working hard since early this morning tracking those tornadoes, and she's out in the scene right now, and she's actually seeing some of the damage and some of that heavy rain that's coming down up in parts of Martin County, St. Lucie County, and we're going to continue to track what is going on as far as our tornadoes. Now, Michael Ehrenberg, we just kind of switched spots here, so I'm going to kind of zoom around for you. Our latest tornado warning, as we see here, we do have Palm Beach County still under a tornado warning, just west of the 20-mile bend until 3:15, and then that's going to be crossing up along the Beeline Highway. If you are north up towards Indiantown, you do have a tornado warning until 3:45 p.m. And then we go up towards Martin County. That is including up in this area. We're concerned with this cell up here around Port St. Lucie. We have a tornado warning until for Indian River in St. Lucie County. That includes Florida Ridge, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach until 3:15, and this is extending north. The one in Fort Pierce, with all that lightning, has just extended further north. They're just kind of back to back because there's several cells next to each other. This has gone up a little further north, as you can see, as we can see. This is a live look at some trees down and damage off of Becker Road, and we're looking at some tree damage. Is that correct? Okay, and we see that there off of Becker Road. So something may have touched down, and this is not. We would say, oh, this is like straight line winds, or this is tropical storm force wind damage. We haven't gotten into those winds yet. So we know this, if there's any trees that are a lot of them down, that's probably tornado damage. So Michael, talk to us about what we're looking at as far as some of the things that we're going to continue to see.
Well, we're going to continue to see these tornado warnings, I think, Vitas. Another one just issued until 3:45 this afternoon. This one that we're looking at right now is in effect for Indian River County and Osceola County until 3:30 this afternoon. Again, this polygon here, and whenever you see purple, this means it's a particularly dangerous situation. More than likely, there's been a confirmed tornado that's on the ground here north of Lacosi. Now, there's Fellsmere and 507. There's the northwestern part of Indian River County. This cell right here, you can kind of see that hook echo or that notch where the wind is coming in rapidly at the surface and then kind of circling up as you go aloft. So this cell moving off to the north and northeast, and as we see a three-dimensional perspective, the storm going up to looks like 30,000 feet. So not really a crazy height with storms. Typically cells are a little bit lower. Looks like we've got some live pictures right now. This is Becker Road in the Port St. Lucie area near I-95, where again there were some tornado possibilities in that area. We're under tornado warning still, and you can see some debris which is on the ground right there on that particular shot. It's not raining too hard. Folks do have their lights on. It looks like we lost the camera, but you notice there were some trees down and some debris on the roadways in that particular part. Again, that was Port St. Lucie and the Becker Road vicinity. So again, numerous tornado warnings out there. They're too numerous to count. 20 minutes ago, I counted 7. Probably the same amount right now, and they're just kind of peppered all along the Treasure Coast. We got one here in western parts of Martin County. As we zoom into this one, we'll go from south to north and kind of take a look at them one at a time. So this particular warning in effect for Martin and St. Lucie County until 3:45 this afternoon. This includes Indiantown, Zana. Now this is from a cell that was coming out of Palm Beach County. I think that warning down there is expired right now. And then as we head a little bit further off towards the north, looks like we've lost all the polygons there, Vitas.
Yeah, hold on a second.
But anyway, we are looking at a lot of lightning associated with these tornadoes, south and east of Indiantown, west of the Hobe Sound area. Typically, lightning, you get a lot of lightning, and this, for some reason, this can include tornadic activity. So this is a good view without the precipitation, a little clearer to see them. So again, this warning, Martin County, this in effect until 3:30 this afternoon, and then this one up here as we go off to the north. This was in effect for northern parts of Martin County, including the Stewart area. This is in effect until 3:30. This includes Fort Pierce, Palm City, and the Port St. Lucie area. A little further north, we've got an overlapping polygon here. So this extends from Fort Pierce up into the Vero Beach area, and as far north as Sebastian, all the way up to the Brevard line. And this one in effect until I think 3:45. And then here's the worst one, the particularly dangerous tornado warning. This goes until 3:30 this afternoon for Indian River County with considerable damage, again, across western parts of Indian River County. And then further north, out of our viewing area in Brevard and Osceola, a warning until 3:30. Vitas, we also have warnings down in the western part of Palm Beach County, I think south of Belle Glade. So if you can go down to this area. So one tornado warning in effect so far for this area right here in the western part of Palm Beach County. Again, notice all those checkered areas. This is mostly an agricultural area. And this warning in effect until 3:45 coming out of Broward. And this is where we had warnings at 9:30 and 10 this morning. So round 2 for this area. And we also have a flood advisory that's in effect for that area as well, south and west of the Lake Harbor area.
And remember, earlier this morning, this is where, Belle
Started
Glade
all there,
already, this
right.
is their, second or third round.
It is.
So this is going to continue. And if I zoom this out real quick, Michael, it's these 2 rain bands that have been causing all the havoc.
Right, these are feeder bands, located 220 miles, Vitas, from the actual center of the circulation out there. We got one band that rotates through. This one's going through the Treasure Coast now. Here's this other feeder band coming in from Broward County into southwestern parts of Palm Beach County. There is another warning just south there across the Collier and Broward County line. So this will probably initiate more warnings western parts of Palm Beach County. Then notice there's a large break here, nothing going on over much of southwest Florida until you get to Fort Myers. And then there is the eye of Hurricane Milton. As of last check, it had top winds of 145 miles an hour. Now, it is beginning to weaken somewhat, but now keep in mind when you get far and far away from the eye and we're still in the northeast quadrant. If you draw a line from here straight east and north like this is what we call the northeast quadrant of the hurricane, and that's particularly where you get most of the tornadic activity. So now we're hoping as this continues to move a little further north of us, hopefully within the next several hours or so, that we're going to go from the northeast quadrant to the southeast quadrant. And typically in this area, you don't see as much rainfall. You don't see as much tornadic activity, although we are seeing, again, 2 tornado warnings, one in southwest Palm Beach County and another one down there across western parts of Broward County. So we're not in, over 200 miles away, but, this is far reaching. Now, why did we get all these tornado warnings in hurricanes so far away? What happens is as these rain bands come on shore, keep in mind the winds are flowing real fast aloft, but the winds near the surface are being slowed down by friction. We're talking about buildings, cars, grass, trees, whatnot. The air slows down, but the wind aloft is going very fast. There's also a bunch of rotation that's going on. The winds are blowing from different directions and speeds at different heights in the atmosphere. And this all causes what we call a twisting and turning aloft, and that can kind of twist and turn down to the ground and cause a tornado. And that's exactly what we're seeing this afternoon. And it looks like there's more to come. This rain band coming in, so we could be looking at tornado warnings for who knows how long, maybe hours.
Yeah, and so when we go a little bit further south, like what you're saying, those rain bands aloft, look down south of I-75. Now, earlier this morning, remember now they have another confirmed one coming across I-75. Remember earlier today? One of the first ones we saw with that video image that we saw, and everybody was like,
the toll plaza, right?
Oh, yeah,
yes,
my mouth dropped. I was like, holy cow, they're seeing that right now. And not all the time can we get visuals, and we talk about it, but when you visually see it, it really helps all the meteorologists say, look, this is happening, this is it, and some folks need visual aids to say, this is real. So when we look at it, as we're seeing another one with probably visual, these are people going down I-75, getting to see this storm probably spinning around. So this is one of the things, if we put a pause point on here, for some reason the radars aren't going off.
We do have some damage coming up, Vitas. So this is Martin Highway.
Yeah.
And you'll notice, so this is, I think, what I talked about 30 or 40 minutes ago. This is actually the report of a semi flipped over on its side on I-95 near mile marker 109. It looks like we've got a couple of semis out there, some tow trucks trying to right it and put it on its side. But yeah, there is a flipped semi-truck, probably an 18-wheeler off I-95, probably causing a lot of slowdowns on the highway right now. So yeah, this is what tornadoes can do. Remember, that's a large profile vehicle, and if the wind is blowing perpendicular to that, it's easy just to blow this over. So again, another confirmation of tornado damage up there in Martin County.
All right, Michael, a new tornado warning is just coming in. And now this is the one I was telling you I was concerned with coming across out of northern portions of Palm Beach County. The strongest signature that I was looking at, it just crossed Indiantown, just east of Indiantown, the central portion of the city, but across the Beeline Highway. So you can see here, we do have a tornado warning active at this time for, this is Martin County, and it goes all the way up into St. Lucie County. So Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, Palm City, Port St. Lucie, and this is until 4 o'clock. So this is going for about another 40 minutes. That's because this storm is cranking along there, and that is something that we have to watch closely. Go to velocity. We still see some pretty good velocity right there. You see that, Michael? So this has a really good rotation in that, if you can point that out on the screen.
Another clear signature right there between a Beeline Highway and what is this? Is this Cantor Highway, I believe, down south? Right there, you're seeing again the red against the green, the potential rotation, and again the southwest part of Martin County, just east of Indiantown, and this is most likely, I guess, is going off towards the north at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So fortunately, I think this will bypass the downtown area of Indiantown and again move through mostly a rural part of western Martin County. up there towards, Martin Highway. So again, a pretty good signature on radar, a couplet, what we call, where the winds are going towards the radar site in one direction and away from the radar site in the other, indicating that potential rotation there. So we've widened it out a little bit. So there you go. East of Indiantown, the intersection of, I guess was that Martin Highway, I believe?
Yeah.
Let's zoom in a little bit. And also the Beeline Highway right there. Canner
Just north
Highway.
of
So just
Canner.
north of Canner Highway, again, mostly in an agricultural area where there's some residents, but it's not heavily populated, but nevertheless not good for residents in that area. So this is in effect until 4 o'clock, Vitas. And
But once again, man, remember this. What happens with this? Where is it going? And that's why I get so concerned, because there's the Big Bend area of I-95, and what's just off of I-95, just all that new development up near Port St. Lucie. So folks in those areas, who's out there? We're talking about Tradition, right?
Tradition, Port St. Lucie,
So
right.
these areas, you folks really should take heed of this, because that's coming north, and this is a pretty good signature that could mean something touching down. And like I said, this is, I'm from the Midwest. I come from Michigan originally, and I lived in Indiana for several years. Had to deal with these straight line wind, those good cranking tornadoes, had to track all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you, when you see this down here in Florida, which is kind of odd, you've been here longer than I have, and some of the folks at the desk as well with Jim and Liz, but you don't generally see this type of tornado activity down here in South Florida.
No, you really don't. This is like a tornado outbreak in the middle of the country. Now, we're hopefully not talking about EF3s or 4s.
Hopefully not.
But a bunch of them, 0s, 1s, and probably 2s out there. EF2s are winds well in over 100 miles an hour.
Right.
So, again, we've seen Vitas, the damage. We saw that semi that was flipped over in I-95. We've had video of the tree branches down. We had a branch of a big limb on a car earlier. Maybe we can call some of those up soon. And, of course, all those very dramatic videos of the tornadoes down across Alligator Alley this morning in Broward County, and also that big tornado in the Clewiston area during the early part of the afternoon. I mean, in my memory, I remember during Hurricane Irma, and that was 6-7 years ago or whatever, we did have about 4 or 5 hours of tornado warnings in the afternoon, but I don't believe we had this amount of confirmed tornadoes with this amount of damage out there. So it's definitely a very unusual situation, it looks like. And again, we want to remind folks that this is over 200 miles from where the hurricane center is right now, from where the hurricane, the center is, where Milton is.
We got another one.
Another one. Lake Harbor, radar indicated. This in effect until 3:45 this afternoon. There again is Belle Glade. There's Lake Okeechobee. So this is moving into the southwest part of Lake Okeechobee right now. So US 27, Bean City, you're under that tornado warning. Once again, till 3:45. Again, this is radar indicated, no confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Now, this is going to move mostly into Lake Okeechobee, it looks like. So if there's boats on the lake there, they're going to get tossed around. They'll probably have a special marine warning put out for that as well. Here's another one here. This is in effect till 3:45. This stretches through just about the entire, dimension of Palm Beach County, from the Broward line all the way up towards the Belle Glade area, just south of Belle Glade. And this includes US 27 and some of the highways out there near the lake. Again, a radar indicated tornado. Again, this is in the western part of Palm Beach County. And also a flood advisory in effect. Obviously, a lot of heavy rain here. You can see this is what we're looking at, the reflectivity, which is basically the radar beam, reflecting off of the raindrops. And we see some very heavy rain in the red. We even see some magenta colors. So there's likely been a few inches of rain here near Vaughan and the northwest corner of Palm Beach County. Sometimes it takes a minute or so for this algorithm to populate, but there's likely been a couple of inches of rain in that area, and there'll be more rain. So a flood advisory embedded within the tornado warning, and again, numerous tornado warnings embedded within each other. So here's some tornado safety tips. You want to prepare a safe room with food, water, helmet, shoes, and face masks. Go to your safe area. You want to communicate with your family and friends about the severe weather threat. Obviously, your cell phone, you can text or call or whatnot. And if you got no weather radio, you can turn that on. Of course, we've got that CBS 12 weather app, which you can put on your phone. It's free. You type in your zip code or wherever you are, it'll geolocate you, and it will be able to update you regarding the tornado threat. Of course, we've also got our website, CBS12.com. There's lots of ways to communicate. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram or whatnot. So again, there's a lot of ways to communicate out there. And the severe weather risk, as you'll notice, it is now basically enhanced, numerous throughout South Florida. Several tornadoes, strong wind gusts, heavy tornadoes and lightning. Don't ever remember seeing all of our counties under an enhanced risk, and that is basically 3 on a scale of 1 to 4 of severity, or 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 of total thunderstorm threats out there. So I believe we got Charlotte Carl, who's driving around in Storm Tracker right now. And Charlotte, looks like you're stopped right now. Tell us where you are and what you've been seeing, if you're in a tornado-warned area right now.
Yeah, we are in a tornado-warned area, Michael. So we're actually in one of those newer warnings up in Port St. Lucie. We're in Tradition. So we're at the Wawa in Tradition. I pulled over, or I had our photojournalist, Chris, pull over because there was the warning and it was along 95. So we just determined it wouldn't be safe for us to drive. So I'm going to flip the camera and show y'all what's going on the other side. So it will be rain wrapped. So if you are in Port St. Lucie, if you are traveling along 95, in the area that is warned by the new tornado warning, which was issued just a few minutes ago, note that you will not be able to see this coming because it will be rain wrapped. We're seeing lots of rain here now. Should arrive to our area, which is Tradition, by about 3:33. That's based on the track that I'm looking at on my radar app on my phone. It's traveling north about 39 miles an hour. So just keep that in mind. Pretty strong winds, pretty good rainfall. It looks like it's coming down kind of diagonally, as you can see from our dash camera right here. And we pulled over. We heard a few people around talking about the tornadoes that they've, had warned when they were driving along 95. So if you do find yourself along 95, try and find an overpass and park yourself under that. That would be the safest thing to do if you do get caught in one of these warnings and you are driving on 95. All right, now I'm going to send it back to y'all. I know you have lots of warnings to cover.
Yeah, as you be safe up there. Thank you for your coverage. And definitely what we're seeing is that area, as I show the radar, we can see here that we are looking currently at that tornado warning for Martin and St. Lucie County, including Jensen Beach, Palm City, Port St. Lucie. And like she said, she was explaining rain wrapped. What does that mean? Well, that means that there could be a tornado that's touching down, but there's so much heavy rainfall. There's a sheet of rain that's kind of masking that tornado, that rotation, so you won't see it. So that can occur quite often, where there's just downpours of rain ahead of the tornado, and then all of a sudden you just have that heavy rain band, winds all of a sudden pick up, and you don't see the actual tornado that's touched down. So that is a very good analogy, or a potential with these storms, because there's so much moisture out there. So once again, we're looking at this tornado warning up around you see the big bend, that area, bend in the I-95 corridor as you get over there towards Tradition and also towards Stewart, and this could be a potential of a tornadic activity rotation in your area. So as we go to a velocity scan here, and that's just looking at another mode of radar, that means that we're looking at wind direction on Doppler radar going one direction, raindrops, and then another direction, towards the radar or away from the radar. And generally what it means is that if there is rotation, generally it's going to be right in the middle of that green and red. And you can see Charlotte's not too far from that location of what we're talking about. And so there could be some touchdown, a possibility of touchdown. Folks in Tradition, you should be taking shelter immediately. That means go to the interior portion of your house, interior portion like a bathroom. You can get in a bathtub. That usually has a hard case around it. Take a pillow with you, take a blanket to cover your head, your neck, because if you're standing near glass and something is a projectile and thrown, it could break the glass. We're talking about 2x4s or damage, things that could be picked up, sticks, bricks, all kinds of stuff, because the pressure of a tornado can be more extent. Also, power outages we're talking about across the area. Michael, let's see, Liz, Jim, what do you got with some of the power outages that you're seeing here?
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. St. Lucie County, we're reporting 12,872, and Okeechobee County, about 2,900. Palm Beach and Martin counties have a couple hundred each, nothing in Indian River County, but we do know that that's probably going to go up. And as soon as it's safe, we know that the crews are ready to go to restore power.
Okay, and these numbers will go up because we're not even in the gusty winds yet, and the ground is saturated, which we talked about heavy rain. We've gotten as much as 2 to 4 inches of rain over the last few days, some pockets even more, Michael. And because of that, with the ground saturated, when our wind field starts picking up, and we can start seeing those rain bands have more intensity. Right now, the intensity is the tornadoes. but our winds will be more sustained, coming in at like, 29 to 39 to 40 mile an hour, 45, then gusting to a 50 to 55, maybe 60 mile an hour wind gust.
Well, yeah.
That could snap some branches.
Well, you mentioned that. Yeah, and parts of the area, Vita, since the weekend have had like over 5 inches of rain. And what that does is it softens up the soil.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you've got a large tree in the area, because the soil's soft, the roots could be easily more pliable. You get more rain, that softens it up some more, and then you get these winds. Now, I think a lot of the power outages that we've been talking about are most likely due to the fact that we've had tornadoes that have come through and probably snapped some power lines or brought down trees, and those trees have come down on power lines and caused the power outages. It's a small percentage, but like Vitas is talking about, once we start getting the winds associated with Hurricane Milton, especially in St. Lucie County, where we're forecasting sustained 35 to 45 mile an hour winds, and you could be looking at gusts between 60 and 70 or even higher, that is probably going to be adding to the power outages. And those kinds of winds are not really expected until probably after 8 p.m. tonight, and they're going to blow hard like that, I think, through most of Thursday, right? So here's a look at our radar right now, and as we zoom around to the tornado warnings, we're looking at this warning right here in effect until 3:45, and yep, another decent signature there on the radar just west of the Gifford area, north of Vero Beach, north of US 60. So this tornado warning includes Fort Pierce, Sebastian, and the Vero Beach area, again until 3:45, and the time right now is 3:35, so for 10 minutes. Further south, we'll go further south there, Vitas, for the other tornado. Yeah, there's a good signature there with the red and against the green. They're just west of US 1 and east of Kings Highway. That's most likely where there is a possible tornado. Again, this is a tornado warned area with a radar rotation. Further south, we head on into St. Lucie County. So this warning in effect until 4 o'clock. So that's for another 25 minutes. This includes Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, the Jensen Beach vicinity, as you'll notice here. And there is some possibilities of rotation. A little hard to say exactly where.
They're bringing a little update here.
Yeah, bring it up. Here comes another flashing polygon. So this is either an update of a previous warning or a brand new warning. So this polygon right here, including Port St. Lucie, Gatlin Boulevard, I-95, Martin Highway, the Florida Turnpike. This is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And this tornado warning includes Indian River Estates, again, Port St. Lucie and River Park. It looks like right here where we see a potential broad hook echo here, right there along I-95 and also in I-95 and the intersection with Martin Highway there. This has a fair amount of lightning associated with it as well. This tornado warning in effect until 4, and this includes, again, Indian River Estates, North River Shores, Port St. Lucie, and the River Park area. Source observed. So this is most likely a spotter that's observed this on the ground and is relaying this to the National Weather Service, or perhaps it was spotted on a traffic camera or somebody just kind of running along the highway there. Here's another tornado warning. This is in effect for Okeechobee County. This up until 4:15 for Cypress Quarters, Okeechobee, and Taylor Creek. This is a radar indicated tornado across parts of Okeechobee County. And this is a live look at, producer, where is this? This is Martin Highway, FDOT. I-95, I guess in the Martin Highway area. So this,
look at that rain. Look at the rain coming
It is
down.
just coming down real hard. People are still kind of going probably too fast. I guess you could see a lot of water being spilled up, Vitas, from the tires as they're going across. I mean, the good news is everybody has their lights on. There could probably be a little bit more distance between the cars that you're in and the car in front. But it's pouring. It's pouring down very hard. This is in a tornado warned area, and it's just very dangerous to be out there driving out there. Again, in one of several tornado warned areas.
Michael, that last one, remember we had that significant tornado warning that went through northern portions of Okeechobee County, just north of the downtown. So that was about 40 minutes ago to an hour ago. We're now to the next tornado warning that's coming in off of Lake Okeechobee. And so this one has a lot of lightning, and this is going to come through more of the city, and not a confirmed tornado yet, but yet as far as visually confirmed. But as far as that area, if you live in Okeechobee, the city of Okeechobee proper, you should be taking shelter immediately. Once again, go to an interior portion of your house away from exterior windows and doors, and go where as many walls. What you try to do is put as many walls between you and what's outside, not by glass. So, that's what's important here when we talk to you and tell you to do, what to do.
Velocity
here.
for that one, Vitas?
I'm sorry?
We'll put velocity.
Yeah, and I'll throw up the velocity as far as showing what this looks like. So look at that.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
a bright signature, okay?
Yeah, it certainly
so
is.
you see that brightness right there, that bright green, and then that red right next to it. So that's indicating we're going between two
different
radars.
radar sites. That's
yeah,
what
two radar sites. That's why it clicks differently.
Seems like the Melbourne radar is sharper than the other one to the south.
Yeah, well, they're like, a little
Right
closer.
in this area right now. Here's I-95 in St. Lucie West. Okay, so very dark. I mean, it's 3:30. It's nowhere near sunset. So this is an indication of just how hard it's raining in the Port St. Lucie area as we go over again to this tornado-warned area in St. Lucie County with Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and River Park.
Yeah.
You can see people on the highway, but it's so dark you can barely even see the headlights there. So it is really coming down hard all across this area. Again, this area of Martin and St. Lucie under a tornado warning until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Heads up, you definitely want to be indoors, and like Vitas was saying, try to get as many walls between you and the outside.
Yeah.
Typically, in your bathroom, that's a good place to be, especially on the first floor of a house. You've got sturdy plumbing, you got pipes around you, hiding in the bathtub. It sounds crazy, but it's not a bad idea.
that's
Get
a
under
great
your bed or
idea.
whatnots.
Yeah,
Another tornado warnings come out.
Yeah, we're going to keep getting these tornado
keep
warnings
cranking 'em.
and these updates like they keep coming in. And that's what we expect. These cells, there's a lot of energy and velocity. So I'm going to go back real quick on this palette.
Yeah, we got a lot of spinning in the atmosphere. You know, once you're out in the outside feeder bands, Vitas, there's a lot of rotation. The winds are blowing from the south-southeast at the surface, south or around a mile up, southwest aloft, and it's that spinning and twisting and turning of the winds, and also the instability due to a little bit of heating going on today, which is producing this multiple tornado outbreak here across South Florida. And there's a wider perspective. Again, numerous red boxes, numerous polygons. We're still at least 5, if not 7 tornado warnings all across our viewing area, stretching from Okeechobee and Indian River County down to Martin, and also new tornado warnings have popped up in the western corner of Palm Beach County. What we haven't seen yet, and fortunately, is any tornado warnings in the metro area from the Turnpike east in Palm Beach County. So this area, cross your fingers, has been spared from Jupiter to West Palm.
Don't put it out there, Mike.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, again, you just put
It
it out
can
there.
happen.
Now we're jinxed.
Perhaps this,
because that
right.
stuff is coming up from the south. As soon as you said that, I was about to say, well, we have a couple more cells, and here they are coming up out of Broward County, and they do have a little bit of hook action on them.
Yeah, there's a little
they're
hooks
not
in both of
warned
those in
yet.
Broward.
So, folks, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, that stuff is going to kind of cross over from Broward County into Palm Beach County. Could get warnings on them, but right now, the active warnings, and like you said,
3 in western Palm Beach County
it's
right
been
now.
mostly central western
Yeah.
Palm Beach County, as far as any warnings here. But let's go and zoom in. Let's talk about where the folks are having most impacts. We'll start in western Palm Beach County, and we'll work our way up as we go. Okay, so Michael, I'm going to zoom down. I'll kind of zoom for you, and you go ahead and map it out.
Well,
Here
okay,
we
so
go.
it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings in the western part of Palm Beach County right now. This one in US 27 out west towards the Palm Beach Henry County line. This is in effect until 3:45. Mostly rural area south of Belle Glade, but likely heading towards Belle Glade. We've got this warning here encompassing Belle Glade, Route 80, Pahokee, Canal Point, and the Sand Cut area along 700. This in effect until 4 o'clock. Including, again, Belle Glade, Pahokee, and South Bay. This warning all the way out west here in the northwest part of the county. Also over there towards the area just east of Clewiston and the Watson area, the south shore of Lake Okeechobee. So 3 warnings in western parts of Palm Beach County. We're heading further off towards the north. We have, this one looks like it's pointing towards this box right here, Martin and St. Lucie County. This in effect until 4 for Indian River Estates, Port St. Lucie, and River Park. And we do see kind of a broad notch here. This is where the radar indicated possible tornado is, just east of the Indiantown area. And that big blob of heavy rain and a lot of lightning over Palm City, I-95 Stewart. And some of those cameras we've been showing you gives you an indication of just how heavy it is raining out there and how you don't want to be outside. But potential broad rotation in this area along I-95 just south and west of the Palm City area. Port St. Lucie, you're getting slammed now. Very heavy rain, tradition, downpours, lightning. Here's Indian River Estates. This particular polygon or warned area is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And there can be some rotation perhaps somewhere down in this vicinity, possibly along I-95. We're heading off further towards the north, and we're looking at this tornado warning in effect for Indian River and St. Lucie County until 3:45 this afternoon. And you'll notice Indian River shores and under this warning, Florida Ridge. Here's where the potential rotation is. There's one of them near near Florida Ridge along I-95, not far from the beaches. And this potential broader rotation up here west of US 1, west of Indian River shores, and south of 510 north of Vero Beach. So two potential rotating areas in Indian River County. We go further to the north and west. Looks like, Vitas, the one in northeast Okeechobee County has been allowed to expire. That's moved out of the area in weekend. But nevertheless,
look at downtown Okeechobee now. That's the one I have concern with.
Yeah, down in this area, I guess. So every single county is under a tornado warning. Almost kind of unprecedented. It's really crazy how many tornado warnings we've been having out there. And notice they all have expiration times of 3:45 to 4 o'clock. It'd be great if we could get rid of them at 4 and that's it, but I have a feeling there's going to be more.
Yeah.
Like you said, there's more cells down in Broward County that are moving up into Palm Beach County.
And there's strong rotation that just crossed I-75, almost in the same location what we saw earlier today with the initial tornado warning earlier this morning around 9:30. So that might get a ping from the National Weather Service office.
So I believe, Vitas, this started. I mean, I got up this morning, I guess you did too, and I got the tornado warning on my phone. I think the first one started a little bit after 9:30. We were in the ARC programming. So then we went to the tornado warnings. I think Charlotte Carl was on the air, and then Lauren was on the air. So this has been going on for more than 6 hours of nonstop tornado coverage.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember it being this long for tornado coverage.
And we can't forget there's a hurricane off to the west, and we can kind of we want to just focus local right now.
Right.
I mean, we know the impacts are going to be storm surge for areas like Fort Myers, I mean, Tampa, these areas, Sarasota, still maybe a little adjustment. There hasn't been a lot of adjustment with the latest updates from the Hurricane Center.
No.
So that's going to still be making a landfall after midnight tonight. Milton is going to continue to be a dangerous, making a landfall as a Cat 3.
Right.
And that will be late after tonight, and then we'll start seeing our winds really start picking up after 8, 9, 10 o'clock. A little more steady winds out there, but then as you're in Indian River, St. Lucie County and Okeechobee County, you have hurricane warnings, and we suggested you put up shutters. It's past the time to do that now. Hopefully you've done it if you did. Down here in Martin or Palm Beach County, optional, is up to you. I wouldn't. I didn't do it. I know Jim didn't do it. I don't think. I don't.
Well,
think he did,
when there's a tropical,
it's up to people to do it.
When there's a tropical storm, where you can put it up. I noticed maybe
Yeah.
less than 10% of people in my development putting them up this morning.
Exactly,
You
same
can
here.
do it, but most likely you don't need to.
Yeah, we get more. I mean, from severe thunderstorms in the summer, we get more storms. And I'm not saying don't do it because we didn't. I'm just saying you do what's comfortable for you and your home. But we're not in that level of warning. But we will. The tornadoes are our most concern here on this side of the state. This is a
some
live
damage.
look.
So
Micah,
where is
tell
this?
us about where is that at?
Well, this is in Port St. Lucie. It's southwest Escobar Lane off Gatlin Boulevard. And our crews are telling us that there are a lot of trees down and there's some damage, possibly from a tornado.
A little bit of trees. I guess I can see some branches and some leaves. Yeah, one of those trees, I guess, is split down the middle, right there in the middle of the, and kind of bent over onto the road there.
Yeah.
Well, they're seeing a lot of rain already. So is this from the bands?
Or a tornado. Could be the rain bands, and then perhaps a tornado came through and went right through that tree area. I mean, it's not considerable damage, but it very well could be.
Have you guys seen a lot of lightning during these storms?
Yes, particularly Port St. Lucie. Yeah, we saw that there's a whole big blob of lightning right now at Port St. Lucie,
There's a lot of
Lakewood
lightning.
Park, and up to Fort Pierce.
100%. If they could put that up in the big monitor, the graphics that we have from outside, like folks, for us to have a better
Yeah,
picture
and
here,
the big band
we kinda
monitor,
see
if we can have all the video up in that monitor,
and
that'd
that
be
better, we
tremendous.
can kind of see it better. But nonetheless, that is one of the concerns is the flooding rain, and you see trees down, or we see damage, and they're getting video of that right now. We have our photographers out there and getting
Yeah, that
live
was a live
looks.
picture.
Live picture, yeah. And this is the latest update, guys, on tornado warning. Michael?
Yeah, okay, so...
And then I want to shoot from this over to Okeechobee downtown. It's going into the city. Right now.
It looks like perhaps this is an update or an extension of the existing tornado warning there, Vitas. Again, this is for Brevard, Indian River County. Again, radar indicated, not a confirmation by a spotter yet, but this red box stretches from the St. Lucie, Indian River County line up through Vero Beach, includes US 60, I-95, US 1, all of Hutchinson Island here, Indian River Shores, The Barrier Islands up to 510 in the Sebastian area. Again, this is in effect for Florida Ridge, Mico, Sebastian, and Vero Beach until 4:15 this afternoon. And just a steady, heavy soaking rain associated with that, and frequent lightning as well.
Okay,
this other one is now
one
for
is-
Okeechobee County. This is in
Yeah.
effect until 4.
This
and this is one we were kind of concerned about
I'm
in
nervous,
Okeechobee
yeah.
City.
Yeah, I'm nervous about this one, Mike.
Observed tornado. I wonder what this, if that was actually a confirmed tornado.
Yeah, this one I'm a little more concerned with because it's going into more of a populated
Yeah, look at that
area.
signature down there,
Look at that
southeast of
signature.
Okeechobee City.
So if you look at Beeline Highway 441, when you're going up 441 west-northwest, you're going to cross just outside of the city, you know, where it connects and kind of has that interchange where it merges with Okeechobee Road. The concern is this is just outside of the downtown. You got a little bit of businesses there. You have some neighborhoods down there just southeast of the city, you know, some restaurants and gas stations, things like that, shops. But this is just getting close to your downtown area. So if you are in the Okeechobee metro area, you should be taking shelter immediately. This has a pretty strong rotation, pretty strong signature. Do you see the brightness? When you look at this map, you see some being a little duller as far as green and red. That's still rotating cell. But this, here's the latest sweep
New
from the,
scan.
from the radar, and you can see that thing is cranking. So there are neighborhoods just over to the east of downtown Okeechobee. If you're in those areas, you should be taking shelter right now.
Yeah, along that lake area, Vitas. I think I took a bike ride right on the rim, the northeast rim of Lake Okeechobee from, I think, Port Mayaca up to Okeechobee City. And there's a bunch of mobile home parks there that are kind of seasonal residents that live there.
That's right.
And they're right below the dike of the lake. So not a good place to be in a mobile home, obviously. So hopefully they're not being impacted. But again, right there in the northeast rim of the lake, if we go a little bit further south and Shilda Lake, you can see that signature there, Beeline Highway, and just southeast of Okeechobee City. We are looking at the bright colors opposing one another right in this vicinity, just southeast of the Okeechobee City area. Again, this tornado warning in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. If you're in this area, you definitely want to get to your safe area, the most interior room of your house, if you can do that. You definitely want to stay off the phone. You want to be listening to us or some other media source to make sure that you're getting the information. If you hear the roar of a train outside or it sounds really loud, duck down, put your hands over your head. Maybe if you got a helmet, you can put that on as well. And also, again, just take cover in this area east of Okeechobee. This is likely a confirmed tornado on the ground. And again, you can see the rotation. Vitas is drawing the wind going one direction from the radar, the wind going another direction from the radar, the opposing colors here. And when the wind is going like this in a tight area, in a tight couplet, that indicates a rotation, which is probably reaching the ground because this is looks like a spotted tornado in this vicinity. I believe we got more video coming up outside. I know we've got Charlotte Carla in the Storm Tracker truck, and it looks like, Charlotte, you are parked. Maybe you moved from a different location. There's someone behind you. It's pouring out. Tell us what's going on, where you are.
Yeah, so we're right off of Rosser Road in Port St. Lucie. Again, we were heading towards some damage, and then I had us pull over just because of some concern with some wind. It looks like because the warned area of rotation just passed right over us. You can see on our camera outside just really, really strong winds, but we're also in an area that's under a flash flood warning. And that will last for like the next 2.5 hours or so. And you can see I'm not sure how good you can see because it's pouring, but the intersection in front of us right now is essentially a small river. It is completely underwater. We, have seen very few people trying to travel the roads, which is good. And again, we're pulled over for our safety. So we're just keeping an eye on what's happening. Again, this is the tornado warned area. It expires in about 7 minutes, but there's still a really good velocity signature. Wouldn't be surprised if they extended it a little further north up into the northern portion of St. Lucie County. And then, again, this is that warned area, expires in about 7 minutes, and it was because of an observed tornado, but that kind of rotation area just passed over us, and it looked more like a downdraft, which is just some kind of really strong straight line winds that come down from the storm. I didn't see really any rotation, but still super strong winds. Again, I got nervous because we were in a truck, so I said we need to stop.
Did you feel the truck
again,
shaking?
That's the warning.
Could you feel the truck shaking
Yeah.
with the winds? Oh, yeah, yeah.
How high would you say the winds were,
Yeah,
Charlotte,
we could
when it
definitely
was
feel
shaking?
the truck shaking. Oh my goodness, I would say probably 65 miles an hour.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're
pretty
glad you're
strong.
safe and you
I
have
have
the
my radar
radar.
app, so I'm able to. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll send it back to y'all. I know there's lots of other things going on.
Stay safe out there, Charlotte.
Oh yeah, stay safe. And
We
and
appreciate
if,
your efforts.
Yes, and if you find anything else or you see something else that you come across, let us know. But of course, your safety is the most important to us, and we thank you for your coverage, what you're doing. Michael, where they are, they have that tornado warning still in effect till 4
Yeah.
o'clock. But there's something else that I want to show people because. Michael, we were highlighting. We're just talking about.
Right.
Well, we have a couple more cells down south of.
This is where
we'll talk
Charlotte
about
is
in
in
a
this
minute.
tornado warned area, which is in effect until 4 o'clock for another 7 minutes. But yeah, Visa and I were talking while Charlotte was talking that there are more tornado warnings now that are unfortunately coming back in from Broward County in
There
this
it is.
never-ending tornado outbreak for South Florida. So here we go. Again, this is where it started 6.5 hours ago. This looks like what it was about between 9:30 and 10, where we had a tornado that we had video of along Alligator Alley, or a little further west here. But here's another tornado warning in the Tarrytown area. This is in effect until 4:15 along US 27, including Tarrytown. Again, mostly an agricultural area. Mostly there's just canals here. There are a few folks that do live in Tarrytown here. So if you are listening, be careful. You want to definitely take cover in this vicinity. Right now, it looks like it's kind of a rotation that we're looking at. Nothing confirmed so far. Right now, we can see somewhere in this area the potential for a rotation just south and west of US 27. This, again, a very rural area of the Everglades and northwestern parts of Broward County. So it will be tough, I think, to see confirmation. This isn't near Alligator Alley where we have multiple traffic cameras. It's in an area that's rural, but nevertheless, moving off towards the north. And if that holds together, I mean, my goodness, it could eventually go up towards Southern Boulevard and, Lion Country Safari and 20 Mile Bend. We'll see whether or not that happens or not. So here again, all the warnings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These, I believe, are just out of our viewing area. So in our viewing area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. We're trying to get it below 5, Vitas, but I guess we still have 6.
Yeah,
And again, these are the bands
yeah.
that are, again, continuing to rotate counterclockwise around the center of Hurricane Milton, which right now is a Category 4. Top winds are 145 miles an hour. So the center is about getting up to our latitude of West Palm Beach. It's about 170 to 190 miles from our individual towns here across the east coast of Florida. But again, we're still in the northeast quadrant. And if you draw a line like this, the northeast quadrant is probably now northeast of the West Palm Beach area up to the Treasure Coast. Hence, this is where you're getting most of the rotation here and most of the tornado warnings, but there's still some down to the south. Now, we're hoping as this continues to march off to the north and east and lift further and further north that we're going to be lifting out of the potential for tornadoes, or not as many frequent tornado warnings, but we still have this band working through. There are other bands down to the south and southwest near Marco Island to come through with, again, very heavy rain. Not only these tornadoes coming down, but torrential, blinding downpours like we've been seeing on the traffic cams out there. You saw Charlotte Carl going through some very heavy rain. Frequent lightning with some of these tornado warning cells as well. There's also the potential, again, for some reduced visibility. So multiple tornado warnings continue across all of the CBS 12 viewing area. And again, this has been ongoing since about a little bit after 9:30 this morning, and right now it is 3:57.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been a long day with all this. Real quick, just to touch base, Michael, because we're going to go right back to the tornadoes, and I think I want to go back to that Okeechobee County tornado, but we want to remind folks, yes, we still have Hurricane Milton out there, and we haven't really had a chance to talk much about it. Yeah. We'll just quickly go over and give the latest updates because folks are saying, what's going on with that right now? And let's just kind of get a quick update. So I'm going to kind of update the graphics here.
Weaker.
And there it is. It's still a 4. And
winds 125. I think it's down to, does that say 125? Maybe the icon has an update. That should be a 3.
Yeah.
Gusts to 175. So it's undergoing a lot of wind shear right now, and the water temperatures are not as hot through a deep layer. So it was expected to weaken. Of course, that's little consolation for us with all the tornado warnings we have across the area. So that's the new 4 o'clock advisory. Top wind's 125. And here's a look at the track. So that confirms that it is a 3 now. Remember, it was up to 165 last night, and it's continued to slowly weaken, which is certainly good news. We're at a 3 right now, and this comes on the heels of it being one that was the 5th strongest or most intense hurricane back on Monday night. So if there's any good news, Milton is weakening somewhat as it moves to the north and east and still expected to make landfall. Right now, it looks like perhaps it's sped up in Vetus. It may very well be making landfall, perhaps maybe between 10 and midnight tonight. I kind of looked at some of this earlier.
Possibly, because it was about, the last time I looked this morning, we've been busy, it was 17 mile an hour traveling,
Yes.
but it seems like it's been going a little quicker, still at 17 northeast track. But you can see that.
And landfall still probably like in the, the Sarasota or Longboat Key area, just south of Tampa Bay. So this, I think, is good news for Tampa Bay residents.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be north of the center. Now, there's still going to be storm surge everywhere, and near and just to the south of where it makes landfall, that's where the highest storm surge will be, which could be like 10 to 15 feet. Then it makes landfall. As a 3, then it marches across the state by Wednesday night. It looks like it's going to be north and west of the Vero Beach area. That's tonight. And then Thursday afternoon, it looks like it's going to be off the coast out there. And we're still under a hurricane warning in St. Lucie, Indian River, and also Okeechobee County. Tropical storm warning has held for Martin and Palm Beach County. Now, where that hurricane warning is, the probability of tropical storm force winds are up to 90 to 100% in Indian River, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee County, and they're 60% for West Palm to Boca. And I'm thinking this is going to be in gusts, okay? Palm Beach County, we're looking at gusts maybe 50 to 55. Treasure Coast, probably up to 60 to 70. In fact, here's a look at a wind gust map tomorrow morning. 40s and 50s. The strongest winds, though, as we go ahead in time, could actually be occurring. Well, here's where it is this evening, okay? And we're looking at 25 to 35 mile-an-hour wind gusts. Then we go ahead in time tonight.
I'm kind of building the graph as we go along because we've been doing tornado coverage. So I'll just
it is in the main weather photo. If you want to go over that part, I think
I
those
just came
already
and
updated.
loaded them over real quick. So you can see early this morning, we start seeing it pick up a little bit as far as our winds strengthening, but we don't really.
Yes, we are. We're still, the director asked me, we're still in a tornado warning.
Yeah, and we're going to head back to tornado warning real quick in a second. We just want to give folks a quick peek at what we're expecting to see as we get into the this evening with those winds picking up with tropical storm force winds, and they will be more towards late overnight.
Yeah, and there are those 50s. Even tomorrow afternoon, they could still be blowing 50, 60 miles an hour.
Right.
It's going to not be till tomorrow evening before they go below tropical storm strength.
So let's recalculate. We're going back to our tornado warnings. We just wanted to give you guys an update on Milton and what that is doing. And here we go. This is the latest information. In fact, we'll go right back down, starting with. We'll start with Okeechobee. That's moved a little bit further north. And Michael, go ahead and we'll follow. And you can bring him up at the wall there.
Yeah, it looks like, again, still several tornado warnings in effect. This one in effect until 4:15 for Okeechobee County. This includes those of you in Cypress Quarters, Okeechobee, the Taylor Creek area. The most intense activity right now, east of Eagle Island, south to northeast of Okeechobee. We're following a cell down here. It looks like it's moved up into this general vicinity north of Okeechobee, mostly a rural area, but Fort Drum is in the way. I know there's a lot of cattle ranches here, farmland, so this is going to be under the threat in that area right now. So that's one tornado warning. We also have a really bad one actually in eastern parts of St. Lucie County, Port St. Lucie north to the Fort Pierce vicinity. And this tornado warning is in effect for the next 15 minutes or so, including Fort Pierce, US Highway 1, and also the Port St. Lucie area. Notice again, torrential downpours, heavy rain and frequent lightning continue across this part of the St. Lucie County area. And Vetus is going to move the radar to show that full polygon in that area. And this extends all the way up towards the southern parts of St. Lucie County. All right, and okay, so this is in effect till 4:30. All right, there's also a broad flood advisory. It looks like all in effect for this area. There's been torrential rain coming down. Training of radar echoes. You get the rain coming in, and like train tracks, one rain cell comes in, another one after another, like a long freight train. And when you get all that rain continue to hammer an area for like 30 minutes or more, a flood advisory will typically go up.
Look at that rotation, Indian River
Yeah,
Estates.
so here's the look at the velocity. And the velocity is basically the movement of the wind in the air. When you're looking at green, you're looking at the wind going towards the radar site. Red is away from the radar site. And right in this area, we see a very definable area where the red and green are right next to one another. It's what we call couplet meteorology. It's right along US 1, north of Gifford. There is very possibly a tornado in this area. It even shows a little bit of a hook signature, even on the velocity. And remember, all these storms are heading off to the north. So Vitas, if we put a tracker on that, this is moving to the north at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So this is likely coming into, the northernmost parts of Indian River County. Heads up there, Sebastian, US 1, and the Intercoastal Waterway in this area. Nice part of Indian River County. It comes into Indian River Shores at 4:03, and Wabasso at 4:08 in the afternoon, including 5:10 and also US 1. So further off towards the south, so those are two of them. It looks like this one is overlapping with another one, another tornado warning. This in effect until 4:30 this afternoon for Indian River and St. Lucie County. This including Viking, Fort Pierce, Indian River Estates, Carlton. There is the potential rotation there, again with the red butted against the green, indicating a potential rotation just west of Indian River Estates and east of Carlton. We put a tracker on this heading into Fort Pierce at 4:11, Paradise Park 4:15, heads up St. Lucie Village, heads up Lakewood Park and Florida Ridge between now and again 4:30. This potential rotation and possible tornado touching the ground will be impacting this area. That includes Kings Highway and again up there towards the St. Lucie County line. Further down to the south, we're searching for more tornado warnings. And it looks like perhaps some of them have been dropped. This flood warning, flood advisory for all of the Treasure Coast.
Martin County, it looks like you are in the clear for right now for tornado warnings, but we still have this one that's moving up.
Yeah, so this one, this was issued a little while ago, and it looks like they've chopped off the Broward part of this one, Vitas, and this is in effect until 4:15 for, again, a very rural area north of Terrytown. Perhaps there's a rotation somewhere down here, right along US 27, heading north into basically the farmlands. There's a lot of bean fields and lettuce fields in this area. Shawano. I mean, it's good. It's mostly in a populated area, and the crops are getting water, which we like to see. But you never like to see a tornado warning. So this is a short fuse tornado warning in effect until 4:15 this afternoon. And out west, all these warnings, it looks like, have been dropped along the Palm Beach and Broward County line. We do have this flood advisory in effect here. Maybe, Vitas, we can go in and see if the rainfall estimate will actually come up this time to see how much rain has fallen here. South of the Clewiston area, flood advisory for Lake Harbor and Palm Bay and Vaughan until 5 o'clock this afternoon. There's likely been, it's probably about a few inches of rain, 1 to 2 inches of rain in this area. They're probably going to get another inch or two of rain before it's over. So 1 to 2 inches there in Pahokee. And if it's going to rain a little bit while longer, the flood advisory in effect again until 5 o'clock for that part of the area. So I think we've reduced the tornado warning count down to 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tornado warnings. We got up. Let's see what's going on down south in Broward. We might as well, because that's where things are coming from. No new tornado warnings down in Miami-Dade, and a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah, we have a little gap there, just south of that one of Broward County, just north of I-75.
We're getting hopeful.
We're getting hopeful, but we'll have a little bit of a distance between that and our next rain band.
Right, here's the next rain band, so hopefully we get a little bit of break.
The main rain band, that's about 40 miles wide, 50 miles wide, but that's something we have to watch closely. Here's a live look in Okeechobee, Michael, as we can see them driving up there. And they've had a lot of heavy rainfall. Also, the tornado warnings that have been in those areas have been very active up just north of Okeechobee, the city, north of along the Beeline Highway. And then once you get up around that farm country in those areas.
And we still have that warning in effect. Maybe go up to that area right now and see where that warning is. So that we've been driving along there. Obviously, you can see when that person was driving. It looks like the video is frozen, but they had the wiper blades going fast. A lot of water on the roadways, low visibility, not too many people in that area. And again, that area in Okeechobee right here, where we still have a tornado warning, this in effect, I believe this is until 4:30 this afternoon, for basically the north rim of the lake and further north. But I believe the notch is actually now well north of the Okeechobee City area right here. In this vicinity. So it's north. So this part of the Warren area, I think Okeechobee City, you're safe because the storm cell has lifted off to the north and northeast. The warning is in effect
Right,
until
that's a-
4:15.
look how-
Another very dramatic signature.
Yeah.
Again, it's also it's almost unprecedented to see again this amount of tornado warnings, but the clear tornado signatures on the radar are very, very impressive meteorologically. And again, this is in the northeast corner of Okeechobee County, east of Eagle Island, east of 441. Right in this area, we are looking at red against green, high winds opposing one another right in this general area, and this in effect until 4:15. So heads up, Cypress Quarters. Again, Okeechobee, I think you're in the clear as well as Taylor Creek, and it looks like another tornado warning has just popped up there, Vitas. Let's see what that is as
it
we wait
looks
for
like
that to come up
it's
here.
Loading here.
That looks like it's Martin St. Lucie, so perhaps is this
Stewart.
another new one?
This is Stewart. So
Yeah,
folks,
this extends further south through to the Martin Palm Beach line, it looks like.
yeah, along
And-
the A1A there, you see Port Salerno as well as Stewart,
A1A, so
Jensen Beach.
Something has just formed in this area, it looks
Yeah,
like,
so
right
we're-
near the coast, near the Intracoastal Waterway.
Yeah, so once again, we're looking at some rotation out here near Stewart, just north of Port Salerno. And so we have this tornado warning until 4:45, and this is for Martin and St. Lucie County, for Jensen Beach and Palm City and Stewart, and that's going to be for about another 40 minutes here because of all the velocity and rotation that has been in these cells. We've been tracking these all day, and the threat level is there along the coastal region. So if you look along the A1A and you look along the coastal region, the beaches, there could be some rotation that the radar is indicating. And so when they're looking at the radar from the National Weather Service, from Melbourne as well as the Miami office, they scan the skies with Doppler radar, and if it shows a nice little signature in there that has rotation, and we've already had the history of the rotation here of quick spin ups and touchdowns actually causing some velocity, some damage on the ground, breaking branches, trees, and limbs. We've already seen some damage. Charlotte Carl's been out there moving around in the storm tracker and looking at some of the damage. There has been some confirmation of that occurring. So we're getting some video and images into the newsroom as well as we're going through the evening with that activity. So once again, we're looking at a tornado warning that just came in, and this is for Martin County, St. Lucie County, along the coastal region. If you're along the A1A, along Route 1, just east of Route 1 or inside of I-95, you're going to be dealing with a possibility of tornadic activity. You're looking east of downtown Stewart, and we're looking at Waveland. These areas have the heaviest downpours, and just north of Waveland, there is a cluster of lightning, and you just have a lot of lightning and thunder. We still have a tornado warning still in effect for you folks up there around Fort Pierce. It has been continuous lightning and thunder, potential for some rotation there. So we're watching that. As you can see, the highlighted brightness of the green and the red. When you get that green and red close together, that means there's a potential of some type of rotation, and we're looking at just east of downtown Fort Pierce near Orange Avenue. If you know I-95, Orange Avenue, and Kings Highway, you're looking at in that kind of general vicinity of something that has possibility of rotation. So if you're in these areas, you should take shelter immediately, and also know that there could be a potential for maybe a touchdown of some type of tornadic activity. So we're going to continue to track and watch this very closely, as this is going to be a dangerous tornado outbreak. Basically, we've seen now the strongest velocity returns we've seen on the radar in the area have been in Okeechobee County, and we still have in the northeast corner a tornado warning until 4:15. That will be another few minutes as we're going to continue to see Cypress Quarters, Okeechobee, Taylor Creek, with the potential of rotation as the cell has been going strong in those areas. Now, we had been watching just to the south. We had a little bit of a break for parts of Martin and western Martin County and Palm Beach County, but we still also have this tornado warning that is in southern Martin County, Palm Beach County, just north of Terrytown. There is some decent rotation there, and it's more in a kind of a farmland. You get more of the sugar fields out there as far as the sugarcane factories. So we're watching that and tracking that, because that will come up to a little more populated area once it gets to 441, if it does hold and still stay as a tornado warning. So we're going to continue to track that closely as we're going to go through the next several hours. So we're still in the thick of it. As I put this into motion, I'm going want to loop this, you can see how the rain bands have been so active with firing off tornado warnings. It was active on the western edge of the state earlier today, out there towards Fort Myers and Naples and Northport. Those areas had several tornado warnings out there towards Cape Coral, but now we're in these bands. And if I take it off of a looping, you can kind of see we have these bands here that are pushing through. So we have the rain bands that do cause that spin and the tornadoes that we can get. And that is something that's been very active. Now, there are a few more rain bands, a couple of more that are weaker to the south of like south and west of Miami in Miami-Dade County. As they continue to move north, we'll continue to track them, and we'll watch these areas closely to see if we do get anything. So we're looking at these small rain bands down here, but then also back here to the west of us along I-75. So as I speak, we're talking about another potential tornado warning. So let's just check real quick and see where that is and have a looky-loo at what that is right now. So here we go, moving up, and it may be something that's updating in the, yes, and up around where I said all that lightning and thunder is happening. We still have that tornado warning for Martin, St. Lucie County, for Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, and Stewart, as there's potential of some rotation in your area. So what we look at is up there around Waveland. I'll put this in a velocity mode so we can kind of see where that potential is. So we're looking at some weather disturbance in this region here. If you're right near the Jensen Beach area, definitely you should be taking shelter away from exterior windows and doors with the possibility of rotation in your area. So this is just updated from the National Weather Service. What they do with the radar, they kind of look and see if there's a what we call a TVS signature. That means tornado vortex signature that occurs when you have rotation from these cells. So what we're watching is the potential of rotation in the cell, and as that will be rotating, that gives us a chance for possibility of a tornado in your area. So if you live in these regions, you should be taking shelter in an interior portion of your house without, as far as you put as many walls in between you and the exterior of your house. So Ocean Breeze Park, these areas, as well as up around Jensen Beach, we're looking at along the A1A and then downtown Jensen, Rio Road, as far as over towards North River Shores. If you're in these areas, you should be definitely taking shelter away from the exterior walls and windows, because the update from the National Weather Service is that we could have a possibility of rotation or a tornado, and several of these have already touched down in many areas. So this is another alert. We got another tornado warning coming in now as it is updating, as we continue to see more tornado warnings popping on currently with this unprecedented tornado outbreak that we've seen across the area. So now we have another one that is just popping up. And this is coming in from, and we were watching the cell here, down towards Broward County, moving into Palm Beach County. So we have another tornado warning. This is for Broward and Palm Beach County until 4:30. Radar indicated there's rotation in the cell. Now this may start tapping into more populated areas here. And now western portions of Martin County has another tornado warning that's just west of Indiantown, moving along the Beeline Highway. Zana, you have this coming off of Lake Okeechobee, the potential of, now we have 3 tornado warnings that just have popped up and added to the potpourri of more activity going on out there. So here we go. We have another tornado warning. If you are in those areas just west of Indiantown near the lake, Lake Okeechobee, you should be taking shelter immediately. So once again, as we take a look at your velocity radar, we are looking at rotation coming off the lake. That means what we're seeing is that we're probably seeing something like a water spout that is going to make landfall, come across the land, and when it does, it will become a tornado. So that means there's enough rotation in this that it could possibly become a tornado. So as I kind of point this out, this area right here, we're watching this area has some spin, and as it does so, that's what we have to watch closely to see if that actually becomes an actual tornado on the ground. But once again, enough rotation in this area here that's going to continue to push north, and as it does so, you can see we have a live camera showing from Okeechobee County of the heavy rain coming down, gusty winds with this storm as it continues to push onshore. So we're going to have to watch that very closely. So we're going to continue to track that tornado warning as we go through the next several minutes here. We're looking at until 4:45. But the next one that I'm really concerned with that could get into more populated area is this one coming up out of Broward County. This one has a nice little hook echo on it. It's kind of an outflow of the previous storm that just expired. Not sure if they'll reissue that one. That's in farm country, but this is coming just out of off of Route 27 east of Terrytown, and we do have that rotation that's going on right now. So this rotation will continue, and as it moves north, we have to continue to track that very closely because this can affect more of a populated area just south of Wellington. So folks in the Wellington area, you should kind of really watch this one very closely as there's a potential for this to come more into a populated area in the next half hour to 40 minutes. So we have to watch this as this continues to move north. So tornado warning, once again, just added for Broward County, Palm Beach County, and that's until 4:30 as we have the potential for rotation in this cell. Earlier, our first tornado occurred right around this area around 9:30 this morning, and it's ever since then has been tornado warning after tornado warning in these outer rain bands that are going to continue to push through our area and cause tornadoes and then can cause damage as these continue to move. Now we're getting another rain band developing just south of Belglade over in the western portions of Palm Beach County and Broward County, and that could also kind of strengthen as we get into the evening. So we're still not out of the thick of the woods, but we're looking at several tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 active tornado warnings in the vicinity in our area. So this has, okay, add 9. We got another tornado warning, which I was just talking about. That tornado warning that expired, that's the one that has kind of contributed to the forming of the one tracking behind it. They've reissued a tornado warning for western portions, west central portions of Palm Beach County. And this one here that just added is going until 4:45. This is radar indicated. And when that says radar indicated, that means that the radar is showing winds that are wrapping around that could potentially produce a funnel cloud. And a funnel cloud can drop a tornado relatively quickly. So if we go to velocity, we can see here that this thing still has some pretty good rotation in it. I'm going to show you here as far as the winds, what we look at with Doppler radar, what that is basically doing is saying, hey, this is the direction of the winds are going right now away from the radar. This is directions that are going towards the radar. In between that, what you're going to see is some rotation over towards Shawano. That's what we're looking at, most likely some tornadic activity. So this is going to definitely be a very busy afternoon and evening as we're going to continue to see, yes, it is a hurricane making landfall, Hurricane Milton. It has not even made landfall yet, still about 200 miles to the west of us. And as it starts to get closer, these rain bands still have a lot of activity in it. So the concern I have with this tornado warning is this was going to take this cell up into just west of the acreage over towards Loxahatchee. So if you're out towards Loxahatchee, 20-mile bend, those areas, you may have some impacts from this particular storm. And there's some farm country out there, but there's a lot more ranches, there's homes, new developments that are going on up out in that region, western, just outside of Wellington. So we have to watch this one very closely, but also we have to watch the other one just to the south, which actually could be affecting folks more in the Wellington proper area if it holds together moving north. This has a pretty good signature on it as it comes up out of Broward County, just west of Coral Springs. Now, there's nothing out there. There's literally nothing right in that area, which is good. We like that it's nothing really. As far as when I say nothing, that means there's Everglades, there's swamp, there's then you get into the farm country in Palm Beach County, so not much of any like neighborhoods or homes, but definitely out of Shawano. When I'm looking here, that one's going to be coming in a little closer, and we're looking at that red and green kind of close together. So near Shawano, you have a potential for tornado possibly forming or coming on the ground. So those are the two that are down over Palm Beach County. Now let's go to our friends up north once again. We have to watch what's happening over towards just west and northwest and western portions of Martin County. Over towards Zena, you have a possibility of something coming on the coast. And what we're looking at here, and Michael, if you are all mic'd up and you want to kind of point it out,
right there.
if you want to open up his mic, you can see that we do have possibly something coming on from Lake Okeechobee, and we could see possibly some rotation or so.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we
throw
do
that
see some
microphone
rotation.
on real quick, and then it looks like and then what we'll continue to see is this moving north.
We're back on, Zita.
All right,
Okay,
here we go. Let's
so,
know what we got.
All right, tornado warning in effect for this area. Right here, we see the potential for rotation. This is on the northeast shore of Lake Okeechobee along 441, just south and west of the Beeline Highway here. We are seeing the potential for broad rotation. And this, again, part of yet another tornado warning in effect until 4:45 this afternoon for Martin and St. Lucie County. This also includes areas further north and east, including Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, and the Stewart area. So this particular tornado warning. And then further east, this is, again, another tornado warning that was just issued for eastern sections of Martin County, including Jensen Beach, Stewart, A1A, US 1, parts of Hutchinson Island, the Jensen Beach area. This in effect until 4:45 this afternoon. So heads up from US 1 east to 707 to the Barrier Island Road there on Hutchinson Island. And then further off towards the north, the northern part of this tornado warning includes northern Hutchinson Island. And we're taking a live look right now in Jensen Beach, where you can see it is dark and it is stormy out there. The waves are kind of really roughed up. So this, again, is in the tornado warned area. And I think, do I see surfers? I hope not out there. So anyway, a ton of lightning here in Indian River shores in the north part of this box, and also in the southeast of the Lakewood Park area. Extreme amount of lightning, and many times with tornadoes, you do get a lot of electrical activity. And that is certainly what we are seeing out there this afternoon. Again, this tornado warning for Martin and St. Lucie County, including Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, and Stewart this afternoon. So it looks like the northern part of this particular polygon is the worst weather out there. 403 lightning strikes. Now, this is a running count of how many lightning strikes we've had cloud to cloud and also cloud to ground in the last 10 minutes. And that is just an insane amount of lightning. You certainly want to stay indoors with that cell until it is long past. Further north, this tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock for Indian River County, including Florida Ridge, Sebastian, and the Vero Beach vicinity. We've got Indian River Boulevard, US 1, I-95, US 60 coming out of Vera over to the I-95 area. And this particular polygon stretches all the way west of the I-95 area. And we're looking for a rotation possibly in this area right here, just west of US 1, just west of the Indian River Shores vicinity, a rather broad potential location. This is north of Gifford, well north of the Vero Beach area, and this is moving off to the north at a speed of more than 30 or even 40 miles an hour. So this could be a tornado or perhaps a funnel cloud moving up along US 1 in that area. All right, and then further south, we've got this tornado warning in effect until 4:30, including Florida Ridge.
They're kind of lapping, like covering each other. They're so close together. You got that one and the other one. I'll point them out for you to point it out.
Yeah, we've had numerous overlapping tornado warnings. Either tornado warnings are extended in time, or a cell moves kind of to the northern edge of a box, and then a new box or polygon is issued further to the north. So we see perhaps some rotation here and perhaps some in this area right along the Turnpike Feeder Road and Kings Highway east of I-95. Again, the red against the green indicating opposing wind directions, which implies a rotation. And this box extends all the way south through St. Lucie Village, Hutchinson Island, and further south towards the Fort Pierce area, Orange Avenue, Okeechobee Road. There's a look at the St. Lucie Inlet right now, also under that tornado warning. And then we go down into yet another tornado warned area, this in effect until 4:45 for Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, the Stewart area, A1A, also Rio on Port Salerno, Port Sewell, all under that tornado warning at the present time. And again, what we're looking at is velocity, which is wind speeds, and the brighter the colors, typically the stronger the winds. The red are winds blowing away from the radar. The green are the winds blowing towards the radar. And associated with this, again, we're seeing lots of rain, heavy downpours over Bluefield and Zana, just west of Indiantown, heavy rain as well for that particular part of the tornado warning area. So 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 6 tornado warnings on the Treasure Coast. My goodness, crazy. And then down in Palm Beach County, here we are, 2 tornado warnings that are live right now. One here, it looks like in the area over Southern Boulevard. This encompassing area is very close to the Wellington area. This is 20 Mile Bend. You got Lion Country Safari. Hopefully the animals are very sheltered out there. I think this is the second tornado warning for this area. Fair amount of lightning down to Shawano we're seeing right now, and we are seeing potential rotation perhaps in this area right here. Okay, and this is heading off towards the north Again, mostly an agricultural area and mostly farming communities, but nevertheless, this box in effect until 4:45. So that is in 20 minutes from now. And then I believe we've got another box further to the south, Vitas, right down there across the Broward Palm Beach. So there's one more tornado warning, I believe, in the Palm Beach County vicinity. This one down here, this seems like the third or fourth one down in this area during the daytime.
That's the one that in that early morning it kind of kicked off, and it was around 9:30, and then we saw that the video of the tornado that was going across the highway, I-75, that was on all kind of social media platforms. So here it is, Michael. Once again, we are busy with these
Down
tornadoes
here,
coming up in the Palm Beach County. My concern with these are going to come up into the Wellington area. We already have those up in the Treasure Coast that are in populated areas, but most of these have stayed west of like 441 and out Wellington. But this could affect folks in the acreage. It could affect folks out there in
Jupiter Farms, maybe Loxahatchee.
Yes. So it's still rural area, but there's
the equestrian area of
Wellington.
Wellington out there, you know, Forest Hill Boulevard and Southern out there. The Wellington Polar area could be impacted by this. There's Forest Hill Boulevard right here where it kind of curves up to Southern. So this is an area that possibly being affected by that particular tornado warning.
And another rain band that's just starting to form south of Belle Glade. You see that?
Yeah, in this vicinity. So it's interesting. It could be, you know, the hurricane is about 200 miles west of us, Avita. So it could be that, I hate to say it, but perhaps the coastal area just far enough away from it to prevent the bands from reaching all the way to the coast out there. We haven't had a lot of rain here. You know, we're in the West Palm area. We've had clouds. It's been breezy, but just a few showers. All the activity has been west.
But I'm
Meanwhile,
going to
I
tell
say that another tornado warning just goes up.
But
Here's Beeline heading south.
I'm going to tell you. Beeline's heading south, but
dark clouds.
I tell you, there's going to be some damage from I think the storms that touched down somewhere in St. Lucie County, especially the one in Okeechobee County. I think that we will definitely see damage in Okeechobee County because of those stronger tornadoes that we saw, and we'll probably see more images of damage coming in. But
and near Carlton from the earlier tornadoes.
Yeah, but you can see as we have our live feed coming out of coming down the Beeline, those dark clouds. We have a tornado warning that's over just west of Indiantown. Now, Indiantown's not in the tornado warning, but they in the truck might be able to actually see a funnel cloud possibly as it continues to head south, because it's a pretty good return. And if is this the?
Don't see a lot of damage here. Don't really
Charlotte's
see
out
many trees
there
on the roads. I'm not sure if this is Charlotte, perhaps somebody else.
Is that Charlotte out in this live?
Maybe not.
I'm asking. I'm sorry. Okay, so Charlotte, if she can hear us, if you bring her mic up, if she's able to answer with that. If she's going south on the Beeline, hey Charlotte, if you're out there, you can hear us. Are you to Indiantown yet, or you're on your way towards Indiantown?
We're on our way towards Indiantown. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Coming in from the northwest?
Okay, because we have that tornado warning that you're in, right?
Yes, coming in from the northwest.
So you're in that active tornado warning, and near Zena, just east of that, or kind of before Indiantown, is where we see that pretty good rotation. Have you seen anything like a funnel cloud or a lowering of a cloud structure?
No, we haven't seen a funnel cloud yet.
Okay.
We were saying, though, it would be prime viewing for one because it's very flat out here.
Yeah, exactly. So if you guys do see something, let us know. Are you running into, have you seen any other like trees down, branches down, or any other type of damage from wind or anything like that on the roads or near the roads?
No, besides the damage that we encountered on 95 right around Becker Road, we haven't really seen any other major damage.
Okay, that's good. Well, keep safe out there. We appreciate what you're doing, and let us know if you come across something. We'll check back in with you as you're out on the roads here on the Beeline heading down southeast towards Indiantown. Thank you very much. We'll keep you posted.
All right, yeah, and again, Vita still have a whole bunch of tornado warnings that are continuing right now. This one, Martin, St. Lucie, until 4:45 this afternoon. What's most notable about this one is just the crazy amount of lightning, hundreds and hundreds of strikes along the Intercoastal Waterway.
Yeah.
It looks like just near the St. Lucie Inlet.
You know that circulation, Michael, offshore?
It's now offshore.
Now offshore may be a water spout now.
It could be.
You know, it could be. You know, when you get those circulations that cross over the outer bank, those outer islands, then they become a water spout, which I have never seen myself. with my own eyes. I've seen it.
Well,
on.
yeah,
You may
Vitas and I
have.
were talking about this yesterday. The only water spout I've seen is when I was vacationing in Longboat Key as a kid, and it was a water spout right offshore. It was still swimming in the ocean. So, and that's actually where Milton is likely to make landfall on the west coast of Florida.
Right.
Yeah, water spouts. Well, here's an interesting. Is this someone live now, or is this the video?
That looks like a tornado.
Yeah,
That's a
this is
tornado.
video that one of our viewers sent us. All we know is that this is over on Okeechobee.
What was
Not
that?
not live. Right. Earlier.
Oh, not live, yeah.
And this is from where you said?
They're telling us it's on Okeechobee, so we're assuming it's Okeechobee County,
Oh yeah.
on
Okay.
Okeechobee Road maybe?
Okay, very possible, because earlier when we had those tornadoes that were in Okeechobee, now we do have the tornado warning that is up there.
Yeah, remember we were talking about one southeast of Okeechobee,
Yeah.
right along the northeast rim.
Could that
very
be
well
it?
could be video from that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a real fat, top and and base. I mean, it looks like something you'd see in the middle of the country.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a Kansas tornado or
Man.
Indiana or Ohio.
You guys have never seen anything like this in Florida, right?
I have not. No.
It's-
And Michael, you've been here for decades.
Well, I've been here for like almost 30 years now, Liz. And yeah, like I said, I mean, the most intense, longest period of tornado coverage was during Hurricane Irma for me, which went on for 4 to 5 hours within continuous coverage. But now we're looking at, this is now 7 hours straight of constant tornado warnings coming in one after another, with us being on the air live with these tornado warnings. And the amount of sightings of tornadoes, the video like this is just one of many pieces of video, one of many pieces of damage and spots and confirmations of tornadoes all across South Florida. And like I said, I've been here almost 30 years, and you, Liz,
Yeah,
same
I've
for
been
you,
here
even a little longer.
33, yeah,
And
yeah.
right, so I don't think, I don't ever remember this kind of frequency and this kind of tornado outbreak and this amount of tornado warnings in a period in any one day.
This is definitely historic, and we do want to remind our viewers that you can send us your photos and videos by what we call chiming in. It's super easy. Just scan that QR code to get started, and it'll prompt you and show you how to upload your video and your pictures, and we can possibly use them here on the air, because this is incredible video. I can't stop looking at it.
Yeah, it's amazing, and to see how busy that the atmosphere has been and how far away. We're talking about Hurricane Milton making landfall later tonight, but yet we're getting these effects with tornadoes, and the tornadoes are really the significant story for us on this edge of the state. Of course, there's going to be storm surge. Of course, there's going to be wind damage and we know that there's folks that are going to really have to deal with that in their world. So yes, it doesn't mitigate or diminish their effects, but for what we're seeing here and folks living in these areas, the main concern are the tornado warnings. So let's kind of do a reset. Let's go starting from Palm Beach County, Michael,
Right.
and we're going to give everybody a little play-by-play on where these tornadoes
Right.
are. I'm going to zoom in and I'll do some driving for you, and
right.
we'll talk about what we're seeing here. So let's start with Palm Beach County and who's kind of and
just
this one
adding-
I'm kind of concerned with here.
Just to add to your
Well,
comments, Vitas, it's we were talking about this yesterday. Oh, thankfully we're not under hurricane warning in Palm Beach County and Martin. It's not going to be that bad, but the tornadoes are bad.
Yeah,
They're even
tornadoes
worse than the winds we're going to be getting later tonight of 50, 60, and 70 miles an hour across our area.
100%.
They certainly are, yeah.
100%. So we began with this. I'll start with Palm Beach County,
Yep.
and then I'll pass it on to you. Palm Beach County, we still have a tornado warning until 5 p.m., and it was at 4:45, but now it's extended to 5 p.m., and that's just west of 441. And folks in Wellington, you know how Wellington, the city of Wellington around Forest Boulevard and all that, you living out of those areas may start seeing heavy rain, and this may impact you. We're going to continue to zoom and look a little closer to see if this rotation actually gets kind of close to you. It's still sitting out in some farm country, but you can see a well-defined kind of curving here, showing there's a pretty strong notching of an inflow and then an outflow. So there's probably something there that we have to watch really closely. So we'll keep you posted on that. But then we also have this one up here just to the north and west of you that is just beyond the 20-mile bend, and so that means folks in the acreage out towards Loxahatchee, you may have some impacts from a potential of tornado. We're looking at pretty good rotation there. You can see right by the 20-mile bend, that green and red indicating there's some type of rotation right here in that center of circulation. That could be a tornado warning. So if you're in these areas or over towards Loxahatchee, you should be taking shelter immediately in an interior portion of your house, and move yourself away from exterior windows and walls. Put as much space between you and the exterior of the home. There's no basements here. Got it. That means you got to go to the interior portion of your house or get under a very strong, sturdy piece of furniture, away from glass, cover your head from debris that could fly. And we're talking about getting maybe a helmet, a bike helmet, or a pillow put over your neck. Very important for safety if something were to touch down in your area. Michael, I'll bring it up here for you to kind of go on with the next tornado warnings that we have just to the north of that.
Talk about. So we're heading north right now, kind of taking assessment of all the tornado warnings. So the other one we're looking at right now, so we've got them on the Treasure Coast. One up here, northern parts of Okeechobee County. We also have this area in western sections of Martin County and also the St. Lucie County area. So this in effect until 4:45 for Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. Heavy rain, Okeechobee Road, 712 Cana. It looks like this started flashing, so this could be, again, another one out there. And again, it's 4:45, so we're looking at just 7 or 8 minutes until this one expires. Potential rotation here, south of Okeechobee Road, west of Cana. Again, a rural part of the viewing area, but nevertheless, there are some folks out there. There are some highways that, you know, you don't want to be driving around. Okeechobee Road being impacted, Bluefield as well. We head further north, and this warning in effect for northern Okeechobee County, and also up until western sections of Indian River County until 5, including Florida Ridge, Sebastian, and Vero
They're
Beach.
so close together. I'm trying to
Junction.
bunch this one there, that one.
And then this in effect, so this is in effect until 5 o'clock. And this includes Fellsmere. So this is western parts of Indian River County, including beautiful Blue Cypress Lake, the Fellsmere area, Ossawa Junction. Heavy rain, again, the potential. So this, again, is looks like a radar rotation indicated tornado. Then at the coast, from Sebastian down to Vero, down to the St. Lucie County line, and from about I-95 east to the coast, this warning now extended until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Sebastian, Vero, Florida Ridge, Route 510, Hutchinson Island, US 60 under the tornado warning, it looks like, and we're searching for some rotation. Well, possibly here, right there, right along the water there. So this could be manifesting itself as a water spout. I know we've got some cameras up there. We've got the Fort Pierce Inlet, and I believe we got Sebastian. So perhaps if our directors in the back could try to pull those up on the PC, we might be able to see some of those beach cams, because we are looking at the potential for some rotation right along the coast of Indian River County. And then further down south, how about this one here? This is actually a rectangular box. This in effect until 4:45 for Indian River Estates, Jensen Beach, and the Stewart area. US 1, you're involved. Stewart, Waveland. We're looking at it, but again, we're kind of looking at a notch here. Perhaps this is right offshore.
I think they're going to slowly
area.
let this one kind of go away. We're at 4:45.
Yes.
That's a few more minutes. I think that one may drop, which is good.
St. Lucie Sheriff's Office.
Yeah,
this is live.
These are live pictures now. This is at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. We understand that this is on Midway Road in Fort Pierce, and look at that. This is apparently where they house all of the vehicles, and it's down.
Yeah, the hangar came down on top, so it looks like the sheriff believes that a tornado actually touched down, tore this down, and those are emergency vehicles underneath. The good news is there was nobody in those vehicles at the time, but there's a lot of damage there. That's going to be pretty costly. Again, this is over at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office over at one of their facilities over on Midway Road.
That's amazing damage. And Jim, Liz,
It's a
Michael,
metal structure.
That's a large structure. So you kind of think
Sturdy.
of almost like you think of those strong beams, big, vast, open area. And a lot of times when we talk about tornado warnings for school safety, things like that, don't be in a gymnasium or a big, like a Sam's or a Publix, a grocery store. They usually huddle people to a back, smaller room, because bigger structures.
They come down?
They come down. They have a bigger potential for coming down when those winds come in. So this is substantial damage, and these are the vehicles for the city
sheriff's
vehicles?
office. For the sheriff's office.
Sheriff vehicles, a big facility that came down and did this damage.
Yeah, apparently the sheriff says that this went down, in a matter of seconds. It's a 10,000 square foot facility over there, so that's a big giant hangar underneath where all those vehicles. The sheriff says steel structure. So again, that took a lot of force to take that down, and no injuries, no deputies were injured. So right now this is just a big mess, and
a costly mess.
And we're talking about, we really haven't seen Milton even make landfall, and we've got this tornado outbreak, which has turned out to be a big issue for us up and down, Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. I'm just wondering what kind of EF classification. I mean, those are all sturdy steel beams and a roof. The whole thing has just been crashed down. Could be an EF2 with that one. I mean, that is
very possible.
It's not wood. It's not a mobile home.
No,
that
it's
that
metal.
took a lot of force.
The most amazing part, which I'm super happy to hear, and blessings on no one injured or hurt, because that could kill people. That's that's heavy steel, and I'm so happy all the sheriffs, all the people working in the facility weren't injured. But this is amazing damage, and we'll probably see some more that's going to be popping up in the area wherever that is. That's not like a straight line wind. You can get, we call it, and there's a debate, oh, was it straight line winds or something? But no, this is actual tornado damage. We can look at that and confirm that. Michael, we have another update, an extension to the tornado warning in Palm Beach County. You want to get?
Yeah, it looks like that's until 5 o'clock. For North Central Palm Beach County until 5. And I do have the warning printed out here. It's near Lion Country Safari, 13 miles northwest of Wellington, moving north at 45 miles per hour. So it looks like this area right here, this warning has been extended until 5 o'clock, and we're seeing the potential for some rotation in this general vicinity. Again, a rural area, which is good, but this isn't far east of, not too far east of Pahokee, north of 441, as you'll notice here, heading to the north now. It's moving north at 45 miles per hour. Okay, it's a radar-indicated rotation, so not a confirmation on the ground just yet. And this tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas as it moves north in this area. Definitely want to take cover. Meanwhile, we've got another tornado warning. This also in effect until 5 o'clock. A very heavy, broad area of rain south to west of Wellington, probably from about the equestrian area, Polo, south into the agriculture. This is the northeast extension of the Everglades. Again, mostly a rural area. That's certainly good, but there's certainly a fair amount of lightning located within this area.
Yeah,
okay.
My little concern is that once you get,
once it heads north, it'll be in a populated area, sure.
Yeah, you start at that very corner, and they're actually updating right now.
Perhaps in this
morning.
area, you might see some kind of rotation there.
Yeah, and then when you say the populated area, Michael, over here in Wellington, you know, Forest Boulevard, you have a lot of homes that are down in this area in Wellington. Just outside of that, Okeechobee Boulevard and all that new development out there. That is also in
Westlake.
the track for that. Yeah, Westlake. You got Westlake
Just
out
up
there.
in this area, yeah.
So you're not under the warning yet. Wellington proper, not under the warning yet, but this is not far away. So we're talking about just so many miles away from your area, and depending on how that tracks, that's just 10 miles. Right?
Yeah, this one, here's another warning out west, and then this overlapping one over there in the Lake Okeechobee area. So 3 out again west. Again, most of this still west of the 441 vicinity.
And this is the area that we were just actually kind of a little happy for a moment to say, oh, it's calmed down for a minute. But we're not out of the woods yet, folks. And this has been just continuous coverage of tornado warnings that have just been back to back because so much velocity in these cells. And this Milton is a monster because this thing is sitting still well off the shore, hasn't made even landfall, but the outer bands of the storm and the amount of moisture and warm and rotation in these cells is very strong.
Producing rotation.
Yeah, you can, Michael, you saw the damage there up in St. Lucie County. It's just amazing, right?
Well, it's interesting. I'm thinking about what a similar scenario had happened. Remember Hurricane Ian also happened in the fall months a couple years ago when we had it. That was a Cat 3 moving up from the Caribbean. And it was a similar situation, not exactly the same track, but it was in northeast, and we had tornado warnings.
All right, I want to just tell everybody real quick in Wellington,
EDS.
take shelter immediately. I'm not joking, because right now we got a tornado that is confirmed. Somebody has actually visually seen this. That's south and west of Wellington, and you talked about up there and off of, if you think of 20 Mile Bend, if you're near the Acreage, if you're in Loxahatchee, you're next in line for this storm. That means something is on the ground. We were just talking about this. So if you are in, especially the Wellington, near Wellington Mall, those areas west of that, downtown Wellington, anything west of Wellington, if you're in Westlake, the new developments out there, please take shelter immediately. Go to the interior portions of your house, from the exterior walls and windows of your house, and find shelter, because this is a very dangerous situation as we have an active tornado potentially that's spotted. I'm looking currently at the velocity, and we are seeing strong velocity out there at this moment, like currently. We are currently seeing that. So that is very important. Michael, what are you seeing? You finding something there?
This again, the tornado warning. This is for St. Lucie County, East Central Florida. That's until 5:15. So the warning on to the east in St. Lucie County. It looks like that's been extended a little bit. Vitas is looking up more information on that. And we're also looking again up this morning further north in the St. Lucie County area. So this has been extended till 5:15 for Martin, Okeechobee, St. Lucie County, and also the Lakewood Park area. So these warnings just continue to go on and on here. Let's see if we can look at the velocity for this cell. Looks like that's the better velocity. Right there, south of Okeechobee Road. We are looking at potential spin there, just again west of the Keene vicinity. So that again, another threat, but not nearly as bad, I guess, as the threat down just south and west of Wellington right now, Vitas.
Yeah, and so once again, these tornado warnings have been back-to-back starting at 9:30 this morning. We have been over 7 hours of coverage of tornado warning, these storm bands pushing through South Florida with the rain bands associated with Hurricane Milton, which still has not even seen coastline yet to make landfall. These are just the outer bands of this hurricane as it continues to push in, and this is the main concern of what we're watching down here across Palm Beach County. So if you are in these areas, you need to take shelter immediately. So we were talking about the one up there to the north in St. Lucie County. There could be potentially rotation, strong rotation just west of I-95. If you live in Port St. Lucie, Tradition, those areas, you should be taking shelter immediately and putting as many walls between you and the exterior of your house as possible. We don't have basements here in Florida, so you need to take shelter immediately as we continue to see this potential for this tornado outbreak that we've been seeing here in southeastern portions of Florida. I'm going to go back down to Palm Beach County, where we have a confirmation, a visual confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground. And take a look at that signature, Michael. Look at that wrapping around. You can see that's pretty decent as far as looking at the rotation here. I'm going to go to
the Weather Service has actually issued now. There's two of them. Yeah, a tornado warning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge or near Wellington, moving north at 45. They're calling this a particularly dangerous situation to take cover now. The hazard is a damaging tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. This could be a life-threatening situation. So again, you definitely want to take cover now. And another statement just came out talking about this tornado warning now, which has now been extended into northeastern Palm Beach County. This in effect until 5:15. And again, talking about this reported large and extremely dangerous tornado near Wellington, moving north at 40. Again, a PDS, weather spotters are reporting this tornado. And again, two purple boxes overlapping. Again, something historic here in South Florida. Two particularly dangerous situations with overlapping boxes, Vitas.
Yeah, and because they're extending it, that means this is going to be on the ground, and probably because these storms have been prolonged tornadoes, like the one up in Okeechobee. We saw that as far as a dangerous tornado up there in St. Lucie County doing damage to the actual police headquarters where they have a storage facility for their vehicles. That collapsed. We just saw that video coming in. They're actively out there right now with that. But this is going to come from the farmland west of 441, the farmland into the populated area. So you should be taking shelter immediately if you live in Wellington, anywhere west of Wellington. If you are in Acreage, if you're over there near the Southern Boulevard, a lot of development that's going on over there near the new Publix over there, the Loxahatchee
Groves, Royal Palm Beach,
all of that.
The Acreage.
Right,
even
the
western
Acreage.
parts of Palm Beach Gardens.
100%.
The northern part of that box there.
Right, so folks need to be taking shelter immediately because there is a confirmed tornado that they have spotted on the ground moving northward, and this thing has been moving pretty quickly, so it's going to be in those areas within, this is only about 4 or 5 miles away. That means you have to take action now. So we have a live video of Southern Boulevard looking westward towards Loxahatchee and the Acreage. You can kind of see roads are just full of water. Tons of rain has been coming down, and it concerns me. I do still, Michael, we still see cars rolling around out there.
It's rush hour.
There's nowhere to go. I know there's people,
yeah.
There's still some folks that had to work today. I know, I get it. You have to get home. You have to do whatever you have to do. But if there's an elective option to go out, I wouldn't go out in this because we still have the potential for severe storms causing these rain bands causing tornadic activity, and they have been one after another, and confirmations doing damage. So once again, tornado warning for Palm Beach County. Folks in the path of the storm, we're looking at considerable threat. That means there is a tornado on the ground, and it's going to be affecting folks down out west of Wellington, out towards Loxahatchee, the acreage, and this is going to be making its way towards Southern Boulevard shortly, and also towards Okeechobee Boulevard. If you live out those areas just west of 441, Route 7, these neighborhoods out in these regions, you should be taking shelter immediately as we continue to track these dangerous tornadoes that have been moving ahead of Hurricane Milton that has yet to make landfall later tonight over 190 to 200 miles to the west of us. We haven't even gotten the tornado or the hurricane to make landfall, but we get these tornadoes that are expected in these rain bands. Michael, let's know what's happening.
Yeah, again, some statements that came out from the National Weather Service, Vitas. We've been talking about these updates and these particular dangerous situations. So again, we're looking west on Southern Boulevard out there towards the Loxahatchee area. Don't really see any funnel clouds or whatnot, but again, this is the most dire situation right now locally. This tornado warning in effect until 5:15 for this box here. Okay, this is actually what we call the TDWR radar scanning the side. This is near F Road at Southern Boulevard, just west of the Royal Palm Beach area. So 441, there's a look at the tornado signature there. And again, this possibly scraping into the western parts of Wellington and heading off to the north. Again, this is a reported an extremely dangerous tornado near Wellington moving north at 40. Weather spotters have reported the tornado, so we may be seeing pictures of this or video. We don't know yet. We're trying to scan the skies with our traffic cameras and video cameras, and we've got our reporters and spotters out there, and meteorologist Charlotte Carl as well, so perhaps she can head down into that area. So this extends north over 441. Threat areas are Royal Palm Beach, the Loxahatchee Groves area, also western parts of Palm Beach Gardens eventually, because the northern part of this box, Vitas, if we can go up a little bit, the northern part goes all the way up and towards the B line and the end of PGA Boulevard, okay? So, and part of this is encompassing the Westlake area, north of the acreage, plenty of lightning, plenty of downpours, and plenty of thunder and lightning. And again, a scary situation. And again, two boxes on top of one another here with, again, the cell somewhere down here in south of Southern. So it's likely going to cross Southern Boulevard soon. Okay, and we'll see in those cameras if we do see it crossing. Not sure how far west those cameras are actually penetrating at the present time. But again, this particular tornado warning in effect until 5:15. And again, whenever you go from red to purple on our color coding here, it means it's pretty much it goes from a radar indicated rotation to a confirmed tornado or a particularly dangerous situation. Here's a look at the three-dimensional perspective of the tornado. And again, the threat's considerable. We're looking at the cell going up to 35,000 feet perhaps up in the atmosphere. Typically in the summer, we'll see higher cells, and hurricanes, they don't have to be up that high to produce, tornadic activity. We are looking at a considerable amount of wind shear in the atmosphere, that twisting and turning of winds with height, and also a little bit of weak to moderate instability. According to the Storm Prediction Center, all the ingredients are coming together to produce this tornado outbreak here across South Florida. And so let's take a look at how many warnings we have right now. So we've got the two in Palm Beach County overlapping, another one here just along the Palm Beach Martin line. That's 3, 4, 5, 6 ongoing tornado warnings. Oh, here's live pictures of the tornado Wellington.
Is this the
Town Center Promenade, looking west from the Wellington area? You can see on the top part of your screen, we are looking at perhaps more than one tornado.
Can you guys pop that up in the big band for us, please, so we can see a little better? It's
so right on the right side of on the left side of your screen, you've got the potential, or there are confirmed tornadoes on the ground. And again, these are confirmed tornadoes.
Pop that up in the big band, please. And then we need that video in the
This is a camera from one of the developments out in that area, one of the lakes, obviously.
Yeah, this is an actual video, but I'm trying to see if we can get in the big band because I need to visually
kind of
see that.
a very fat, distinct tornado going from left to right on the screen.
I see it barely. Okay, yes, we do.
There it is.
There it is. Tornado on the ground.
Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at it now. This is a live video showing a tornado on the ground just west of Wellington. Take shelter immediately. I cannot stress it any more. Take shelter immediately. If you are in the path of this storm, you will have damage in your home. You may be killed from this. We're talking about a death situation. Take shelter immediately. This is an action, not a wish. This is an action. take shelter immediately. We have a tornado warning right now with a tornado on the ground in Wellington. People live there. If you live in that area, I need you to go to an interior portion of your house, get under sturdy furniture, get a pillow, get something to put over your head. We are looking at it right now. So please do what you need to do and take shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning active. We see people out there right now who are looking at this, who are in Wellington. I'm watching people who are like on the lake. I've walked out here. I used to live in Wellington. I have walked this lake before. I know this lake. This is only within a half mile away. You need to be in a sturdy building, interior portion of your house. If you're in the Loxahatchee area, if you are in the acreage, this is an actual tornado on the ground. This is a dangerous situation. That is a big wedge tornado. This could be EF2 or 3. I am shocked to see this, folks. So once again, we're looking at a dangerous tornado. It is crossing near the Okeechobee Boulevard, heading up into Okeechobee Boulevard west of Wellington. If you are in the acreage or Loxahatchee, you need shelter now. This is an active alert, a warning, active. This is meaning now. This is not saying it's possible. We're thinking about it. We are seeing it on the video. Michael?
Yeah, you're right, Video. I agree with all that, Vitas. It looks like it's leaving the screen right now, but this is a lake, one of the developments out there. Maybe one of our producers can tell us exactly what development this is. Again, this is the western part of Wellington, looking probably, the tornado's probably likely crossed over Southern Boulevard right now.
Yeah, this is
Town Center Promenade in the Wellington area.
Yeah, so this is that the promenade. So you have that park over there. You have the town center as far as Wellington offices and the town council and all that, the mayor's office, all that, police department. I'm talking about this is an actual. We see it right here where that circle of the rotation is. It's right there where this radar is being picked up. And these are people that live in these neighborhoods. Is crossing into that, just crossed over Okeechobee Boulevard. And I've not seen, okay, personally, I've not ever had to deal with this where it's so right there personal. We are seeing an active tornado that could be damaging, Michael, on the ground. And if you live in these areas, I want you to read off some of these streets because we're going to be seeing people having immediate impacts from this. You need to take shelter now if you are over there just north of Okeechobee, north of, like if you think of, you know where the Target is out there off of Route 7, west of the movie theater?
Yeah, a little west of there.
A little west of the movie theater,
yes.
But there's like the Publix, the new Publix out there. There's the new, Loxahatchee, their municipal building is right out there. But if you're out over those areas, you need to take shelter right now. I'm telling you, this is a severe situation. We see it on the camera. We need you folks to really move interior of your houses and get away from glass that can break because we're getting the warnings right now. It's happening right now.
Here's another tornado warning that's just coming up there, Vitas. Yeah. So anywhere from western Wellington, the Polo, up towards Loxahatchee Groves, Loxahatchee, and eventually perhaps into western parts of Palm Beach Gardens, the Westlake area. All these towns, you definitely want to be hunkered down inside right now in your safe area. As we continue again to look at this cell here, there's a look at the radar site, and this tornado warning in effect until 5:15. Again, it's observed in the Loxahatchee. Here's Okeechobee Boulevard, right? There's Royal Palm Beach. There's the Wellington area. So it looks like it's now moved to the north and west of Wellington. Here's the intersection of Forest Hill and Southern Boulevard. So here's where it is, kind of near where that radar site is, off to the north and northwest. So this whole area, this purple area, still under this tornado warning until 5:15. So for the next 15 minutes or so, and a possibility that it gets extended even further in time.
Yeah.
Again, as we take a look, again, a very particularly dangerous situation. Certainly stay indoors. Stay in the most interior room of your house. Bathroom is a good idea. Hide under the bed. Put a mattress over you. If you got a bathtub, you can do that. Any way to keep yourself safe. And not a good idea to be in a mobile home either.
Michael, when you and I'm going to give people a vision. If you can think of where you are, because people say, "Oh, it's in Palm Beach County." Okay, where are you in Palm Beach? We know west of 441 or Route 7, Royal Palm Beach. If you live out in Royal Palm Beach, or if you are north of Okeechobee Boulevard, you know there's the entrance to the downtown Royal Palm. You got that little area over there, Loxahatchee. There's a lot of people that live right in that area. There's a lot of subdivisions, a lot of neighborhoods. If you get north of Okeechobee Boulevard.
Yeah, west of Seminole, this is Seminole Pratt Whitney, that's 441. So you want to be west of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road and north of Okeechobee Boulevard out there. So well west of those areas, again, there is where we're seeing, can we bring up the correlation coefficient?
Yeah, I'll bring that up.
He's going to try to bring that up to see if we can't see any perhaps debris.
Yeah, there it is.
You can definitely see here.
There's debris.
There is debris there, again, north and west of Royal Palm Beach, north of Okeechobee Boulevard, in the acreage. We're seeing all kinds of different colors. And what you're looking at here is a certain slice of the radar, a certain wavelength. And whenever the colors are very similar, there isn't much going on. But whenever you see different colors, that means the radar beam is picking up different things in the atmosphere. It could be some dust, it could be leaves, it could be trees, it could be part of a window or part of a roof shingle or whatever. And they were again coming back with different reflectivities. So this is potential debris that's in the air due to the tornado.
Yeah, and if you live in the acreage right now, we're talking about F Road. Looks like if you're on, they're numbered. A lot of them are numbered out there. F Road, B, A. But we're talking about let's see.
This is Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. There's Route 7. So this well west of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and probably in the Seminole Pratt Whitney Road area. So this mostly in the acreage. Okay, acreage,
North Road.
Loxahatchee. There's north. You got all these, what is that, 42nd Place, there's Parsimmon Boulevard here. This is where we're seeing potential debris. So Loxahatchee Groves, tornado likely going through this area with some debris in the air, according to our correlation coefficient, heading towards Orange Boulevard there in the Loxahatchee area. There's Key Lime Boulevard, a lot of crisscrossing streets, and part of this area has dirt roads too.
And now what's next is, you know how North Lake comes over there?
Yeah, here's North Lake.
So point that out, folks. Yeah, point that out there.
So the very end of North Lake Boulevard and also the very western part of PGA Boulevard, where both of those roads end in this general vicinity.
Okay,
so
here comes
this
the
West
update.
Lake also.
Here comes the update. This is in the acreage out towards Loxahatchee. If you are in the path of this tornado, take shelter immediately. This is a severe situation, a life-threatening situation. I am telling you folks, take shelter immediately, a life-threatening situation. We have video.
Let's take the video.
If we can take the live video. Okay. This is the active tornado. We're watching it right now on the video. We can see the wedge coming down out of the cloud. This is not just a funnel cloud. This is an active tornado that has debris. We are looking at a debris signature on the radar. What that means is that this is ripping things up, breaking things, and carrying it with it, and making it
That could be the Beeline Highway Exchange, where it meets, the Beeline Highway, and also it could be the PGA Boulevard. We're not sure yet. Probably looking out to the west from the Turnpike.
But
so you can kind of see that wedge hitting the ground.
You can see that wedge coming down to the ground. Now, if they move around, they might be on a higher plane to be able to see it, but nonetheless, like an overpass or something, a highway overpass, they might be able to get past the tree line to see that, but for a visual. But nonetheless, this is an active tornado warning. I cannot state it higher than this to say this is a life-threatening warning. You need to take shelter if you are in the acreage. If your address is in the acreage,
and Loxahatchee,
your zip code is in the acreage. Now, don't even say street names. If you are in the acreage, take shelter immediately. We need you to be safe. And this is a dangerous situation, so please heed our warning. This is actually happening right now. Michael?
Yeah, you're right, Vitas. And again, what we're looking at is a camera. We're not sure exactly what location on the Turnpike, but it's likely looking off towards the west, out into the acreage, the Loxahatchee, possibly even in the western parts of Palm Beach Gardens right now. As you can see on our map there, we're kind of widening things out a little bit. Let's take the radar full screen for one of us, and then we can kind of see exactly where that. How about putting the velocity signature up again?
Here's the velocity.
So here it is. So potentially right here, that is what Avocado Boulevard. There is Orange Boulevard right there. Here's 441. There's a look at Palm Beach Boulevard, Coconut Boulevard. So in this area, Persimmon Boulevard, anywhere perhaps within this area, maybe right there, there's the brightest reflectivities. This is where that likely tornado is, again, confirmed by the cameras that we've been showing you and by spotters on the ground. And this entire purple area is under that tornado warning until 5:15. So that's the very edge of the very end, I believe, of North Lake Boulevard, just west of the Beeline Highway.
Yeah, I'll zoom in
and
so you can
PGA
have
Boulevard right there. So it's right in this general vicinity. And this is, I believe that is
North Lake.
That's North Lake, heading all the way out to the west into Loxahatchee and also the acreage area.
I'm gonna
This whole
put
area,
on-
a lot of streets, a lot of homes in the path of this, Vitas.
I'm going to put on the coalition coefficient
There's a
again
potential
because
debris right there.
It is showing you a debris field.
It lines up with
Yeah.
where the velocity is, so it's high confirmation both from cameras and from our
Right.
technology that this is indeed a tornado that is on the ground, and folks
Right.
need to take shelter from this area off to the north and northeast, anywhere within this purple box.
So, ladies and gentlemen, when we have a tornado emergency, it's not just a tornado warning. This is an emergency. When Michael is talking about confirmation, already we've had video confirmation, visual confirmation. This was an active tornado that has touched down in central Palm Beach County in the acreage, first of all, if you want to grab that. Number two, we have also the radar confirmation showing the rotation with this being a very strong rotation showing that there. Then three, we have a coalition coefficient. That basically in radar terms means we see debris in the radar. It is picking up and wrapping things. So we have a picture of the tornado in Westlake we're about to pull up here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna pull that up. We can't stress more, and now we have another one. Michael, we actually have another visual. This is really dangerous to the north. We're going to go to the north. We're going to talk more about the acres, but we have another
St.
tornado
Lucie
warning
County, yeah.
in St. Lucie County.
That was the printing that just went out
Okay,
here. So we
I'm
can
gonna
kind
get
of
to-
read what that is. And that's a tornado warning for northeast St. Lucie, eastern Indian River until 5:30. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Fort Pierce North or near Fort Pierce, moving north at 35 miles an hour. Again,
Here it
damaging tornado. Now, this one is actually a radar indicated rotation. But again, it looks like the radar is pretty obvious with its signature there.
Yeah, oh yeah, this will be on the ground. Someone will see this. On Orange Avenue near 995, tornado warning. Indian River County, St. Lucie County. This is a strong signature. Fort Pierce, Sebastian, Vero Beach, considerable warning. Take shelter now. Tornado emergency, life-threatening, life-damaging tornado on the ground. We cannot say it more serious. You need to act. This isn't a go take picture. Let's go take action for the safety of you, your family, and your house, your home. We don't care what happens outside to the car. We don't care what happens outside to the awning. What happens inside is that you need to take shelter now. This is another life-threatening potential, still yet to be confirmed visually, but it will. We are seeing it on the radar here. This is a strong tornado that is touching down in this area near Orange Avenue, in this area up here in St. Lucie County. And we're looking at Indian River as next, and the cities are Fort Pierce, Sebastian, Vero Beach. Michael?
Yeah, so some of the towns that they're listing, Vitas, like you said, Fort Pierce, the Vero Beach South, Indrio, that's where this tornado will come in at 5:10. Indian River Shores, Gifford, it comes in around 5:20, and Winter Beach around 5:30. Another impact area could be, it looks like Orchid, okay? So again, to repeat, it's an extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado developing. To protect your life, you want to take cover now. Move to an interior room of the lowest floor of your house. Avoid windows, okay? If you're in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, a damaging tornado. Right now it's radar indicated, but it's a pretty strong rotation, pretty strong, signature on our radar right now, which shows that.
So if you're near Indrio Road, if you are near right there, St. Lucie Boulevard, Central Canal Road, these are the areas right now you have impacts, active impacts, possible tornado on the ground. you should be taking shelter immediately. We cannot stress that enough. And it's going north. If you're near Lakewood Park, that road, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is an active tornado warning with meaning considerable. And when we see the tornado warning in purple, that means it's possibly, most likely been visually seen as well.
Right.
But we haven't had the confirmation or video from there yet. So our team is looking right now in St. Lucie County. If you see downtown St. Lucie County or somewhere near where you might be a St. Lucie Village, if you get any video from those, post it, let us know. But we have to come back. We're busy. We have a lot going on back here with the other tornado warning in Palm Beach County. And we have this active in Loxahatchee, an active tornado warning with something that has been already seen moving just west of downtown Wellington. There is a strong signature heading towards the Beeline Highway. If you're up in that area where PGA meets the Beeline Highway, right now, North Lake Road, these neighborhoods are being impacted. If you live near North Lake Boulevard, Bay Hill Drive, you're over near Coral,
Looks like it's moved just north of North Lake Boulevard.
Just north, the neighborhood
so western
up there.
parts of Palm Beach Gardens.
That's kind of up near.
Yeah, that's western Palm Beach Gardens right now,
Is that
just
over,
north of North Lake Boulevard.
that's near Liz's neighborhood. So Liz, this is your area. This is up in that whole new development up there. Okay, so just make sure we're aware that this is up north.
Yeah, so towns included, Vitas, are Jupiter, Palm Beach Gardens, North County Airport, Calusa, Jupiter Farms, Philo Farms. Again, a damaging tornado. We saw a video from one of the developments out there in western Wellington. Also, emergency management has reported this tornado as well. We also saw a traffic camera off the Florida Turnpike where we could see the tornado in the distance. We are also seeing, again, signature on the radar of the velocity, and we saw the debris. So a sure thing that a tornado
100%.
is on the ground just north of North Lake Boulevard, heading north up there towards the Beeline Highway into western parts of Palm Beach Gardens. So again, a particularly dangerous situation. You really need to be careful as this storm continues to head off towards the north and northeast. It's moving at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So again, the Beeline Highway is in its path. Jupiter Farms. We've got some of those, that's horse country up there, as far north as perhaps eventually Indiantown Road. That's also in the path of this. We also have Jupiter Farms Road as well, 137th Avenue, Sandy Run Road, 153rd Court North, also in the path of this storm. Again, as it continues to head on off towards the north at a speed of 40 to 45 miles per hour. So again, a very dangerous situation. Notice the box there, the threat is considerable on the radar at the present time. And we're going to take a look again at the correlation coefficient. And we are looking at perhaps a fair amount of debris located wherever you see the blue and greens together. And again, that's right there in the Beeline Highway. Once again, just to the north of the North Lake Boulevard area. Again, eventually heading on into the Jupiter Farms vicinity. And again, moving very quickly right now at a speed of about 40 to 40 miles an hour. And not only are we looking at a lot of, a tornado here, but we're also looking at torrential downpours and frequent lightning in this area as well. So again, all in this purple area. We need to you need to get inside, take cover now. We've got we've got one confirmed tornado on the ground, according to video, and also that other box down to the south. This one down south, I believe this will probably expire soon, which is basically south of Okeechobee Boulevard. This box up here goes until 5:30 this afternoon. And there again is the velocity product. Yeah. And we're looking at the, again, right in this area, Venus, right here. That's where we are looking at the potential for rotation or areas further
along the Beeline.
Across the Beeline Highway.
Now it's crossing the Beeline. So
right here.
Anybody in that vicinity, and you see PGA Boulevard, and we're looking north of that whole new development up there north of North Lake. That went right through that area. Now we have some confirmation of tornadoes that have been on the ground. This has been one that was on the ground that moved west of Wellington and then moved west of and through the acreage. So we're talking about confirmation of tornado damage. We were looking at coalition coefficient. That's a product that our radar shows that it will show actual debris. So could we bring that up again, Michael, and look at the coalition coefficient? So it still has debris potentially in that system. So this is actual video of the tornado. This is showing an active. This is live. Is this
This is
live?
yet another video.
Oh my. Okay, so this is live. Who's out there with this?
You can see a fat
Who's live
wedge
with this right now? If
being
you could tell me
obscured by
my
the
ear.
trees a little bit.
Okay, Max. Okay, Max, I want you to be as careful as possible, but this is an active tornado. And this is the one over near just north of North Lake?
Looks like he's trying to adjust adjust it a little bit.
Yeah, this is live, folks. This is real. Tell us where this is. Is this near the Beeline? Okay, they're trying to find the location because I know that Charlotte was with Max, North Lake. Okay, this is up near North Lake. So they're looking at the tornado. Let's go back to that video if we have it. But we were showing actively a tornado. Folks, this is a large North Lake Boulevard. This is a large wedge tornado. This is what they're seeing. Michael, when you get that update, remember, folks, we need you in safety. This is unprecedented. I mean, we're seeing, okay, North Lake Boulevard, we're seeing an active, big, large wedge tornado. Zoom back down to that tornado, what we see, Michael, where the location of this, we're seeing real-time radar and we're seeing real-time video of an active tornado. This is not an EF0, EF1, or EF2. This is at least EF3 strength. This will damage buildings. We're talking about a large wedge tornado. This is a life-threatening situation. Wow. Michael, could you please zoom this in real quick to this cell near North Lake Boulevard, and we're seeing this active tornado going on. So we need, folks, if you can, or behind me right now is the wrong graphic. We need to bring up the other one. Max, which one is this?
Yeah, bring up Max 2 if
Max
you could,
2.
behind me.
Please bring up Max 2 behind me. Thank you. This is the actual tornado warning right now. Charlotte, are you live? Can you hear me? Okay, Max, can you hear me? Are you okay? He can't hear me.
Wow.
Okay, but we're getting live video.
The cloud spinning.
Okay, we can stay on this live image. This is a live image of the actual tornado touching down right here. If we have both opened up right now, this is the actual tornado. We have an update coming in. Right now, this is the Beeline Highway, and we have PGA Boulevard, and this is just near North Lake. He's looking north as this actual tornado's on the ground. What are these roads that are coming in? We can see here what's next in line. Folks should be taking shelter immediately. This is a tornado emergency for Palm Beach County, and this is an active tornado on the ground. This is the second one we've seen that has made landfall or making a touchdown, but then we also have St. Lucie County with an active tornado possibly on the ground. So there's several tornado warnings going on at this time. Quickly, let's just go up to St. Lucie County because we have to remember to talk to these folks with an active potential tornado. Very strong signature for you folks up here.
Another
Zoom in
PDS.
quickly,
Right.
and we'll talk about where that is. Michael, highlight where that is.
Yeah, it looks like this is in the Lakewood Park vicinity. It looks like some roads would be Indian Pines Boulevard, Fort Pierce Boulevard, 27th Avenue. We're going to circle where we see the rotation just north of Lakewood Park, and also just west of Viking and south and west of Fort Pierce. And this cell also moving to the north at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And in tornadoes, these things can really race off to the north. And this whole tornado warning, Vitas, in effect until 5:30 this afternoon. So let's put a tracker on this. I'm going to make sure we update the speed to 45 miles per hour off to the west here. And then we're going to track that broad area of rotation off to the north. At 40 miles an hour, so it's coming into Florida Ridge at 5:19, heading into Royal Poinciana Park at 5:22, heads up Vero Beach at 5:24. Tornado coming for you and Gifford at 5:27 this afternoon. Again, a very particularly dangerous situation. You certainly want to take cover because there is a tornado coming into your area. Again, this in the St. Lucie County area at the present time. And what you're looking at is video of our photographer, Max Shepman.
And he's behind the storm. He's behind it. He's looking at the tornado from behind it.
He's looking at the storm, which is
already
in Palm
passed
Beach
through
County
it.
right
He's
now.
tracking behind it. But whoever's ahead of that storm, they need to take shelter immediately.
And so this storm that Max is looking at, that we're looking at the radar, heads up Jupiter Farms near, Donald Ross Road and also Indiantown Road. This storm is heading for you in parts of Jupiter Farms, heading off to the north again very quickly right now at a speed of also 40 to 50 miles an hour. So basically Jupiter Farms is in its path, and perhaps southern parts of Barton County also in the path of this very, very dangerous storm. And again, we continue to look at the velocity that you're seeing here, which is showing the rain and the wind going towards and away from the radar site. We can also look at what we call the correlation coefficient, which is basically a look at debris. And wherever you're seeing these, the mixture of blue and green colors, that is the potential for some debris. And we see some of that in the air in parts of the Jupiter Farms vicinity right now, Vitas. So ongoing tornado warnings.
This is an ongoing tornado warning. We're under a tornado emergency down here in the southeastern portions of the state of Florida. The hurricane has not even made landfall yet. Milton, these are rain bands that we have so much concern with. If you are in the path of these tornado warnings, you need to take shelter immediately. We have right now in Palm Beach County, just west of right near the B line, just near the PGA interchange, an active tornado on the ground. We have seen it with video. We have confirmation. If you are in those areas, let's zoom down, Michael, real quick.
So the tornado right now, it's near North County Airport.
Right here. It's where?
Near North County Airport. Moving off to the north, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Palm Beach Gardens, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So North County Airport, that's right near the Beeline Highway, and it's moving north. So again, into the Jupiter Farms area. If you're in Jupiter Farms, you definitely got to take shelter and take cover.
Now.
Get inside now, right?
Take shelter now. That means go to an interior portion of your house, away from exterior walls and windows. We are talking about getting if you have time to get a bike helmet or a pillow, put it over your neck, your head. Go to a bathroom or a closet to get away from glass that can break. This is an active tornado warning. It has been spotted on the ground, tracking north through Palm Beach County, getting into more of a populated area just west of Jupiter. I-95 is right here, and as you look to the west, you're seeing this wedge tornado. This is not a small spin up. This is a wedge tornado, a very dangerous storm moving towards southern portions of Martin County. So this is going to be crossing potentially I-95. That means people driving. We've seen cars on I-95. We might be able to pull it up on some of the traffic cams. I know the crew in the back is really trying to keep up with this, and we thank Max for his video coverage out there. That was live video showing you proof these tornadoes are on the ground. We are seeing an unprecedented amount of tornado warnings down here since 9:30 this morning. We've been doing straight tornado coverage. So it has been one tornado warning after another, but my concern is now it's getting into populated areas, this particular one, and we can zoom in real quick and talk about that one real quick before we go up to St. Lucie County. We have that one as well. So Jupiter Farms, we're talking about these roads up here, Jupiter Farms, west of I-95. If you live in these areas in Jupiter Farms, you should be taking shelter immediately. Immediately. This is not a practice run. This is reality. This is happening right now. We have a tornado emergency with an active large-scale tornado on the ground here in Palm Beach County up near Jupiter Farms. And if you live in those areas, you should be taking action right now. We are going to continue to deal with these rain bands going through the next several hours. And to the north, if we can, Michael, move that radar.
So I do have some reports, Vitas, of what's going on there in the Indian River County area.
Yeah.
There's been multiple reports. This is the situation that we're looking at here. This tornado warning. There have been multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado with significant damage near Lakewood Park, 1 mile northwest of the Lakewood Park area. And there is this tornado warning. This also just as critical, I think, as the situation down in North Palm Beach County, with a lot more lightning. Again, multiple reports of damage. We did see video earlier. I don't know if we can pull up that video from the earlier tornado that we had in St. Lucie County of that large public structure with the steel beams that were ripped up.
All right, Jim has some information. Jim?
I want to bring you some more pictures because we've been talking about the damage from the tornadoes that you're talking about. This is the scene over in Port Salerno. Our photographer Frank Porter is over on the scene. So these are live pictures you're looking at right now. This is 47th Avenue, Port St. Lucie.
Port St.
Lucie. 47th Avenue and Geraldine Street. And Frank, I don't know, he looks like he's having some, Okay, so they are looking at what looks like a structure there, some kind of barn or some kind of building.
Yeah, there's substantial damage in that.
I think this is Orange Avenue in Fort Pierce.
Okay,
and
Orange Avenue is exactly Okay, Orange Avenue is exactly where we just pegged that tornado possibly crossing just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. So there you're seeing the damage right now. We're seeing actual active damage from this tornado.
We're also told by our crew that there's a live power line on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I
that
see
is
it.
severe damage to some warehouses, what we're seeing there
Okay.
out in the distance.
So we're going to keep getting more damage images here coming in because that was an active large tornado through St. Lucie County. We still have an active severe situation up in St. Lucie County. Tornado warning. Michael, if you could zoom that into that area, give me a velocity scan so I can look at the different. So we have to go back. Okay, we got debris flying over the turnpike. Right now, this is a live image, and you can see work crew trucks. It looks like we have debris that's been flying over the turnpike. This is a live image showing debris going over the turnpike. So right now, active tornado warning. Remember, what location in the turnpike is this? Okay, throw up Max. I need the other Max put up behind me. Real quick.
Max 2 again, folks.
Max 2 again,
Venus.
please. Okay, so Michael, as you can see, we have a large potential tornado that is affecting, if we can look at that area.
East of Royal Poinciana Park, just southeast of the Vero Beach area. Again, this is also a tornado warning remaining in effect until 5:45. With confirmed tornado located in this vicinity, moving off to the north, so US 1. Also just west of Hutchinson Island. We're looking at Old Dixie Highway, Royal Palm Place, 17th Street. That's the causeway, which goes over from Vero Beach. So it could be a tornado going right over the causeway in Vero Beach area. So that's not a good situation either. And again, the threat is considerable for this area. Again, confirmation, large confirmation on radar and also from spotters as well. Again, this tornado warning for Indian River and St. Lucie County until 5:30 this afternoon.
If you notice, not a lot of cars on the road, but we see cars on the side of the road. We've had reports of debris blowing across the road. We have reports of damage to structures, large structures. We have near Orange Boulevard there, but this is still an active tornado warning. You said going across the causeway, over the waterway of the outer island there, and then also inland. So these areas, if we zoom in, Michael, name me a few streets because you can see it better. I'm in a small box. I want you to name off a few streets that you can see here. These are going to have actual impacts. Folks, if you live in these areas, I can't stress it, Michael's going to read them. Take shelter now. That means we have an active tornado warning in your area, right there, Romer.
Ryamar, Royal Palm Place, Indian River Boulevard, and again, moving over, it looks like kind of moving over the Barrier Island right now. So anybody on the Barrier Island, northern part of Hutchinson Island, this storm is heading your way. It's moving to the north at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So this just east of the downtown area of Vero Beach, but right along the beach, the Vero Beach area. I've stayed in that area, very nice. Unfortunately, tornado moving right over some of those beach communities right now. US 60, also 17th Street, and areas further to the north. And again, another tornado warning just coming out. So we're going to click on this. And this again for that same area. So it looks like they probably extended it.
They're extending this one, and it's along the A1A. If you throw up once again and zoom in and throw that velocity up, and then zoom in, let's go to velocity. And then after velocity, after you zoom in with the update.
So two purple boxes.
Double purple box, meaning there's an active visible. They have seen the tornado. When you get that purple box, that means it has been seen. You can see that wedge, that brightly colored blue and that red. So that means in the radar band, as we're looking with Doppler radar, wind's coming one direction towards the radar, wind going away from the radar, and in the middle we have a couplet. When you have that couplet, that means there's an active tornado spinning, and it's a pretty decent sized tornado. If you live in Romer or Romer, and you're over there along the A1A, on that outer Barrier Islands, that means you are definitely seeing a tornado. You need to be taking shelter inside of your house right now. We want you folks inside. This is a life-threatening situation. This is action time. We can't stress this enough. We've already seen the tornadoes on the ground. We still have this one active. Michael, we need to go real quick back down. Let's head back down to Palm Beach County, see where that one is, because we have two active on-the-ground tornadoes.
So here in Indian River County, Vitas, this has been public confirmed tornadoes, so spotted, hence the purple box, the particularly dangerous situation.
Right.
Now we go back down south. It looks like the tornado warning for Palm Beach County has been dropped, but it's been extended into Martin County
Okay.
here because, again, that
But it's
tornado that was moving through the acreage and western Jupiter Farms, you can see it is now
Right
up
here.
there across the turnpike,
Crossing the
just
turnpike.
west of Tequesta and near the Hope Sound vicinity, and right near Florida's turnpike.
Throw on that this is the velocity, but right there, if you could see this rotation here. Now, this is where they may have seen on the highway what we were talking about. The debris was going across the highway. So a lot of visuals that have been showing confirmation of tornadoes that have touched down in our area. So this is going to continue to be an active situation as you look north of Tequesta. Folks in Hope Sound, you should be taking shelter immediately. Hope Sound, you're in the potential track of this possible tornado touching ground. We got both going on, hurricane and tornadoes. So what we have to deal with are these outer bands that are going to be the more threat for us today. Is not so much the winds of the hurricane, it's more the tornado warnings and these active tornadoes that drop down and can get quite strong. So right now, if you are in Hope Sound, you have arrival time that's going to be probably at 5:33 within the next few minutes. You got just a few minutes to act. You need to be inside under a sturdy piece of furniture, interior room, bathroom, or a closet with a pillow, or put a helmet on your head, because this storm has been causing damage. We have history of damage of this. As you go north Gomez, as you continue to track north, Coral Gardens, this is a pretty good signature here. Michael, could you throw up a coalition coefficient so I can take a look and see if we have a debris ball with this storm?
Yeah, they're looking at some of the town that arrives at 535 in Gomez, 541 in Port Salerno, and 546 in Sewell's Point. And we're going to throw up that correlation coefficient to see if we can't find any debris in there and stop the radar here. There you go.
This is Hope Sound. It shows something right about here. We're seeing a little something. And I want to go to, if we could pull up the video also, if you could give me a location of where is that a truck on its side? Back in the control room, what are we seeing? Control room, there was something they had up just a moment. They were looking at something. It looked like a video of a truck or something. But they're getting a lot of video loaded right now. But it looks like a lot of video coming in showing the active tornado. If we could have some of that video brought up, anybody in the control room, I would like to show that if we can take a look at some of those videos of the actual tornado that touched down. If you have a moment to bring a few of those videos up.
So right now it looks like Vitas,
All
4
right, so
tornado warnings
they're
for
gonna bring
the
them
Treasure
in.
Coast.
So what did you say?
4 tornado. Oh, we'll bring up the video. 4
Okay.
tornado warnings for the Treasure Coast at the present time, and right now, so none out of Palm Beach County, but there is again video of the tornado
This is video,
crossing
yes.
over possibly the beeline.
It looks kind of like the beeline, and you see the power.
Yeah,
you see
you saw the
power
sparks.
hits?
Yep.
So that's going to cause power outages as well as cause damage, and this is picking up trees and things like that. There are other videos showing this tornado actually even larger from some neighbors. You can go ahead and switch it around, guys, in the back. It doesn't have to be all clean. We can just go ahead and go whatever video you want to bring up. Go ahead and bring up. This is a live warning right now. So still, we've seen active tornadoes that have been seen on the ground. Let's zoom into that St. Lucie County one, and then we'll come back down to Hope Sound. Michael, real quick, we're looking at St. Lucie County. Well, we still have tornado warning for here. This is Martin, St. Lucie County, including Fort Pierce and Palm City. And this is because we have some rotation right here south of Port St. Lucie. If you live down just south of this area, you know there's a lot of neighborhoods in here near the turnpike. So this is a lot of development out here. You have to really, like I said, take shelter at this time.
And again, this isn't the first time we've seen rotation here today, Vitas. This place has been under like 2 or 3 tornado warnings in Port St.
Yeah.
Lucie. Remember
Right.
the one near Cana earlier this afternoon?
Right.
So sometimes multiple warnings for the same town.
I know. It's been over and over. So for some folks have been going to that interior portion. They have to come back out. Tornado goes by. Then they're
Right.
back in the warned area.
Right,
Let's
right.
look again here. Has this gone out over the island?
It looks maybe like it
off.
probably just maybe it's just offshore the beach right now.
So this
north. So
threat-
this is now it looks like north of Vero Beach near Indian River Shores and possibly just out over the water right now. Yeah.
Okay, so we may have a water spout that's out there. That's good news to see this move offshore. So let's move away from this threat. This will probably be canceled.
That should
shortly.
expire. So it's at 5:45. So in another 11 minutes, we
Yeah.
hope that watch.
Let's head back down
that warning
towards
is going
Hope
to be
Sound. I'm
stopped.
concerned with what's south of Hope Sound. That is still churning as far as warning at this time. So and then we still have that up north of Stewart. So what we have just south and west of Hobe Sound, you have this rotation, broad rotation here, but we're looking at this area right here, and there's a potential for rotation just inside of I-95 and the Turnpike. You have a pretty good broad rotation right there, Michael. Do we have any coalition coefficient showing anything showing like it picking up anything in there?
It's probably going to be broad, but we'll pull it up and
yeah,
and
because
stop
this is
the
the
loop
one
there.
that was still a tornado that we had earlier on the ground that came up out of Palm Beach County.
Palm Beach County,
That
right.
would have been this one. It may have lost a little bit of its strength, but it's still a signature, a tornado signature.
Right.
So that doesn't mean that it's not a tornado on the ground. It could be a weaker tornado now, but nonetheless,
Right.
I don't want to downplay a tornado. That one earlier was impressive. It was very strong. If we go further north, Michael, up there, the one that's this one here. Let's take a look at this storm and see where that tornado warning is. And I think it's just
The central one?
yeah.
This one? River
Yep,
Park, Fort Pierce?
Yep, just south of Fort Pierce. This one probably is maybe what I have a lot more concern with a lot more population in this area right here, up here near Indian River Estates.
Yeah.
You have some pretty good rotation right there. There we go, as you can see.
Certainly, perhaps it's weakened a little bit on the
Just
on
a
the-
tad
on
bit, but here's
tad
where
bit.
when you go further south, here's the one this one. I wish we could
Oh, we're
still-
going to a different radar set.
Yeah, keep it zoomed out a little bit and go north, and then it'll pop in because we're in between radar sites from Melbourne right here. Maybe if we stay right here, you can see down here in Port St. Lucie, this is the one that does definitely have much more of a broader return. Just bring it up just a smidge if you can without it changing. Not zooming in, but drag, there you go. So we can kind of see Port St. Lucie right here. We have that strong return of red and green, meaning that there is winds going one direction and winds going another direction. That definitely shows that we have some rotation. Can we run that video? You guys have pause there? Let's bring that up. This is somebody caught this video. This looks like this is up near North Lake.
This is
your neighborhood.
This is outside my front door.
Okay, tell us about what
Okay,
you
my
saw.
husband did not listen. He's watching. He did not listen to you, Vitas. He walked outside.
Ooh, that's
and
close.
you'll see where I ruined his video because I called him to get inside. Thank God
As you should.
he is okay. My mother lives 30 seconds from us and she's okay. But my fear is that a couple neighborhoods in Avenir got this touchdown with this tornado. That's my fear, is that, you know, he wants to get out in the car and go survey damage now.
Question, do you know if he was looking east or west? Was that
That
east or
is
west?
looking, that is looking
That's gonna-
south, I believe,
south-
right?
Yeah, that's going to be
Jim?
southwest.
So
Yes.
it's coming your way. It was
It's coming.
It was-
And he said he could watch it coming north, and he said it's exactly how people say it sounds like a train.
Yeah.
And you can hear the anxiety in my voice because he made me cry. I was so upset about
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Well, we thank him for sending the video in.
Yes.
We
This
thank
is what-
Craig, and fortunately, your house is okay.
Yeah, and this is what it means when it's close to home. It literally,
Yes.
all of our
Yeah.
neighbors in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast now dealing with this. By the way, just real quickly, some updates on the power outages you guys were talking about. Right now, it is significant. Palm Beach County has close to 9,000 people who are without power. This according to FP&L. And then the other big hit is over in St. Lucie County, where it is more than 12,000 people are without power. So this is why, you know, it's a good reminder, if you have a battery-operated weather radio, you may want to dust that off, because if you don't have any power right now, it is tough. And this is the time when you're going to want to hear this life-saving information as these fellows track this information. All right, we're going to switch over here. This is live pictures right now, or over on Orange Avenue. Where's this?
Is
this
it
over
Fort
in
Pierce? This is
boy.
that, the warehouses, I believe, right?
This is not far from the sheriff's. This is not too far from where the sheriff's office over there sustained that damage
Right,
that
that
we
was on
showed you a little
Midway.
bit earlier. This is just down the road. Our Victoria DeCardenas is live on the scene
And
over
that's
there.
I believe, does that look like a live power line?
Yeah,
that's
they
down?
said
yeah.
there were power lines on the
All
road,
the way
and
down,
obviously
you
that's
see
a
it.
big concern. Yeah. So we talked about the power outages, and this is a kind of reason behind it. It is the tornadoes that are bringing down those power lines, and it is clear that that's going to be significant throughout the evening.
Yeah, and Michael and Liz and Jim, this is like, we're seeing them in one location, panning their camera. So imagine continuing the track, and this went for miles.
Well, I mean, that building has pancaked, but that's a significant structure right there. So if it brought this down, you
Steel.
can imagine, you can imagine just how strong these twisters are. You guys were talking about, you know, EF zeros and 1s and 2s. I mean, these are significant. Even if they are a 2, that's the kind of damage it can do.
Well, once the winds have come down and this storm has passed, that damage is going to still be there. We'll be back up there tomorrow with survey and looking at it, but we'll probably be able to get our drone up. And
Liz,
once you have that drone,
I gotta say, Liz is breathing a little easier right now.
Well,
when you guys were doing your thing, she was really upset. I think,
yeah.
you know, when you hear about that hitting that close to your
it's
home.
emotional, but even if it's not someone we know or a relative, when I said it's near your neighborhood, I was getting choked up because I know your family's there, and
Right.
you know, we love everybody, but it's like personal. You get connected.
I'm worried about my neighbors because
Oh,
I know how
100%.
close. So it did hit somebody. I just don't know who, and I'm afraid to find out.
Yeah, there's the science and there's the whole thing of here it is and there it is and whatever, but it's about the people, and this takes a toll on your emotions and your feeling. But make sure that she brought up a very important thing. Check on your neighbors. Check on the people you love. Check on the elderly or somebody who you know is by themselves. We don't want them to just be by themselves and afraid going through this, because it's frightening to deal with it, whether tornado or whatever type of you're going to be dealing with. And we're looking at if you take that broader picture out. Well, we have another tornado warning, so we have enough. I was going to have to talk about this.
We don't, Tommy. We can't.
But we have no time
picture.
to talk about anything else. But real quick, let's take the video that's up now, and then we'll go to the next tornado warning as Michael grabs that. Can we get the video of those police lights? Looks like an entire semi flipped on its side.
Oh,
It's the
wow.
tractor trailer.
Blocking the
what
road
location
completely.
is this, team? Do you know? Fort Pierce.
Mile marker 155.
Okay, so we're seeing, we're going to keep coming in with more damage that's going to be video, and we're catching stuff. And so that entire tractor trailer is on its side, blocking the entire road on one side of that. I hope nobody was, I hope the driver was okay. But nonetheless, there's going to be damage. I hope that we're not hearing of any loss of life, but this storm has the potential, and that's what I'm afraid of. And we're just hoping everybody's heeding our words today of being safe and understand the strength of these potential tornado, touchdowns, and the ones confirmed. But there's still more coming, and we still have to get through also the tropical storm force winds tonight, and then the hurricane force winds to the north. And then we'll see this thing leave, and then we can all kind of take a breather tomorrow, late afternoon, and kind of gather ourselves and just appreciate each other. So just remember, through this, we're all in it together, and we're gonna kind of reset, and let's kind of take a look at what's happening. We're gonna get all these pictures of damage and things we're gonna have to pull together. Now, with this, let me just say, you see those power lines down. This is one of the concerns that we have. They could be still electrified. You do not want to be stepping in water or stepping somewhere where there could be power lines in the water. So please, folks, just pay attention to what's going on. We don't want unnecessary additions to any possibility of deaths because of not, just accidentally stepping or doing something. So this is along Orange Avenue in St. Lucie County. This is where we were tracking that tornado that we saw on the radar that was confirmed, and you can see the actual damage that it caused. That's just one location. We have many more that are happening. So, Michael, let's start from the south, work our way north, and let's reset and give everybody an idea of what we're tracking, what we're looking at. So if you can flip it over first to regular composite radar, and then we'll track each individual tornado. Let's start from, and you can zoom in, mention, and I'll point it out.
All right, so there's Palm Beach County, there, Vetus. Nothing in Palm Beach County, fortunately, and not much to the south, so that's good news. But we still have multiple tornado warnings for Martin County right now. We got 3 overlapping tornado warnings in Martin County. The latest one was issued, and it's in effect until 6 o'clock for Martin and St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Palm City, Port St. Lucie. And this one, according to the Weather Service, was a severe thunderstorm near Port Salerno, moving north at 30 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated rotation, so just to the south and east of the Stewart vicinity. And we're going to put the velocity on here and see if we can't kind of locate where it is. Yeah, right there where you see kind of the diminished colors here near Seminole Shore. So that's, I think, moving over the Intercoastal Waterway right now and heading on off towards the north. So we'll track this, and probably mostly offshore, although it is moving north pretty fast. moving into the Hutchinson Island area, Sewell's Point coming in about between now and a little bit after 6 o'clock tonight. Further off to the north, we also have other warnings, a little bit confusing and hard to see here with, we're going to put on just the warnings and see if that's going to be a little bit easier to see them. So there they are, but still multiple overlapping tornado warnings. We've got one in Martin County. We've got another one in St. Lucie County. This flashing going on.
Yeah,
this
so
in effect
is
until 6.
Redoing because it's still
US
there. And there's some pretty good
1,
can spin over there near Fort Pierce. If you're near Indian River Estates or Fort Pierce, if you can throw on the if you want to put, we have those two kind of next to each other. Yeah, you can kind of see here we have that rotation right there. So up there around Fort Pierce, there's going to be that rotation, and then just south of Fort Pierce, Indian River Estate. So just north of Port St. Lucie, that's that same cell right there. There's still some rotation there. You can catch that right there. And then you can see right here we have that rotation. Indian River Estates is going to be moving north. Folks in Fort Pierce or those areas should definitely take shelter. So these are your safety tips. Remember, prepare a safe room. You always should have that ready. Communicate with your family and friends about the severe weather, that threat, and then also keep your weather radio on or you have your alerts on, your phone alerts on, because those are very important to have as we have the potential for tornadoes. And that's what we've been getting throughout the day. We've been talking about the rain bands. You can talk about the rain bands and the tropical storm force winds, but it's really the tornadoes that are the most potential damaging for our area. And that's what I was super concerned about over the last couple of days watching this. I had a feeling we're going to just get these tornado warnings, which we're seeing. And that is the concern Michael and I have been talking about in our team. Just the outer bands are going to have that rotation, and there's a lot of velocity in them. So we have that rotation here, Michael, and we're going to continue to see that tornado warning. You see that right there. We have that spinning action. Now it's going to start making its way out over the water shortly, so that'll be a good thing, and it'll probably be a water spout. But I'm still concerned for just by Route 1, if you live up there near Indian River Estates, Fort Pierce downtown, all of you and along the A1A should be taking shelter because this could potentially be touching down. And more of them been tornadoes versus just quick funnel cloud. We've been seeing a lot of potential tornadic activity and strong ones, not just average. We've been seeing strong tornadoes that have done damage. So just please take care of yourself and follow along with the guidance of being safe. Don't run outside and take picture, just, kind of take that shelter, because we're looking at that right there near River Park. That is probably the strongest one in the warning area right now as far as affecting more of the populated area. So there's a lot of neighborhoods up in this area, a lot of homes. A lot of, there's also, if you're in a mobile home, you should be exiting that, going to a safe, sturdy building. We want to make sure you go to an interior portion of the house, away from exterior windows and walls, because as you saw those damaged pictures, glass can break. And that can happen. So we're under these warnings until Martin County, and that's for Hobe Sound, Jensen Beach, and Stewart until 6:15. So that's for not another half hour as that storm goes off the coast, and we'll see that exit the area, but it's still on there. We still can get some rotation back here, Port St. Lucie. There's still some heavy downpours of rain, but we're still really concerned with the one up here. Michael, if you zoom out just a smidge, just a little bit, showing our county as well. You can see the rain bands are kind of wrapping out. We may get a little reprieve, a little break for a minute, because behind me on my other shoulders, we have the hurricane still that needs to make landfall later tonight. Now, this thing has sped up a little bit. By the time the eye crosses, we're already sitting at almost 10 to 6. The forecast was for that to make landfall a few days ago around 8 p.m. I'll be curious to see if that occurs. But Royal Palm Beach, new video. Okay, you can see that is not a small, just minor touchdown. Michael, what do you see there?
Yeah, I do. It looks like a pretty big wedge. A little bit hard to see, but it is in the vertical. Yeah, I clearly see a tornado in the distance at the edge of that street. Again, this is the Royal Palm Beach area.
Yeah.
This probably from earlier, I'd imagine.
I'm sorry, if you guys could put that in our Big Bam monitor, because it's easier for us to see videos. You can't? Oh, okay, it's okay. We'll make it work. But go on, Michael. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe, we're seeing, this is video of probably the earlier tornado. I just want to confirm with our producers that this is the Royal Palm Beach.
Yeah, Royal Palm Beach
Yeah.
near Port Osal.
That looks like Royal Palm.
Royal Palm Beach near Port Saul. So yeah, a clear, dark funnel hitting the ground, a tornado moving along the ground, probably doing some damage in that area. And this likely due to that tornado warned area, that particularly dangerous situation that occurred about an hour ago. Again, remember this tracked from south of the Southern Boulevard. It came out of Broward. It tracked from south of Southern Boulevard over Southern. It went near Loxahatchee and up through the acreage and in the western parts of Palm Beach Gardens, near Westlake and the Avenir area, moved over Jupiter Farms, and the same cell moved into Martin County. And it's still weakened. And I believe we've got our meteorologist Charlotte Carl. She's been out in the storm tracker truck, and it looks like she's outside of the truck. Charlotte, where are you and what have you seen today?
Yeah, so Michael, we're in Wellington right now on Flying Cow Road. We were sent here due to some of the reports from emergency management, and if you look behind us, there are dozens of roofs that have not only the shingles ripped off, but we've seen insulation scattered across this road. We see trees down. The fire rescue, are blocking them, but there is a large tree uprooted just to our south. And so when I'm looking at this from a meteorological perspective, I'm thinking, okay, large tree uprooted. This is at least an EF2, high-end EF2, potentially even an EF3. We're right off of Wellington National Golf Course as well. Tons of people are outside surveying the damage of their homes. It looks like a bunch of doors were blown open, which we saw a lot of this on social media over the past few days. Recommendations to actually close interior doors to help alleviate some of the pressure that strong straight line winds and these hurricane force winds can have. So the pressure clearly from this tornado or the straight line winds associated with this cell popped some of these doors open. There's lots of, again, the insulation ripped out of roofs. There is a down power line just to our, I guess that's to our east. So down power lines, apparently there are some horses that are on the other side of the wire. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, we were talking about it this morning. It's a tornado outbreak, unlike one we were able to predict or able to foresee. We've seen so many warnings. You know, I've been live with Jen since 9:30 this morning covering these warnings. And, you know, this is clearly a long track, potentially EF2 or greater tornado that made landfall here. And it's nothing like I've seen in the area. And, so, you know, this is what we have out here. I know y'all still have some active warnings that you're working on. We're going to work on finding out some more information out here, but I'll send it back to you for now.
Charlotte, that is just amazing damage that you're showing there. And as you have indicated and illustrated behind you, seeing the rooftops and the damage. And it's not, from your vantage point, what do you kind of foresee the width of that path of destruction? What do you gauge it as, like yards, if you think of a football field?
You know, I'm thinking at least 50 yards, 100 yards. We haven't been able to travel too far down to the east on this road because of all of the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue trucks blocking our way because of the down power lines. So, you know, we've been able to see probably about 50 yards of damage so far, and I don't know how much further down it goes because, you know, we can't really see right now.
Right. So we start tracking this tornado south of Wellington in more of the farm country, then it came through your area.
Yep. And
that's what, it looks like really substantial damage. And I know that you'll probably be able to reach out to some people or talk to some people that might be, we'll see what they heard. And I'm thinking that we did have Liz's husband who actually got video in the neighborhood where he was of that tornado coming in. He said, it's like the freight train that you talk about, we hear all the time, classically.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Yeah, so we'll definitely talk to some residents.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk to some residents, see what they say.
Thank you, Charlotte, for your coverage.
I think we have some video that we were going to go to. Is that now, guys? Nope.
Okay, well, back real quick, we'll reset here. And as you can see from what Charlotte was showing us, the real damage. And this is the concern that we had. Because of these storms picking up debris and it becoming missiles, you see all kinds of stuff flying around. Here's a look at some of the pictures that have been coming in that people have been sending in with substantial damage across the area. I think her microphone is still live, out there live, Charlotte's mic. You might want to shut that. But we're looking at live images right now of damage all across parts of Palm Beach County, St. Lucie County. We want to thank Johanna Jovel sending these in, but we have a lot more that's coming up. Michael?
Yeah, we do, Vitas.
Hey guys, yeah, let me just go ahead and talk to these pictures just for a minute. This is out of Okeechobee, as it turns out. Possible, hang on.
Yeah, a viewer named Destiny sent us this video, and again, you can see there's substantial damage. And as the hours go by and people feel it's safe to go outside and check out the damage, we're going to be getting more videos and more pictures like this. And again, if you have video of a tornado or any kind of damage you want to send us, you can do that very easily, just scanning this QR code to get started, and you can chime in and we can share those photos and videos with our viewers.
We have more pictures to show, guys. Okay, so this is some of the obstacles you're going to face if you're out there on the road. By the way, don't head out if you're thinking you want to hit the roads right now. It is not the time to do that. There's debris. We've shown you pictures of cars that are overturned and semi-trucks that have been laid over. But this video shows some of the dangers out there. This is over Martin Highway near I-95. Huge tree branches. Obviously, the stop signs are down. You can assume some of the traffic lights will be out because we are seeing more power outages by the minute.
Yeah, and we also saw some live wires down. This is video of the dark skies in Port St. Lucie, and this was video sent to us by Abigail, our viewer. And that looks
just ominous.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say ominous, exactly,
Really
and very,
is.
very scary. Vitas, we want to get back to you, of course, because we need to know this information and to warn people.
Yeah, this has been an unprecedented day with tornado warnings down here in our region, and it's affected the Palm Beaches as well as the Treasure Coast, and we're going to continue to see more damage out there. I pray and hope no one has been injured or anything beyond that, but let's just talk about what's remaining now, and could there be more? So here's what's happening right now. We still have a tornado warning active until 6 o'clock, and that is for about a few more minutes, which is good news, and that's for St. Lucie County, and that's because of this right here. We've been talking about up near Fort Pierce. We mentioned to you folks a little while ago to take shelter while that was down near Indian River Estates. It's made its way north, and there's still some rotation in here, and it's